Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 10 of What If I Was Reborn into Percy Jackson as the son of Hades and became the Underworld Prince. Let the tale begin. Chapter 271, Medusa's Curse Finale. Lucian felt at the moment the cursed Gorgon began regaining clarity. Her eyes sharpened, her posture shifted, she was about to strike. But Lucian acted first. Without hesitation, he vanished into the veil of his own shadow, reappearing several meters behind her. He paid no mind to the chaotic clash of his shadow army warring in the background. On his back, two shadowy limbs writhed with a life of their own, each grasping the ends of his chain scythe. The weapon spun rapidly, becoming a blur of black and purple in their grip. With a violent arc, the scythe lashed out. The chain coiled tightly around the Gorgon's neck like a serpent claiming its prey. Then, with one monstrous tug, Lucian lifted her clean off the ground and hurled her over his shoulder. She crashed face first into the rocky terrain, the earth trembling with the impact. A guttural cry of pain tore from her lips. As Lucian stepped forward, a cursed serpentine spirit slithered toward him from the side, aiming to take advantage of his focus. But before it could strike, Assassin emerged like a phantom from the void, silent and deadly. With a gleam of his black katana, he split the curse in two. Lucian didn't even spare the creature a glance. His eyes were locked on the Gorgon as she began to rise. Lucian dove back into the shadows, forming a shadowy smear on the ground. A length of chain jutted out, Lucian's weapon trailing from his hidden position. The dark patch moved across the battlefield as if swimming through liquid shadow, almost like a shark swimming around its prey. The Gorgon slowly lifted her massive, serpentine form, her eyes scanning furiously for Lucian. Rage now burned within her, a personal vendetta awakened. She hissed, making a wet, choking noise, just as the chains around her neck constricted tighter under the power of Lucian's enchantment, binding force. She reached to pry them off, but it was too late. Lucian circled her like a predator in the dark, his shadow slithering through the battlefield. The chains reacted, snaking around her shoulders, her arms, her chest, wrapping her in an unbreakable embrace. Her limbs were trapped, rendered completely useless. The more she struggled, the tighter the coils became. With a silent burst from the shadows, Lucian emerged behind her, boots skidding across stone as he came to a stop. He made his shadow limbs clenched into a tight fists, and with one brutal yank, he amplified the binding force again. The pressure intensified so violently that the Gorgon couldn't even scream. She could only choke, wheezing and writhing as her tail slammed against the ground in frustration. But the thrashing yielded nothing. The bindings held firm, allowing only the rhythmic tapping of her tail to echo across the field. Lucian watched with cold, detached precision, his red irises glowing under the influence of clairvoyance. A strange, guilty satisfaction tugged at the corners of his mind. He was enjoying hearing her choke and gasp for air far more than he cared to admit. But then, her tail stilled. And with an instinct born from sheer desperation, she curled it around the chain. With a surge of raw, primal strength, she flung Lucian off his feet. The chain snapped taut, and he was yanked forward, spinning wildly through the air. She slammed him into the earth with bone-jarring force, stunning him for a brief, crucial second. Seizing the opportunity, the Gorgon thrashed fluidly, her body swaying as the chains began to unwind from her limbs. As her arms found the slightest freedom, she lunged and grabbed the chain. With a snarl, she swung it like a whip, attempting to slam Lucian into the ground again. But Lucian twisted in the air and landed hard, crouching with perfect form. His feet dug deep into the fractured stone, sending fresh cracks spiderwebbing through the ground. Without wasting a second, he yanked the chain and launched himself toward her like a missile. The sound of clashing metal and rattling chains echoed. The Gorgon's eyes flared with a violent fire, unleashing her most fearsome weapon, petrification. Lucian's body froze midair, transformed instantly into stone. Cracks splintered through the stone statue. It shattered like glass under unseen pressure, revealing Lucian emerging from the debris like a butterfly from a cocoon, his battle gear gone, replaced only by a black sweater and loose pants, fluttering slightly in the wind. He was already in front of her. Before the Gorgon could comprehend what had happened, Lucian's hand pierced through her chest with terrifying force. The wound was grotesquely wide, a gaping hole ripped clean through her body, large enough for someone to walk through. His outstretched hand glowed with cursed energy as he invoked curse manipulation. A rush of cursed essence burst from the Gorgon's core, spilling into the air like smoke pouring from a broken furnace. Her shriek was torn away by the overwhelming discharge as her strength rapidly drained. Lucian twisted in midair, landing in a wide crouch before skidding to a halt. One hand was outstretched, the other gripping his wrist tightly for support. A sphere of black and crimson energy pulsed before his palm, dense, unstable, and alive with power, as he siphoned the Gorgon's very essence into it with sheer will. The immense pressure contorted Lucian's expression with pain, his body trembling as spiritual energy bled from him. Still, he didn't stop. He gritted his teeth and held firm, forcing the spiraling torrent of cursed energy to obey his control. The orb before him crackled violently, barely contained. The Gorgon shrieked and writhed in desperation, her body twisting in an attempt to flee. But it was hopeless. Her countless skirmishes with Lucian had drained her reserves too far. Now, with her energy slipping away, she could do nothing but fight a losing battle against the pull of Lucian's spell. Her massive frame heaved as she clawed at the ground, trying to slither away. She embedded her talons into the stone, leaving deep gouges as she dragged herself forward, but every inch gained was undone as the suction yanked her backward. Her gaping chest cavity widened grotesquely as more of her cursed essence was ripped free. The lower half of her serpentine body collapsed into the orb, dissolving like sand in a storm. Next, her torso followed. Her limbs disintegrated one by one, then her shoulders, neck, and lower jaw. Clinging to her final fragments of existence, she turned her distorted face toward Lucian, eyes igniting in a last-ditch effort to petrify him. But it was too late. The enchanted mask of Medusa cracked, fractured by the overwhelming force, and shattered into glittering fragments. Her entire being crumbled to dust, the final shards of her soul sucked into the glowing sphere. Lucian finally exhaled a long, rattled breath, sweat glistening on his skin. That was way harder than it needed to be, he muttered, dragging himself upright. His body bore the battle's toll, patches of gray stone had spread across his face, hands, and arms. Even his clothes and hair bore signs of partial petrification. He took a moment to scan the battlefield. Around him, his shadow soldiers stood victorious, the last remnants of the Gorgon's cursed army vanquished. Broken stone littered the field, humming with faint traces of curse energy. Some of the shadows were celebrating. Lucian chuckled faintly as he spotted Azura and Galric exchanging a powerful dab, their massive hands colliding with a thunderous slap. Above, Beatrix hovered on her broom, smiling proudly. Edna stood tall, chest puffed out like a child awaiting praise. Lucian shook his head with a soft smirk. "Good work, everyone," he said, his voice calm but appreciative. The army of shadows erupted in cheers, howling their victory to the sky. Lucian lifted his hand again, refocusing. "Let's not waste what remains," he said, calling upon curse manipulation. His palm began to glow as he absorbed the lingering cursed energy, the remnants of the serpents that once adorned Medusa's head. The energy, no longer anchored, streamed into the sphere in a rush of black mist. When it was done, Lucian brought the orb to his lips. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. The sphere pulsed as it traveled down his throat, glowing briefly through his skin before vanishing into his core. A moment passed. Then Lucian shuddered, a breath catching in his lungs as raw power surged through his veins. His hair lifted in a supernatural breeze, and crimson-black energy rippled along his frame like fire dancing over oil. His body trembled not with pain, but with the overwhelming rush of newfound strength. He closed his eyes, savoring the flood of power as it multiplied within him. 5%, 10, 20, 50. He whispered, counting by how much his magical power increased. 90, 100, 150, 200. Awe flickered in his voice. Whoa! My magic power just went twice over what it once was. And it was impressive before. Lucian? He turned, his eyes flickering briefly green for a short pause before they went to a calm red, unaware of it. He blinking in surprise at the voice. Medusa approached cautiously from the treeline, having watched the battle unfold. Her expression was soft, filled with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice gentle. Lucian hesitated, then smiled awkwardly. "Apart from a sudden urge to be pampered for my hard work? Yeah, I think I'm good." He looked around at the devastated landscape and grimaced. "Sorry about your shop." Tears welled in Medusa's eyes as she shook her head. She crossed the space between them and wrapped her arms around Lucian in a warm, heartfelt hug. "Thank you, Lucian," she whispered, voice thick with emotion. "Thank you so much." Lucian's eyes widened, caught off guard, but he didn't resist. Instead, he let his body relax into the embrace, a soft smile forming on his lips. "Ah, this is nice," he muttered, closing his eyes. "Totally worth it." Chapter 272, First Member. "I guess you weren't expecting that to happen when you extracted my curse, huh?" Medusa mused aloud, her tone more curious than accusatory. Lucian shook his head, instinctively taking a step back to give her space. "Yeah. I didn't even consider the possibility. It completely blindsided me." Medusa took in the sight of her ruined shop, fragments of her past life scattered across the floor. Her eyes softened as she looked down at Lucian with an empathetic smile. "I'm sorry about your horse. I saw what happened. It looked awful." "Huh? Oh, don't worry about it," Lucian replied quickly, waving off her concern with a small shake of his head. "He's all right." "What?" Medusa blinked, confused. "But he was petrified, wasn't he? Then shattered during your fight with, whatever that was. The curse? I mean, you looked furious when it happened." Lucian nodded with a short sigh. "Yeah, I was pissed. She went after Sebastian, that'll get anyone mad. But he's not exactly a living creature. He's sentient, sure, but he's more of a skill I possess than a traditional companion." Medusa stared at him, unblinking. Skill," she repeated, the concept clearly lost on her. Lucian chuckled lightly. "Yeah, it's hard to explain. Think of him as an extension of me, one I can resummon, though it does take a considerable amount of energy to reform him." Still processing his explanation, Medusa eventually let the topic drop, sensing it wasn't worth digging deeper, not right now, anyway. Instead, she refocused on the present, noticing the expectant expression Lucian wore. "So," he asked, eyes bright with curiosity, "how do you feel? When I released that curse, it looked like it had been weighing on you for centuries. Any changes?" Medusa closed her eyes and took a deep, peaceful breath. "Yes. I feel liberated," she whispered, voice tinged with awe. "Truly liberated. It's like an immense burden has finally been lifted. My soul, it felt like it had been chained for millennia, dragging a ball of iron behind me wherever I went." She reached for her glasses, one she had grown accustomed to wearing for centuries, and slowly removed them. "In fact, I don't even need these anymore." As the glasses left her face, something extraordinary began to happen. Her entire form shimmered, and before Lucian's astonished eyes, she began to transform. Her appearance shifted, not grotesquely, but gracefully, almost like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Compared to her cursed form, she now looked like something out of myth and dream. No longer the twisted figure of legend, she stood before him as the very embodiment of beauty, so divine, so radiant, that even the god of the seven seas would turn his head in admiration. Golden scales bloomed along her arms and legs, shimmering with an ethereal light. They faded into black near her hands and feet, reaching all the way to her elbows and knees. Her nails transformed into delicate, elaborate golden claws. From her lower back, a long serpentine tail unfurled and coiled around her feet, its scales gold above and black beneath, glinting in the light like jeweled armor. Her original features evolved subtly, her face sharpened, her cheekbones more defined, her eyes larger, glowing with intelligent fire. She grew taller, her posture elegant and commanding. Her breasts swelled slightly in size, as did her overall figure, every curve enhanced, her proportions divinely balanced. Her once tattered clothes were replaced with a flowing white and gold dress, open at the front to reveal her toned midriff, while strands of radiant fabric drifted along the hem like mist. And then, with a graceful movement, she leaned forward. From her back unfurled a stunning pair of golden wings, large and radiant, feathers fluttering with divine grace. Glimmers of gold rained around her, accentuating her beauty further, casting a glow that made her seem untouchable, heavenly. Lucian's jaw dropped. Words stuck in his throat as he tried to process what he was seeing. He had met the goddess of beauty herself, and yet, somehow, this moment, this form, rendered him more speechless than anything Aphrodite had ever done. Medusa gently ran her hands down her body, feeling every contour with wonder. She hugged herself tightly, letting out a long, emotional sigh. The golden scales shimmered along her neck, two elegant fangs briefly visible in her slightly parted lips. Her eyes, now glowing with a luminous pink hue shaped like vertical slits, opened, alive with clarity and purpose. "Nothing feels better than being in my old body," she whispered. "Absolutely nothing." Lucian's face turned bright red, and he quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, cheeks burning with embarrassment. He looked down, avoiding her eyes, even as he stole a few shy glances through his fingers. Compared to her previous form, which was beautiful in its own right, this was divine. There was no comparison. Wait a sec, please," he muttered, turning his face away bashfully. "I don't want to think anything inappropriate of you. Just give me a second." Medusa's lips curved into a warm, amused smile. She found his flustered reaction completely endearing. "How cute, Dot." With a slow, affectionate movement, her serpentine tail slid around him and gently pulled him into a soft embrace. She leaned in and wrapped her arms around him, hugging him close. "I'll take that as a compliment," she said sweetly. "That means more to me than you know. I don't think I'll ever be able to thank you enough, Lucy." Lucian, still wrapped in her embrace, swallowed nervously. "Is that," he began, still barely able to look at her without melting into a blush. "Foo," she giggled, the sound melodic and light. "Yes, this is what a true Gorgon looks like, before the curse twisted us into monsters." Lucian looked up, his expression softened by awe. "But, you were still beautiful, even before. How were you ever considered a monster?" Medusa scoffed, her expression darkening just a little. "The standards of beauty are cruel, especially when dictated by gods. To mortals, I might have been considered beautiful, exotic even. But to the gods?" She exhaled, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. "To them, I was a hideous flaw in their perfect tapestry. So they made sure I wore that label for eternity. Gods are so weird, man," Lucian muttered with a long, tired sigh, his voice thick with disbelief and fatigue. "Open your mouth," Medusa commanded out of nowhere, her tone suddenly sharp and serious. Lucian stiffened, blinking in confusion. "Excuse me," he asked cautiously, unsure of what she was planning. "Do you trust me?" Medusa replied, arching an elegant eyebrow as her pink eyes glittered with playful confidence. Lucian didn't even hesitate for a second. He opened his mouth like a baby bird waiting to be fed, his eyes wide as he made an exaggerated "Aewa." The sound in Lucian's action made Medusa burst into laughter. The sound that escaped her was far from monstrous. It was warm, bright, and endearing. She snorted softly and chuckled again, her feigned smile radiant. "You're such a dork," she said affectionately as she drew a sharp claw across her right palm. Blood shimmered as it welled up from the cut. She held her hand above Lucian's open mouth, letting several drops fall inside. The moment the divine liquid touched his tongue, a comforting warmth spread through him. The remnants of his injuries started to knit together, his bruises faded, and the stone patches clinging to his body began to recede, crumbling away like old ash in the wind. He swallowed and exhaled a soft breath, eyes fluttering shut for a moment. "Thanks," he murmured, voice full of sincere gratitude. "It's the least I can do," she said warmly, flexing her hand before the wound rapidly healed. "After all, I am your godmother now." Lucian smiled brightly, his cheeks still slightly flushed. "Speaking of godmother," he said with a mischievous gleam in his eye, "can you use magic?" Medusa tilted her head, blinking at him with mild confusion. "How does me being your godmother have anything to do with whether I can use magic?" "Well," Lucian said, pointing subtly with his lips toward her golden wings, "you've got those shiny wings." It made me think of the fairy godmother from those old children's stories. Medusa blinked, even more confused. "Fairy godmother? No clue who that is." "Ah, don't worry about it, it's just a silly mortal storybook thing," Lucian said, waving it off. "Anyway, about the magic. Well..." Medusa tapped her chin thoughtfully. "I wouldn't call myself a sorceress, but I can use a bit of charm speak. It's how I got people to open their eyes around me, even when they were trying to fight blind. A few well-placed words, and poof, statues." She grinned proudly. "That little trick was actually something your mother taught me, back in the old days." "Perfect!" Lucian exclaimed, his grin stretching wide, lighting up his entire face with joy. Medusa blinked. "Perfect? And why exactly is that perfect?" Lucian's grin turned almost bashful, his eyes sparkling with excitement and a bit of nervous energy. "So, my mother once told me that it might be important for me to start a coven someday. And I've been thinking about it for a while, wondering who I should ask to be the very first member." He looked up at her with hopeful, shining eyes. "So I was wondering, would you like to be the first official member I recruit into the Blackheart Covenant?" Medusa looked surprised, her lips parting slightly. She hadn't expected that. Lucian rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "Well, that's not the official name, still workshopping it," he added with a sheepish laugh. "A coven, huh?" Medusa repeated quietly, almost to herself. She seemed to weigh the word in her mouth like a precious stone. "Yeah," Lucian nodded eagerly. "I mean, now that you're free, no longer considered a monster, and, well, since your shop got destroyed and you don't really have anywhere to go, I thought maybe this could be a new beginning for you. A fresh start. A place to belong, you know?" Medusa's expression softened as her glowing eyes settled on him, touched by his thoughtfulness. Her voice was gentle when she finally replied, "A coven, You know what? Sure. I would be honored to be part of your coven, Lucian." "Yes!" Lucian cheered, pumping his fist into the air in excitement like a kid who'd just won a prize. Medusa laughed at his enthusiasm, her tail flicking playfully. She then heard him mumble under his breath with glee, "First member acquired." Chapter 273, Shadow Soldiers. Once Lucian received confirmation that Medusa had officially joined his covenant, a transformation began to take place. Her gorgon features, scales, golden feather wings, and the long protruding tail started to recede, revealing the woman she had once been. Yet even as her more fearsome traits faded, the divine beauty she regained remained untouched. Holding the enchanted glasses in her hands, she stared at them in silent awe. She would no longer need to view the world through the safety of lenses, never again would she have to hide her gaze. Meanwhile, Lucian summoned his weapon back into his hand. The chain scythe, a brutal extension of his will, collapsed into its compact ring form. However, as he turned the ring over in his palm, he noticed something troubling. A small portion of it had been visibly altered, tainted by the lingering effects of the petrification curse. Sighing softly, Lucian murmured to himself, "I'll need to repair this, maybe even upgrade it while I'm at it. When I have the time." He stared at the ring for a moment longer, letting its weight and damage sink in before slipping it carefully back onto his finger. With quiet purpose, Lucian made his way over to where his shadow soldiers stood at attention, their forms half-cloaked in the dim remnants of fading light. Medusa watched him curiously. As Lucian approached, the soldiers silently parted, clearing a path for their master. He stepped into the center of the rubble, remnants of the cobblestone soldiers that once served the cursed Gorgon, and the shadows gathered around him. The soldiers formed a ring around the ruined stone floor, creating a solemn and ritualistic atmosphere. Medusa rose up slightly on her toes to get a better look. She was fascinated, unsure of what to expect, yet unable to look away. She remained just outside the circle, peering over shoulders with quiet anticipation. Suddenly, the soldiers began to stomp in unison. A deep, echoing rhythm reverberated through the broken remains of the store, sounding like ancient war drums that heralded the coming of something great and terrible. Om! 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 They grunted and chanted together, their feet pounding, tails slapping the ground with increasing intensity. The sound grew louder, more haunting, reverberating through the walls like a heartbeat of shadow and steel. Medusa looked around in confusion. She didn't understand the ritual, but she couldn't deny the energy in the room. Despite the eerie performance, every single shadow soldier wore a smile, their faces etched with pride as they chanted for their master. Then, all at once, they fell silent. Not a sound was made as Lucian raised his hand. In the stillness, his voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Arise! The shattered statues that once stood as grim trophies of Medusa's cursed power had originally been people, travelers, warriors, innocents, drawn from every corner of the world, caught helplessly within her deadly gaze. They had once been alive. Then, they were stone. And finally, they had been desecrated by the cursed entity born from Medusa's sorrow and rage, crafted into being by the goddess of wisdom, and delivered unto the world by Lucian himself. That cursed entity had reduced those petrified victims to dust, reshaping them in its image, protectors meant to defend her as cannon fodder, protectors she didn't have during Medusa's time of need. But now, with one word, Lucian had reclaimed them. No longer slaves to the curse, no longer bound by rage or blindness, they rose again. This time, under Lucian's command. Their allegiance belonged to him alone. From the remnants of shattered stone, figures began to emerge. Soldiers sculpted from shadow, forged from the memories of those who once were. Each carried a spectral version of the weapon they wielded in their stone form. In perfect synchronization, they raised their weapons high, spun them downward, and slammed the blades or staffs into the earth. Then they knelt as one, taking a knee and bowing before their new master. Nearly 100 soldiers, shadowborn and loyal, pledged themselves to Lucian in a single unified movement. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only when Ashura let out a thunderous roar of celebration. The other shadow soldiers joined in, howling and shouting in triumph, their voices rising like a storm. Lucian, caught off guard by their exuberance, covered his face with one hand, trying to hide the flush of embarrassment blooming across his features. What just happened? Medusa muttered in complete confusion, her voice laced with awe despite the bewilderment in her eyes. She had to admit, the sight had been impressive, almost majestic, but she couldn't wrap her mind around what had just taken place. "All right," Lucian called out, glaring at his soldiers in thinly veiled embarrassment. His voice rang with mock sternness. "Which one of you did it?" "Huh? Who was it? Someone fess up, who told everyone to pull that off?" Laughter echoed among the soldiers, their joy unmistakable. Lucian's eyes narrowed as he turned his accusatory gaze on Murder. "Was it you?" he asked, pointing a finger. "You just joined and weird stuff like this is already happening. You've got that kind of chaotic influence." Murder blinked at him, looking absolutely indignant. With a huff, she crossed her arms into an X and shook her head firmly in denial, her expression silently shouting, "How dare you accuse me of such nonsense?" Then came the cough. Cough! Cough! Lucian's attention immediately snapped to the source. His brow twitched in disbelief. There stood Ashura, swaying bashfully from side to side, his entire massive frame oddly demure. Two of his hands cutely clutched by his abdomen, while the other four pointed toward himself with shy guilt. All 6 of his eyes looked anywhere but at Lucian. "You've got to be kidding me!" Lucian groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "It was you?" The soldiers broke out into another round of chuckles, clearly finding the situation hilarious. With a heavy sigh, Lucian waved his hand and recalled all of his shadow soldiers back into his form. The laughter faded as they melted into the shadows, returning to his command. He closed his eyes and quietly tallied their numbers in his mind. 296/900. He thought with a sigh. The amount I could hold increased since my magic increased because of that curse. When he opened his eyes, he saw Medusa still looking around, confusion lingering on her face. Noticing her expression, he decided to clarify. He explained briefly how his power worked, how his shadows functioned, what the soldiers were, and why they acted the way they did. Medusa listened with growing interest, a small chuckle escaping her lips when he finished. "It seems to me like they really care about you," she said with a warm smile. Lucian's cheeks turned a faint shade of red. "Come on," he muttered, waving his hand. "Enough teasing already. Let's focus on something a bit more important, like where you're going to stay now." Medusa blinked in surprise. It hadn't even crossed her mind until now. That's actually a good question. With my shop reduced to rubble, I don't really have a place anymore." "I'm sorry," Lucian said, unable to hide the guilt in his tone. Medusa looked at him and placed a gentle hand on his head, ruffling his hair. "I'm not blaming you, kiddo. So stop beating yourself up over it." Lucian quickly adjusted his hair and nodded, then said, "Here's what I'm thinking, though it's still in the planning phase. I'm going to book you into a nice hotel. I'll personally cover all the costs." "I can't let you do that," Medusa interrupted, shaking her head. "I don't want to be a burden on you, Lucian." "You seriously underestimate how rich I am," Lucian said, puffing up arrogantly with pride. "Do you have any idea who you're talking to right now? You're looking at the Dark Prince of Luxury. I've got more supernatural and mortal currency than I know what to do with. I could have 99 problems, money ain't one." Lucian immediately deflated under her blank stare. "Sorry," he muttered, scratching the back of his head. "But seriously, it's no big deal for me. I'll even lend you my Lotus Casino card, it's got infinite funds. Actually, why not stay at the Lotus Casino?" He smacked his forehead. "Duh! That should have been the first idea." Medusa's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "I think I've heard of that place. Isn't that the casino where time flows differently?" "Exactly," Lucian confirmed with a nod. "Which works in your favor, actually. While you stay there and rest up, I'll get to work creating our coven's base of operations. Once the stronghold is finished, I'll come and get you. That'll be your new home, and a sanctuary for anyone else we bring into the fold who doesn't have a place to belong." Medusa tilted her head, considering his words. "Well, you are the leader of this covenant. If that's your plan, I'll trust your judgment." "Thank you," Lucian said, his voice soft with sincerity. "I'll make sure not to let you down. Shall we get started?" "Wait a minute," Medusa said suddenly, turning away from him. "I want to see if anything here is still salvageable. There might be items or materials I can still use, you never know what could be of value." Lucian gave a respectful nod. "All right. I'll help you out, it'll speed things up." Together, the two of them stepped forward, sifting through the ruins before Lucian dropped her off. Chapter 274, Shadow Report. Lucian sat in his underground base, reclining in a worn but regal-looking chair carved from black obsidian. The dim lighting from arcane torches flickered across the stone walls, casting long shadows that danced with subtle life. Despite the silence, he wasn't entirely alone. Two of his faithful shadow creatures stood by, ever vigilant. With a calm yet commanding tone, Lucian rose to his feet and said, "Report to me while I begin repairing my ring." As he pulled off his semi-petrified ring, its once radiant glow now dulled by a creeping stony texture, he dropped it into a basin filled with a bubbling purifying potion. The stone began to peel away slowly, like rust melting from ancient iron. "I suppose I'll go first," Edna hissed, slithering upright as her serpentine body coiled slightly beside her silent companion, Beatrice, who stood patiently, awaiting her turn. "We didn't merely collect ingredients from our side of the pantheon," she began with a grin that revealed her needle-like teeth, "but from others as well. Though not all of them were taken by force, some beings were kind enough to offer them willingly. Others, however, we simply took what we needed without their consent. Lucian gave her a slow glance, raising a brow as he swirled the ring in the potion. /N, writing the words and hissing annoys the fuck out of me, so know that I'll stop it and just consciously know that she hisses her S's. I'm pretty sure the Phoenix had us now, Edna added with a hiss-laced chuckle, for plucking a few of his precious feathers. Lucian's hand froze mid-swirl, and he turned to her sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief. You got me Phoenix feathers? And it's tears too, Edna beamed proudly. It started crying after we plucked the feathers, muttering all sorts of nonsense like, no, not again, and my beautiful plumes. It was quite dramatic. Lucian stared at her, momentarily speechless, before covering his mouth to muffle his reaction. Oh my God, that poor Phoenix. Edna's expression shifted from smug satisfaction to sudden worry. Should I not have done that? Did I upset you, my liege? No, no, Lucian replied quickly, scratching his cheek awkwardly, you did excellent work. Truly. I just pity the fate of that poor bird. It probably has trauma now. Edna let out a relieved sigh before smiling wide. Ah, our Lord is so magnanimous, he even empathizes with his. Just continue, Lucian cut in, mildly exasperated, as he retrieved the fully depetrified ring and began drying it with a cloth, examining its restored shimmer. Of course! Edna straightened herself proudly. We have gathered more than enough material for you to both experiment with freely and store for emergencies. In total, we've collected around 500 unique ingredients, including 100 different types of monsters, many of which you have yet to encounter. Lucian looked up from the ring, clearly impressed. Good work, he said sincerely. Tell me, is there anything you would like as a reward for your efforts? A reward? Edna blinked, taken aback as if the idea had never even occurred to her. Yes. You and the others have done me a tremendous service. I think it's only right that you be rewarded. Tears welled up in Edna's eyes as she tried to contain her emotions. To know we've been of use to you, our Lord, that alone is reward enough. There is no greater honor. Lucian remained silent, giving her a pointed look that made it clear he was expecting an actual answer. She shifted awkwardly under his gaze. I can't possibly ask anything from you, she said hesitantly. The only thing I desire is to be used more. I love nothing more than serving you, my lord. That alone brings me joy. Lucian sighed softly, shaking his head with a faint smile. Very well. I'll make sure to put you to greater use moving forward. With that, he turned his attention back to the ring, his artifact, Bloody Mary. As he refocused the enchantments within it, he paused for a long moment, then made a decision. Rather than simply restoring the blood bond, he would take it further. He would forge a soul bond. This weapon had followed him through countless battles. If there was any item worthy of being bound to his very soul, it was Bloody Mary. Beatrice, you're next, Lucian said as he started working on the enchantments, his tongue poking out slightly as he focused. His hands moved delicately over the surface of the ring, glowing symbols faintly responding to his touch. Beatrice stepped forward and bowed respectfully. We have successfully converted more believers into the Paradox Church. Lucian froze mid-sentence. His hands stopped moving, and he blinked slowly. The Paradox what, sorry? He turned toward her with wide eyes, completely taken aback. The Paradox Church, Beatrice repeated, puffing up her chest with pride. Or at least, that's what I'm calling it for now. I hope you don't mind, my lord. I took the liberty of refining some of the narratives concerning your followers, just minor adjustments. Lucian raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by refining the narratives? Be specific. Beatrice clasped her hands behind her back and spoke confidently. You and Mistress Annabeth aren't the only deities that are going to appear in the future. There's Lady Talia, your siblings, Percy Jackson, and who knows how many others will emerge. So, I crafted a more comprehensive fable, one that works and could be attributed to your books. one that explains how you gathered these powerful figures, other gods, under your leadership. Together, you formed your own pantheon to stand against the invading gods from beyond. To protect the world, you sacrificed your presence and fell into slumber, and the others followed suit, going into hiding while awaiting your return. Lucian stared at her with his mouth slightly open, stunned into silence. Wait, hold on a second. You did all this on your own? Beatrice tilted her head. Not entirely. A large good portion of it came from Mistress Annabeth's instructions. She began sending me updates after Lady Talia was confirmed to be walking the path of ascension, not to mention ideas on how your stories will unfold in the following books. Then came news about Percy, your siblings, and most recently, Luke. I see, Lucian muttered, slowly sitting back down. So Annabeth's been keeping you informed. That's actually good. I'm relieved someone's on top of things. He rubbed his temples, then looked up again. But still, the Paradox Church? Beatrice chuckled softly. That part wasn't even my creation, not really. The name came from the believers themselves. As strange as it sounds, your kindness, whether intentional or not, has inspired people. I've been helping the needy in your name, homeless individuals finding shelter, runaway teens given refuge, women escaping abusive homes. Because of that, they look to you as a god who saved them. To them your doctrines have turned me into a better person, and that better version of myself has changed their lives. They attribute all of it to you. Lucian's expression softened into something unreadable. Doctrines, he echoed, his voice low. Beatrice scratched her cheek nervously. Yeah, that wasn't me either. When I discovered those ancient ruins and I started a small book club with my other identity to find correlation between the two, that's when it sort of began. It started as a joke, a game really. We treated the stories like fables, like if the books are connected to the ruins maybe they have hidden messages. Over time, the group began crafting those fables and hidden messages into actual scripture. At some point, it stopped being a game and started becoming serious. Too serious, maybe. Lucian ran a hand through his hair, clearly overwhelmed. His ring sat forgotten on the table beside him. Oh gods, this is spiraling out of control. What doctrines are there exactly? Beatrice brightened, clasping her hands together. I could name 3 of my favorite ones. They're the most popular too, and I think you'll like them, my lord. Lucian leaned back with a sigh. Hit me. Beatrice beamed and clasped her hands behind her back like a student proud of their report. The first one is the doctrine of duality. Truth is found in contradiction. Only by embracing both the shadow and the light can we see the whole. Followers are encouraged to accept conflicting traits within themselves and others, strength and vulnerability, logic and emotion, rage and mercy, as necessary parts of growth and wisdom. Lucian's eyes widened. He slowly brought a hand up to cover his mouth, suppressing the laugh, or cry, rising in his throat. Beatrice, unbothered, continued cheerfully. The second is the doctrine of hidden kindness. Deeds in shadow shine brighter than glory in light. True virtue is doing good without expecting reward. The Church encourages anonymous aid and secret compassion. It ties perfectly into your myth, my lord, how you help the world in silence, without asking for recognition. Lucian let out a small whimper, his other hand gripping the edge of the table like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. His enchanted ring, still unfinished, flickered faintly beside him. And finally, Beatrice said, voice swelling with reverence, the doctrine of sacred rebellion, question the heavens, for even gods may falter. Blind faith is discouraged. Followers are urged to challenge authority, yes, even divine authority, when it contradicts justice or conscience. After all, in the sacred stories, you defied fate itself, didn't you? Lucian was no longer seated. He had slowly, helplessly slid off the chair and was now sitting on the floor, staring blankly into the middle distance. What the fuck is happening? He whispered, more to the universe than to her. Beatrice knelt beside him, gently patting his back. It's okay, my lord. It's a lot to take in, but I truly believe your message is changing lives. My message? Lucian croaked. Beatrice, I don't even remember writing a message. This is spiraling. There are doctrines. Scripture. There's a freaking pantheon. And it's beautiful, Beatrice said warmly. You've given people hope. Lucian just buried his face in his hands and felt like crying. Chapter 275, New Orders. All right. Lucian exhaled sharply, the breath cutting through the silence. He rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his hands, and turned to face Bloody Mary. Tell me more about this so-called Paradox Church. What exactly are we dealing with here? Well, there isn't much to say at this point, my lord, Beatrice replied, bowing her head slightly. To be honest, it's still in its infancy. The organization only recently began to take shape. We don't have an official cathedral or any grand structure to call our own. For now, we simply rent out a modest space, which acts as a temporary sanctuary for worship and gathering. And she hesitated. We lack an established emblem, no definitive symbol to represent the Lord of Paradox. Lucian blinked, momentarily puzzled, before narrowing his eyes at her. What are you talking about? Of course I have a symbol, it's the skull with the black sun emblazoned on its forehead, he said, glancing over his shoulder at Beatrice with confusion, while continuing to tinker with the enchantments on his ring. Beatrice gave him an uncertain look, her expression caught between amusement and exasperation. My lord, that symbol represents you, Lucian Blackheart, the man. The mortal. It does not represent the Lord of Paradox, the mythic figure people are beginning to whisper about. Lucian scoffed, briefly pausing his work. Are we the same? He asked, his voice carrying a note of disbelief. This is my church, isn't it? My title, my legend. Yes, and no, Beatrice said, uncertainty threading her tone. Yes, you are both one and the same in origin. But the Lord of Paradox is something more. A construct, an idea born from the stories you and Lady Annabeth wove together. He's becoming larger than life, a myth separate from the man. Lucian let out a contemplative hum, lips pressed into a thin line as he returned his focus to the intricate enchantments on his ring. But before he could dwell further, Edna's voice broke in unexpectedly. Why not make his symbol related to yours, my lord, she said, suddenly and without hesitation. Lucian and Beatrice both turned to look at her, mildly surprised. Beatrice raised an eyebrow. Do you even understand what we're talking about? She asked, her tone skeptical. Edna shrugged nonchalantly, a small fong poking from her mouth. I got the gist from context clues, she said with a slight hiss, undeterred by Beatrice's doubt. Lucian, intrigued despite himself, nodded once without looking away from the glowing symbols on his ring. Elaborate, he ordered. I don't have time to play guessing games. Just tell me what you're thinking. Edna stepped forward confidently. From what I've gathered, the Lord of Paradox is you, but also isn't. A contradiction. A walking, talking paradox. So why not design a symbol that reflects that duality? Something close to yours, but not quite the same. A subtle distinction. Lucian raised an eyebrow, glancing at her now. You said your personal symbol is a skull with a black sun on its forehead, Edna continued. So why not simplify it for the church? Make just the black sun the symbol for the Lord of Paradox. It's minimal, elegant, and meaningful. A black sun, after all, is a paradox in itself, darkness that shines. Something that defies logic. A contradiction that shouldn't exist, yet does. She took a breath and added with a proud gleam in her eyes, and it aligns perfectly with the second doctrine of hidden kindness, deeds in shadow shine brighter than glory in light. Lucian slowly straightened, his hands lowering from the ring as he considered her words. A flicker of admiration passed through his eyes. That, he said, his voice quieter now, thoughtful, that actually isn't a bad idea at all. Nicely done, Edna. Edna lit up instantly, her cheeks flushing with delight. She swayed side to side, unable to contain her joy. Hey, my lord praised me, he, she giggled, practically glowing with happiness. Beatrice had a faint look of jealousy lingering on her face, her lips tightening for just a moment before she let out a long, accepting sigh. I can't deny it, my liege. Edna's idea is genuinely brilliant. It serves your interests in more ways than one. Lucian arched an eyebrow, still delicately working on the final enchantment, removing the blood bond and replacing it with a more stable and powerful soul bond. And what exactly do you mean by that? Beatrice stepped closer, folding her arms as her eyes lingered on the intricate runes etched into Lucian's ring. The symbol of the black sun doesn't just serve as a powerful emblem, it functions as an anchor. It ensures that you and the Lord of Paradox do not accidentally split into two separate entities over time. The longer this mythology grows, the greater the risk that the persona becomes more than just a story. The symbol will act as a constant, one that reminds everyone, even yourself, that you and the Lord of Paradox are one and the same. Lucian paused, genuinely taken aback. Huh. I didn't even think about that possibility. That's actually very insightful. Honestly, the black sun fits all too well. He stood up slowly, now finished with the last adjustments to the ring. With quiet purpose, Lucian undid a few buttons from the top of his shirt and pulled the fabric aside, revealing a detailed tattoo inked into the center of his chest. It depicted the black sun in all its haunting glory, dark rays stretching outward like shadowy flames. Both Beatrice and Edna stared, eyes widening in surprise. Wait, is that a coincidence? Beatrice asked, her voice low and uncertain. There are no such things as coincidences, Lucian replied, his voice cool and matter-of-fact. He turned back around and began focusing on forming the soul bond, channeling his power into the enchanted ring now pulsing in his hand. Regardless, he continued, you've done well, Beatrice. Your insight and loyalty continue to prove invaluable. You're playing a crucial role in all of this. A faint glow began to radiate from Lucian's ring as he slid it in his ring finger. His eyes flickered shut, and the faint purple hue that once emanated from it, indicative of the Stygian steel core, began to fade. It was now replaced by a deep, ominous red aura, signaling the ring's new connection to his soul. He inhaled slowly, savoring the moment. The ring pulsed with increasing strength, its enchantments evolving in real time, fueled by his own soul and energy. They were no longer just etched runes, they were extensions of his will. Opening his eyes once more, Lucian exhaled calmly and turned his attention back to Beatrice. Since you've been in contact with Annabeth lately, I assume she told you about her own symbol? She did, Beatrice confirmed, nodding. She said her symbol was that of a crumbling tower held together by vines. Lucian nodded, unsurprised. Very fitting for her. He turned away, his tone shifting to one of authority. Anyway, I have a new mission for you. He reached into the shadows with one hand, and they reacted to his presence. His own darkness unfurled like smoke, revealing two neatly bound manuscripts which floated gently into Beatrice's awaiting hands. She looked down and read the titles aloud. A Trial of Tempest and Rage, she whispered, then looked at the second. The Rise of the Sea and Waves. These are the next steps, Lucian explained. During the last month, before Annabeth had to leave for her father, she used Nox to travel across the globe. Then she employed Nebula to create ruins, sites modeled after the stories we've been writing since the first book release. She's laid the groundwork for everything. He turned toward Edna. You've done well gathering materials, and now I'm assigning you a new task since you wish to be of use. You'll accompany and assist Beatrice on this mission. Edna lit up with visible joy, practically bouncing in place. Yes, my lord. I won't let you down. Lucian smiled faintly, before facing Beatrice again. Your role will be multifaceted. First, you are to impersonate Annabeth and myself if needed. Use Edna to assist if you need to be both of us. You'll publish these manuscripts as if they're newly released works. Wait a full month after release, then begin uncovering the ruins Annabeth created. He gestured with a hand, emphasizing each point as he spoke. You'll re-emerge in the mortal world as your archaeologist persona. When questioned, simply state you read the books, and were curious whether the stories, like last time, matched something real. And to your shock, they did. Lucian's tone deepened, carrying more weight now. From there, you'll revive the book club and reignite the church's momentum. But remember, this isn't just about me. The others must also be acknowledged. This is a pantheon, not a cult of one. He stepped forward slightly. And most importantly, do not focus solely on America. Expand globally. If everything continues to emerge only here, it'll draw suspicion. We need this to feel natural, widespread, and inevitable. Beatrice lowered her head in reverence. As you command, my lord. I will not fail you. Lucian waved his hand dismissively, his eyes glowing faintly. You have your orders. You're both dismissed. With those final words, Beatrice and Edna sank into the shadows beneath them. As they vanished, a lingering black fog curled in the air where they once stood. Chapter 276, Birthday Boy Part 1. Out in front of an unassuming apartment building stood a rather peculiar group. Leading them was none other than Lucian, striding forward with his usual swagger. Trailing behind him were Talia, Annabeth, Nico, Bianca, and a very disgruntled Clarice. Clarice crossed her arms and glared daggers at Lucian as they ascended the front steps. Did you really have to kidnap me from my own home? My mom's going to freak out, and let's not forget, it's barely been 2 days since we left the camp. Lucian simply shrugged, completely unfazed. Sorry, can't help it. Kidnapping people is kind of my thing. It's practically in my blood. Talia glanced around at the group, her expression thoughtful as her eyes narrowed. You know, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure Lucian's kidnapped every single person here at least once. Annabeth furrowed her brow. Wait, when did he kidnap you? I know he kidnaps me when I ask him to. I remember Nico and Bianca during that whole casino mess, that's obvious. And Clarice, well, that just happened. But what about you? As she spoke, Nox peeked out from her hair, eyes wide with embarrassment. He ducked back in immediately, not ready to face Lucian so soon. By contrast, Lucerna perched in Lucian's hair was laughing uncontrollably, pointing at Nox and slapping Lucian's head repeatedly as if replaying a private joke only she understood. Talia turned slightly pink, averting her gaze. During our date. Annabeth's eyes widened. That counts as kidnapping? Lucian, unbothered by the conversation, stepped up to the front door of the apartment. He placed a finger on the handle, his shadow creeping up the surface. It twisted and morphed until it formed a sleek black key that slid perfectly into the lock. With a soft click, the door opened as if it had always belonged to him. Bianca blinked in disbelief, staring at Lucian as he just casually opened it like he lived there his whole life. Do they even know we're coming? She asked hesitantly as they followed him inside. Not a clue, Lucian replied with a grin, already heading up the stairs. But I find life's more fun that way. They ascended past the first and second floors, each step echoing softly in the narrow stairwell. On the third floor, Lucian stopped before a door and knocked casually, as if it were a daily occurrence. After a moment, the door creaked open. Sally Jackson peeked out, blinking at the crowd on her doorstep. Her eyes widened as recognition hit her. Hello! They all greeted her with cheerful smiles. Sally's surprise turned to delight. I take it you're all here for Percy? They all nodded, a mix of anticipation and mischief dancing in their eyes. Did he know you were coming? She asked, one eyebrow arching in curiosity. All of them shook their heads in unison. Sally laughed and stepped aside, ushering them in. Well then, come on in. I was just finishing up. Percy! You have guests. Huh? Guests? Who would? Percy rounded the corner and froze mid-step, his eyes landing on the group of familiar faces standing in his living room like it was no big deal. Yo, Lucian said with a smirk. Happy birthday, Perseus, they all chorused. Percy's jaw dropped slightly, blinking as the words sunk in. Wait, whoa. Thanks? We come bearing gifts, birthday boy, Lucian added, lifting his hand as his shadow rose beside him, forming a sleek black gift box that materialized in his palm. Annabeth pulled a slim rectangular box from her own shadow. The others raised colorful gift bags, each decorated differently, revealing their varying degrees of wrapping effort, or lack thereof in Clarice's case. Sally's heart swelled as she took in the sight, her son, who once sat alone on his birthdays, now surrounded by friends who had traveled miles just to be with him. Her eyes misted over, and she wiped them quickly. "If I'd known you were coming, I would have made more food," she said with a smile tinged with regret. "Don't worry," Lucian replied smoothly, "we've got it covered. We came prepared for that exact scenario." "Wait," Percy cut him off, narrowing his eyes. "Did you make the food?" Lucian rolled his eyes and gave a lazy thumbs up. "Yes, I made it." Percy's serious expression broke into a grin as he raised a fist and silently shook it. Lucian's shadow rippled outward across the floor, and several shadow clones of himself emerged, each one carrying trays and containers of neatly packed food. They moved wordlessly, setting the dishes down beside the spread Sally had already prepared, as if this was all part of a well-rehearsed ritual. The others quickly began to make themselves at home, and soon, the birthday party was in full swing. Annabeth's summoned spirits floated gently through the room, helping Sally hook up the last of the decorations she had bought, balloons, streamers in sea green and blue, and a glittery banner that read, "Happy Birthday, Percy." Sally smiled warmly at the help, quietly impressed with the magical assistance. Talia, who loved chaos and making the most of the moment, smirked and looked over to Percy with a mischievous glint in her eye. She leaned back on her seat with a grin and asked loudly, "So, does your mom know the two of you are dating?" Percy's eyes widened in horror as he waved his hand furiously in front of his neck, silently begging her to stop. No, cut it. Cut it, he mouthed desperately, but it was already too late. It was as if a silent alarm had gone off. Sally's head snapped toward him with astonishing speed, her eyes narrowing into a glare that would have impressed even Medusa. "Percy Jackson," she exclaimed, voice sharp and full of disbelief. Percy flinched visibly and slowly turned toward Talia with a glare that promised revenge. "You really had to drop that on my birthday?" he asked, exasperated. Clarice, who had been leaning back casually, raised a brow as she crossed her arms. "What? Are you embarrassed of our relationship or something? Too ashamed to tell your mom?" Percy sighed and dragged a hand down his face. "No," he muttered, now fully resigned to the situation. He turned to his mother and straightened up, trying to sound more formal than he ever had in his life. "Mom, let me properly introduce you. This is Clarice LaRue, my girlfriend. And Clarice, this is my mother, Sally Jackson." Clarice gave a small nod and offered her hand. "Greetings," she said, surprisingly calm and composed. The tone caught everyone a bit off guard. She actually sounded polite. Sally's expression softened. She reached out and took Clarice's hand gently, giving it a light shake. "It's lovely to meet you, Clarice. I'm happy someone sees the good in my son. He's a wonderful boy, but definitely a handful. Please, take care of him." Clarice's ears turned red as she glanced aside, nodding. Sure," she said, almost sheepishly. "They grow up so fast." Lucian whispered dramatically, pretending to dab at imaginary tears with his sleeve, drawing amused looks from the others. "Actually," Annabeth said as she looked around, "I don't think we've properly introduced ourselves either." Realizing the oversight, everyone quickly stepped forward, offering names and handshakes in turn. Sally smiled graciously. "All right, let's see if I got this right: Clarice, Annabeth, Talia, Nico, Bianca, and Lucian." As she spoke Lucian's name, her eyes lingered on him for a moment before her smile widened knowingly. "You know, I've actually heard a bit about you from your mother." Lucian's entire posture stiffened. "Wait, hold on," he said, eyes narrowing. Suddenly his expression shifted to exaggerated outrage as he pointed at her dramatically. That's right. You just reminded me. How could you? You ruined me in the worst way imaginable. You told my mother about school. Everyone blinked in confusion. Even Percy was staring at him blankly. Lucian dropped to his seat with a groan, clutching his head. Do you know what you've done? Because of you, she actually made my father enrolled me in that torture chamber. Sally chuckled softly, utterly unbothered. Well, I'm glad she took my advice. School is important, Lucian. You can't just be spending all your time in camp. A well-rounded education is vital, especially for bright young men like yourself. She clapped her hands. Now then, I'll get back to preparing your plates. As she walked off, humming happily, Lucian watched her with narrowed eyes and twitching brows. Slowly, he turned toward Percy. Percy? Percy, still reeling from the earlier chaos, blinked. What now? Did your mother enjoy her visit to my father? Lucian asked, sounding sincerely curious. Percy tilted his head. Not that I'm aware of. Why? Lucian's expression darkened as he slowly stood up and summoned his scythe into his hands. Because it sounds like she wants to go back and see him again. Lucian, no, the others cried in unison as they lunged forward. They tackled him before he could take a single step, wrestling him back into his seat as he thrashed dramatically, scythe clutched in hand. Chapter 277, Birthday Boy Part 2. Everyone was gathered around the table, enjoying the vibrant meal laid out before them. Nearly every item on the plates had been dyed various shades of blue, giving the entire spread a bizarre yet oddly charming aesthetic. It looked like something out of a fantasy-themed cookbook, and the combination of aromas, colors, and laughter filled the room with warmth. Throughout the meal, Lucian kept throwing the occasional glare in Sally's direction. However, each time he did, he was swiftly smacked either by Talia, Bianca, or both at once. It had become a quiet game of keeping Lucian in line. Eventually, Sally gave him a peculiar look before asking, "You seriously cooked some of these dishes? They're unbelievable." Lucian blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting a compliment. He scratched the back of his head, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. "All right, you're okay in my book again," he said bashfully. The others rolled their eyes in shared exasperation, used to his antics by now. All except Nico, who had slumped back in his seat, lips covered in streaks of blue sauce, looking half-conscious. "Is he all right?" Sally asked with genuine concern, her eyes on Nico, who looked like he might pass out right there at the table. Nico weakly raised a trembling thumbs up. "I'm fine, ugh. I can't eat another bite." "Really? That's a shame. We were just about to bring out the cake," Sally said, a note of pity in her voice. "There is never such a thing as too much for a son of Hades." Nico suddenly roared with new energy, sitting upright like a reanimated corpse given purpose. "Ha ha. Spoken like my brother, all right." Lucian bellowed, laughing as he grabbed a napkin and gently wiped Nico's mouth. Bianca, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but smile softly. As Sally headed toward the kitchen to retrieve the cake, Percy sat back with a hand on his forehead, cringing slightly. "This is so weird. Why are you guys even here?" "It was mostly Lucian's idea," Annabeth said, nodding in his direction. "He thought it would be a good idea to gather everyone and celebrate your birthday together. It was a sort of break for us." "Speaking of everyone," Percy muttered, "has anyone heard from Grover lately?" There was a faint sadness in his voice. Of everyone in the room, Grover was the one Percy had known the longest, his best friend even before discovering he was a demigod. Talia sighed, leaning back. "Not since he left in July to search for Pan. I offered him a phone so he could keep in touch, but he turned it down," Lucian grumbled, crossing his arms. "Said being away from technology would improve his chances of finding the god of the wild. I even offered to give him some advice, but he said it was his job as a searcher to figure things out on his own. Stubborn satyr. I just hope he's safe out there," Percy said quietly, staring down at his empty plate. "He is safe," Lucian said with a confident scoff. "I gave him that druid staff I forged for him. That thing is packed with enough power to take down a small monster army. He'll be fine." Percy knew firsthand how powerful Lucian's creations were. The thought offered him some comfort, but before he could dwell on it further, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Everyone looked around the room as they were plunged into darkness. But then, the gentle flicker of candlelight drew their attention to the kitchen doorway. Sally stepped back into the room, carrying a blue frosted cake, the candles casting a soft glow on her smiling face. She walked toward the table slowly and began to sing in a gentle, loving voice. "Happy birthday to you." Percy's cheeks flushed crimson from embarrassment, especially as the rest of the group joined in, grinning and singing louder. "Happy birthday, dear Percy, happy birthday to you." Sally set the cake in front of him and ruffled his hair affectionately. "Now make a wish." Though still a little red in the face, Percy smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and thought to himself, "I wish Grover was safe on his journey." Then, with a deep breath, he blew out the candles. Just as Sally was about to slice the cake, a sudden knock at the door made everyone freeze. She paused, knife halfway down, then glanced toward Lucian and the others. "Did any of you invite someone else?" Everyone shook their heads, equally confused. Sally set the knife down and cautiously walked to the door. The room fell into tense silence as they watched her reach for the handle and slowly pull it open. Her eyes widened. Standing there, framed in the doorway with his sea-green eyes twinkling and an amused grin on his face, was none other than Poseidon himself. "Surprise the sea god," said cheerfully. Everyone sat frozen in stunned silence. Lucian slowly turned to Percy, eyes wide. "What the hell did you wish for?" Everyone grew tense the moment Poseidon stepped into the room. The air seemed to thicken as the god of the sea entered, his divine presence undeniable, even to the mortals. However, what quickly helped ease the tension was his unexpected and casual appearance. Poseidon wore a bright, loud Hawaiian shirt dotted with sea turtles and coral reefs, paired with khaki shorts and sandals. He looked more like someone returning from a beach resort than an Olympian god making a surprise visit. "Percy, happy birthday, son." Poseidon greeted warmly, walking forward with confident, relaxed strides. He placed a firm, yet gentle, side hug around Percy's shoulder. "Thanks, Dad," Percy replied, hesitant at first. But despite himself, a smile slowly tugged at the corners of his lips. He couldn't help it. That smile didn't go unnoticed. Poseidon's grin widened upon hearing the word Dad escape Percy's mouth. "So, what do you want for your birthday?" "I'm not really sure what kids your age are into these days." "Toys?" Clarice snorted loudly, turning her head to hide her laugh. Percy's face flushed crimson, already mortified. Lucian, meanwhile, was expressionless. His face remained a perfect mask of neutrality as he observed the exchange between Percy and his father. But Talia and Annabeth, who knew him better than anyone, noticed the subtle cracks beneath the surface. They watched closely as Lucian's hands clenched into fists at his sides, veins bulging across his forearms. His fingers dug so hard into his palms that his nails left crescent-shaped marks in the skin. They could see it clearly. Lucian wasn't holding himself back because he feared Poseidon, but because he didn't want to cause a scene. This was Percy's day. His first birthday with his father present. Lucian wasn't about to ruin that, no matter what inner turmoil he was suppressing. Talia, who stood closest to him, gently reached out and placed a supportive hand over his. She didn't speak. She didn't have to. The touch alone conveyed everything. "I'm glad I didn't miss the cake-cutting part," Poseidon said, looking around with a calm smile. "Although I'm a bit disappointed I missed you blowing out your candle." Sally, now slicing the cake into even pieces, handed out plates with a practiced grace. Meanwhile, Annabeth subtly whispered to the air beside her, "Distract him." Almost instantly, her four spirits, Lucerna, Nox, Ararius, and Nebula, fluttered toward Lucian and perched themselves on his legs. Nox and Lucerna immediately started bickering, and Aurelius curled into his stomach. Lucian, distracted now, blinked in mild exasperation and let out a small, faint smile. He began to cut tiny pieces of his slice and fed them to each spirit, making sure no one was left out. The sight was oddly wholesome. Annabeth sighed in quiet relief. Crisis averted, and new photo album entry saved, she thought gleefully, secretly snapping photos of Lucian gently feeding the spirits from his plate. Ah! Stupid Lucian and his stupid rule of waiting until we're older. Take me now, she screamed internally, her face a shade redder than usual. Poseidon glanced around at the group and nodded with appreciation. I didn't expect to see so many of you here today. It's honestly a pleasant surprise. Thank you for being there for my son. There were a few murmurs of modest acknowledgement. Slowly, the atmosphere began to relax as everyone grew more comfortable around Poseidon. After a few moments of idle chatting and teasing, Poseidon clapped his hands together, looking at Percy. So, should we start with the presents? I want to see what the others got you first, so I can figure out what kind of gift you'd actually like. Sure. Percy replied with a sheepish smile. He could see how hard Poseidon was trying to be involved, and despite the awkwardness, he appreciated it. Percy reached for the first gift, handed to him by Lucian. It was a simple box, unassuming in appearance. He opened the lid and blinked in confusion as he examined the contents, a few silvery white hairs, a small vial of crimson liquid, and several white, iridescent feathers. Lucian, not even looking up from the now sleeping pile of spirits on his lap, said calmly, Percy developed a hobby of collecting rare monster parts after our last quest. Think of this as an expansion kit. I'm his sponsor now. Poseidon raised an eyebrow and looked at his son. Monster parts? Seriously? But Percy's eyes widened in realization. He immediately recognized the components, exactly what he needed for his next potion. He had no idea how he was going to get them, until now. Yeah, Percy said, a genuine smile forming. You could say that. Thanks, Lou. This is perfect. Lucian lifted a hand and gave him a lazy thumbs up, still tending to his dozing spirit companions that have fallen asleep after getting full. Open mine next. Annabeth chimed in, clearly proud of her contribution. She handed Percy a small, rectangular box with a neat ribbon on top. Opening it, Percy found a pair of sleek, sea-green glasses. The tint shimmered slightly under the light. Are these? Yup, Annabeth said, unable to hide her smugness. Enchanted glasses to help with your dyslexia. You're welcome. Awesome! Percy grinned and immediately tried them on. I've always wanted a pair like Lucian's. He looked around. All right, be honest. How do I look? Like a total dork. 4 eyes. PFTTT, ha ha ha. Someone's clearly feeling themselves. Like you're trying way too hard to be cool. Maybe, wear them only on special occasions. You guys suck. Percy groaned, ripping the glasses off his face. The room erupted with laughter, and even Poseidon chuckled. Chapter 278, Equestrian Part 1. Rain poured relentlessly in the dead of night, soaking the city in sheets of silver and cloaking the skyline in thunderous, rolling clouds. Every few moments, jagged streaks of lightning split the sky, casting brief, eerie light across the darkened buildings and glistening rooftops. Atop one such rooftop stood 2 mysterious figures, motionless against the storm. Both wore long, black, elegantly tailored raincoats that billowed in the wind, their hoods drawn low to shadow their faces. Despite the obscurity, their eyes pierced the darkness, one pair glowed a deep, blood red, the other shimmered like polished silver under moonlight. They stood at the edge of the rooftop, silent and still, staring across the street toward a building opposite them. Their gaze was fixed on a single, lit window. Inside that room, a young black-haired boy lay sprawled across his bed, fast asleep, soft snores escaping his lips. Beside him, propped against the wall near the bed, was a large, glossy blue surfboard with a bright green gift ribbon tied neatly around it, a birthday gift, perhaps. The two figures remained silent, but there was a subtle tension in the air, as if they were communicating telepathically. Beneath their feet, the shadows on the rooftop began to churn unnaturally, rising like smoke, swirling and twisting around them with sentient energy. Within seconds, the shadows surged upward and engulfed them completely, swallowing them into darkness. They vanished. A lingering wisp of darkness danced in the wind before it, too, faded into the storm. Across the street, in the boys' room, a disturbance crackled through the air as the same shadows manifested silently. The two cloaked figures materialized beside the sleeping boy, now hovering ominously over his bed. Still soaked from the rain, one of the figures shifted slightly, and a single droplet of water slid from the edge of their hood. It fell gently, landing squarely on the boy's cheek. His eyes shot open. Twin pupils the color of the sea stared up in confusion and shock at the two hooded figures looming above him. Before he could scream, they moved swiftly. One of them dropped a black potato sack over his head, muffling his shout into a strangled cry as he thrashed about in panic. Within seconds, they grabbed him by the arms, and once more, the shadows rose, curling around the trio like dark mist. Then, silence. The room was empty again, as if nothing had ever happened, illuminated only by a final flicker of lightning arcing across the sky. Percy groaned as he was thrown unceremoniously into a chair. His heart pounded, and confusion clouded his senses. Before he could shout, the sack was pulled from his head, and his eyes snapped shut instinctively against the sudden brightness. Blinking rapidly to adjust, he squinted at the figures standing in front of him. The cloaked strangers pulled back their hoods and shrugged off their raincoats in dramatic unison, revealing themselves as none other than Lucian and Annabeth. Both immediately burst into uncontrollable laughter, doubling over, clutching their stomachs, and wheezing between breaths. "You should have seen your face. Oh my gods, that was priceless!" Annabeth cackled, tears forming in her eyes. "That was perfectly executed," Lucian added, grinning like a madman. 10 out of 10. Percy blinked again. Once. Twice. And then the realization slammed into him like a freight train. He had been kidnapped, in his sleep, by these two lunatics. "What the actual Hades is wrong with you two?" he exploded, leaping to his feet. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." Lucian and Annabeth hooped in victory, high-fiving each other with a triumphant smack before descending into fresh waves of laughter. "We're sorry, Percy," Annabeth managed through her giggles, "but come on. That was comedy gold." Lucian nodded, still chuckling. "You've got the survival instinct of a goldfish, man. You really need to work on that, ha ha ha." Percy groaned and sat back down, pressing a hand over his pounding chest. "I am seriously starting to hate both of you right now," Percy muttered, slumping back in the chair and exhaling sharply as he tried to calm his racing heart. "I already have a faint idea why you'd kidnap me, but couldn't this have waited until tomorrow? Did it really have to be in the middle of the night?" "Sorry, Perce, but nope," Lucian said, shaking his head with zero remorse. "Annabeth and I are going to be busy tomorrow, and we wouldn't have time to help you." This was the only window. Percy groaned and rubbed his forehead, already feeling the beginnings of a headache. "This is about the potion, isn't it? Since I already completed mine." "Yup," Annabeth confirmed, just as Aurelius emerged silently from her shadow. The metallic owl flew in, wings flapping soundlessly despite its size. Clutched in its talons was a sleek black gift box, and perched smugly on its head was Nox, sitting cross-legged as if enjoying the ride. "All right," Percy said, perking up slightly. "I'm actually kind of excited to get started. I wonder if I'll get any new, cool, powerful abilities this time." "Doubt it," Lucian and Annabeth said at the same time with perfectly timed deadpan delivery. "Huh? Why not?" Percy frowned as he began setting up the tools they handed him for potion making. Lucian crossed his arms and raised a brow. "Because the name of your potion is equestrian, Percy. Think about it." "Hey," Percy said, defensive. I might not know exactly what that means, but it can't be that bad. Annabeth sighed and rolled her eyes. Percy, it's just a fancy way of saying horse rider. Please tell me you're joking, Percy said slowly, dreading the answer. Lucian smirked. Nope. Now hurry up, horse whisperer. I already gave you all the ingredients you needed for your birthday. So quit whining and get to work. Percy groaned again and dragged a hand down his face. All right, but before I start, can I just ask, what the hell happened between you and my father? I'm not sure if anyone else noticed, but you were acting really weird. I mean, weirder than usual. I know you don't like him for what he did, but still. Lucian clicked his tongue in annoyance and glanced at Annabeth. He gave a small nod and she sighed. Lucian just found out something recently, Annabeth said gently. Medusa is actually his godmother. So now what your father did to her, it's a lot more personal. He was already furious, but now? It's deeper than that. Honestly, we're lucky it was your birthday, Percy. If it hadn't been, Lucian probably would have launched himself across the table and punched him. He held himself back, for you, and I was actually impressed. Lucian shot her a glare, clearly annoyed that she'd shared that last part. What? Percy said, eyes widening slightly. Wait, really? Lucian grumbled and walked away, flopping down into a nearby chair with his legs crossed and one hand buried in his pocket. Just get started on that stupid potion of yours so we can drop you off. Percy smirked faintly and nodded. Thanks, Lou, seriously. Get to work before I start regretting kidnapping you, Lucian grumbled in annoyance. Annabeth chuckled quietly, and Percy opened the box that Ararius had delivered. He began sorting through the rare and magical components inside. All right, let's see. 10 strands of unicorn tail hair, 10 milliliters of hippogriff blood, 15 wing feathers from a pegasus, and 1 single scale from a hippocampus. Yup, everything's here. Rolling up his sleeves and cracking his knuckles, Percy took a breath and began preparing the potion. Chapter 279, Equestrian Part 2. Percy stood in Lucian's underground basement, clutching a strange green potion with swirling brown splotches floating inside like muddy wisps trapped in slime. He turned it in his hands, watching the viscous liquid slosh slowly against the glass, and wrinkled his nose. Bringing it closer to his face, he took a cautious sniff. Smells like grass and an open meadow. Which is weird, considering I've never even been to an open meadow before. Lucian rolled his eyes, exhaling through his nose with a long, suffering sigh. Stop sniffing it like a weirdo and just drink the damn potion already. Annabeth chuckled beside him, clearly amused by the scene. Percy, cheeks tinged red with embarrassment, scratched the back of his neck and gave a sheepish smile. It's just. I know this is going to hurt. Like, a lot. Is there seriously no way to numb the pain first? Believe it or not, Annabeth said, folding her arms and shaking her head, the pain is a crucial part of the ritual. It's a reminder that we're human, and that we shouldn't grow arrogant with power. That's a stupid reason, Percy muttered under his breath, frowning. Percy, Annabeth said, deadpan and unamused, drink the damn potion. All right, geez. Percy grumbled. He raised the potion in a mock toast, remembering Lucian's previous words, as if saying goodbye to his internal organs, and shut his eyes tight. Here goes nothing. He downed the potion in one go, the liquid sliding thick and cold down his throat. He smacked his lips afterward, surprised. Huh, it kind of tastes like green apples. That's not so bad. Hey, look at that, nothing's happening. Maybe I'm safe aft, ig. His sentence was cut off by a sharp, guttural cry as his body spasmed. He dropped to the ground, doubled over in agony. The glass vial rolled across the floor and shattered against the stone wall. Lucian and Annabeth exchanged an unimpressed glance, both shaking their heads. Dumbass, they said in perfect unison. Both of them had seen this too many times. The potion always hurts. If it didn't hit instantly, it just meant the effects were delayed, and often worse. They stood over Percy, watching him writhe and groan on the cold basement floor. "This is going to take a while," Annabeth said, staring over at his twitching body as she walked toward Lucian. She plopped down into his lap, have done this a dozen times before, and summoned a holographic projection from her palm. A semi-transparent blueprint of a building hovered between them. "Should we start working on the Coven's base?" she asked, adjusting the angle of the display. Lucian glanced at Percy, who was now clawing at the floor like it owed him money, and shook his head. "Nah, let's wait until he's done. I won't be able to concentrate with all that screaming." "Fair enough," she replied, dispelling the hologram and leaning back against his chest, visibly relaxing as she intertwined her fingers with his. Several agonizing minutes later, Percy was finally still. He was panting hard, on all fours, sweat dripping from his chin to the floor. His voice was raspy as he muttered, "Words cannot begin to describe how much I hate that. Please, please tell me it gets easier?" Lucian scoffed, laughing in amusement. "Quite the opposite, actually. The deeper you go, the worse it gets." Percy let out a pitiful whimper and collapsed onto his side, curling up like a cat. "Why am I even doing this to myself?" Annabeth ignored his cries, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "So, what abilities did you get?" Percy groaned but slowly closed his eyes, focusing on the internal shift within him. After a few seconds, he spoke. "Enhanced attributes, basic agility and acrobatics upgraded to intermediate. New abilities. Hoofbeat pulse, a concussive shockwave can be generated from a strong stomp or landing, disrupting magical energy and knocking back enemies. Beast aspect, temporarily borrowed traits from nearby wild animals, eagle sharp vision, the brute strength of an ox, or the acute smell of a wolf. Animal empathy, sense, calm, and connect with animals emotionally and mentally, especially herd creatures like horses or deer. Mount mastery, ride and bond with any mountable creature, including magical or wild beasts, with natural ease. Spectral reins, conjure fitting gear for any mount, allowing for complete harmony between rider and creature." "Well, that sucks," Percy muttered, pouting like a kid. "Honestly? Could be a lot worse," Lucian said with a casual shrug. "You just need to get creative with them. Every power has its moment, you just have to figure out when and how to use them. I guess." Percy mumbled, still visibly disappointed. Lucian rolled his eyes at Percy's whining. "Want to know what my second sequence, Artisan, gave me?" Percy perked up slightly. "Yes," he said, realizing he doesn't know much about the kinds of abilities Lucian gained. "One of the skills literally just gives me steady and precise hands," Lucian said, lifting his hand and wiggling his fingers. "Seriously?" Percy deadpanned. "Yup, but with that my crafting abilities increased, so did my archery and weapon wielding. So although they might not seem much at first, they all have their uses. Not to mention your abilities grow as you progress, so although they might not seem like much now, who knows what they would be like in the future," Lucian explained. "Alright, I get it, I'll stop complaining. But I swear, my next set of abilities better be so much better," Percy muttered, pushing himself up from the floor and brushing dirt off his shorts with exaggerated frustration. "I honestly don't doubt it," Lucian said with a half smile, blowing his hair from his face. "So, ready to head home?" "Oh my gods, yes please," Percy groaned, tilting his head back dramatically. "I'm exhausted, mentally and physically. That potion felt like it tried to murder my soul." Lucian chuckled and gently tapped Annabeth's waist to get her to move. "Come on, I'll take him back." Before he could finish, Annabeth huffed and crossed her arms. "Nope. I'm comfy. Knox, take Percy home, please." From behind her, a soft chime echoed, and a tiny shadowy creature zipped forward in his adorable chibi form. "Yes, Mama," Knox said dutifully, fluttering over and perching himself on Percy's head like a living hat. Percy gave them a tired but grateful grin. "Good night, guys. Thanks for everything," really, he gave a lazy two-finger salute. "Appreciate the help." "Anytime, Perce," both Lucian and Annabeth echoed together in casual unison. But the harmony quickly vanished as soon as he did. "Don't call him that," Lucian deadpanned, turning his gaze toward Annabeth with narrowed eyes. "What?" she asked innocently, leaning further into his chest. Lucian's tone turned flat. "No nicknames." Annabeth blinked, then snickered. "Wait, you're serious right now?" Lucian just stared at her blankly, eyes unreadable. Her smile widened in amusement as she tilted her head. Okay. I won't call him any friendly names, he. What about something like Seaweed Br, MMPH? Her eyes shot wide open as Lucian swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. His eyes darkened with a cold, possessive glint that sent a chill up her spine and made her cheeks flush pink. "That's even worse," he said quietly, but firmly. "His name is Percy. Stick to that. No need for pet names or playful banter between the two of you." Annabeth nodded slowly, her eyes glimmering with mischief despite the situation. As soon as he pulled his hand away, her lips curved into a wide grin. He, she giggled, swaying side to side like a lovesick teenager. "So you love me, huh?" Lucian groaned, turning his face away in annoyance. "Let's just start working on this stupid coven building before you drive me insane." Annabeth smirked victoriously and lifted his chin, kissing his cheek in an overly dramatic gesture. "I love you too, my overprotective Lucy." A faint blush bloomed across Lucian's otherwise pale face, though he tried to ignore it. They both shifted to get more comfortable. Lucian crossed his legs and gently pulled Annabeth back onto his lap, his arms snug around her waist. With a flick of her fingers, Annabeth used her ability, blueprint projection, and a holographic structure burst to life in front of them, suspended in the air like a miniature fortress of glowing blue lines. Lucian leaned over her shoulder, studying the model intently. "We're going to need time to gather the materials for this. Nothing too complicated, but there's a lot of it." Annabeth rotated the projection, tweaking parts of the floor plan with precision. "We also need to settle on a good location. Somewhere concealed but easily accessible. And then there's the enchanting process. That alone could take weeks." Not really," Lucian said confidently. "With my magic scaling up recently, I can cover most of the base enchantments myself. It'll speed things up drastically." "True," Annabeth admitted. "Plus, we've got Nebula. Her mist can fabricate a lot of the physical materials we need, assuming she doesn't get lazy." Lucian nodded. The two of them started creating floors with different purposes like a potion lab, a personal library, and a full training space. Annabeth hummed dutifully as she zoomed in on a section and added structural reinforcements. "If we coordinate with your shadows for labor, we could actually have this done before the end of the month, just in time before school starts again." Lucian froze. His whole expression deadpanned as he slowly let his forehead drop into Annabeth's hair. "Udhai, don't remind me." She smirked. "You act like school is a death sentence." "It is," he grumbled, muffled against her hair. "I'm burning the place down the moment the school year begins." Annabeth just laughed, the sound echoing softly around the basement as their magical blueprint glowed brighter between them. Chapter 280, Blackheart Construction. Lucian, Annabeth, and Talia made their way through the thick, dew-drenched forest of Northern California, the very place where Lucian had spent the majority of his childhood. Towering redwoods loomed above them, their trunks cloaked in moss and their branches swaying gently in the wind. The earthy scent of wet bark and fresh rain lingered in the air. Lucian wore a sleeveless black hoodie, his hands tucked into his pockets as he took a deep breath, savoring the forest's damp aroma. The soft squelching of mud underfoot accompanied their steps. "Ah," he sighed, a wistful smile tugging at his lips. "I remember running for my life through these woods, living off whatever I could catch, mostly birds. I had to survive on my own for a long time. Feels like ages ago when it was only a couple of years." Annabeth gave him a side eye, her brow furrowed slightly, while Talia, more understanding, nodded slowly. "Luke and I, we had it rough too. There was a time when we had to catch, cook, and eat mice just to survive. Not exactly the proudest chapter of our lives, she said, grimacing at the memory. Lucian took me to hotels and made sure I was well fed, Annabeth added, pressing her index fingers together as a blush crept up her cheeks. She batted her eyes playfully at Lucian. Talia chuckled. Honestly, after we met the two of you, our quality of life skyrocketed. Well, mostly thanks to Lucian. She glanced at him, her expression softening with gratitude. Lucian smirked and rolled his eyes dramatically as he stepped over a thick branch. If you love me, just say so already. Before Talia could fire back with a witty remark, Annabeth suddenly stopped in her tracks, eyes wide and distant. Whoa! What is it? Lucian and Talia asked in unison, turning their attention toward her. Annabeth's gaze remained fixed ahead, a shimmer of mystical light flickering across her irises as she activated her mystic insight ability. The warding up ahead. It's unbelievably strong. Lucian, I've said this once and I'll say it again, your mother was incredible. This is unlike anything I've ever seen before. In Annabeth's enhanced vision, the area ahead was cloaked in a thick magenta veil, like a giant silk curtain interwoven entirely with ancient, resilient magic. It looked almost like a mystical circus tent, elegant, powerful, and imposing, a fortress made of shimmering enchantment. I thought my own wards were impressive, but your mother's work? This is on another level, Annabeth said, her voice filled with awe. You were right to choose this place as the base for your coven. Honestly, it's more secure than even our underground bunker back at Camp Half-Blood. She turned to speak to Lucian, only to realize he had vanished. A moment later, his head appeared, floating comically in midair as if detached from his body, the rest of him still invisible. Well, are you two just going to stand there, or are you coming in? He asked, grinning. It's not that we don't want to, Annabeth replied, frowning slightly, it's that we can't. The ward is bound to your bloodline. After your mother passed, the ownership must have transferred to you. That makes this place impenetrable to anyone who isn't explicitly invited in. It's like vampire folklore, we can't enter without permission. PHTTT, Lucian snorted. In that case. Annabeth Chase and Talia Grace, I formally invite you inside. He paused, then smirked. That kind of rhymed. Immediately, the shimmering veil parted like a stage curtain, revealing a clear path. Annabeth and Talia stepped forward. Annabeth watched in awe as the magic granted them passage. But what awaited them inside left them blinking in confusion. The inner space was completely barren, no signs of anything, it was a completely empty space. They turned to Lucian, who now stood beside them with a sheepish smile, scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, about that. I came back here a while ago and, stored everything inside my shadow. They both gave Lucian a strange look before exchanging amused glances and shaking their heads. Lucian simply cracked his knuckles with a confident grin and asked, Shall we get started? I'm honestly just here to watch, Talia replied with a shrug. And because I don't want to be left by myself. Annabeth meanwhile nodded in confirmation to Lucian's words. Since both Annabeth and Lucian were geomancers, the pair instinctively began preparing the terrain. Annabeth took the lead, rolling up her sleeve and stepping into the clearing. She extended her hand, activating one of her ability, blueprint projection. Instantly, a glowing, full-scale architectural blueprint materialized in the center of the clearing, the holographic lines of the structure flickering slightly as it hovered above the ground. Talia blinked in astonishment. Whoa! You never told me your projections could get that big. Annabeth gave a humble smile. I never said they couldn't. Meanwhile, Lucian stepped forward and spread his arms. Magical circles ignited on both of his palms, glowing with a deep dark red hue. As he raised his hands, the earth in front of them trembled and began to rise, massive chunks of dirt and grass lifting into the air under his command. The ground was reshaped like soft clay in the hands of an expert potter. With precision, Annabeth took over, guiding a floating pillar of soil and mud and shaping it meticulously into uniform bricks. The process was fluid, refined, like she'd done this 1,000 times before. From within her pocket, Nebula emerged, first as a small, chibi version, then unfolding into her larger humanoid form. Morphing her appearance to match Lucian's, she placed a hand over the bricks, transforming their composition into more durable materials. Talia stared, eyebrows furrowed. Wait, why go through all this effort? Can't you just conjure the whole building using the mist or something? Lucian snorted, clearly amused. What do you think the mist is, some kind of omnipotent miracle vending machine? He focused ahead as continued, there's always a price for manipulating reality. Creating something from nothing takes a ridiculous amount of energy. Changing the properties of something that already exists is a lot more efficient. He didn't turn to face her as he was focused at work and explained. To put it in perspective, changing the properties of a single brick might cost me 0.001% of my magic. But creating that same brick from nothing? That would take 0.1%. Talia gave him a deadpan stare. That doesn't sound like a huge difference. Lucian smirked. That's where you're wrong. You're underestimating how fast that adds up. With that 0.1%, I could create 1,000 bricks. But with the same amount, if I'm just modifying materials, I could change 100,000. Talia's eyes widened. Okay, whoa. Yeah, that's a massive difference. I'll leave the wizardry to the professionals then. Lucian chuckled, pleased by her response, and focused back on the task at hand. The assembly line was growing more efficient by the second. The terrain shifted continuously as Lucian manipulated the ground from far and wide, making sure the area didn't become uneven or riddled with empty patches. He carefully redistributed the displaced soil to keep the field level. Then, with a mischievous grin and dramatic flair, he shouted, "All right, come out boys. It's time to get paid minimum wage. Put on your hard hats, kiss your wives and kids goodbye. I'm not covering safety hazards or medical insurance today, so don't get injured on the job." Annabeth and Talia both blinked in disbelief, staring at him as his shadow began to ripple and expand unnaturally. From the dark mass emerged Lucian's cobblestone soldiers, hulking, humanoid constructs made of solid stone and magical shadow energy. They lined up with near military precision, forming an eerily efficient assembly line of their own. Each shadow soldier grabbed a brick, passed it down the line, and placed it carefully according to Annabeth's projected blueprint. The coordination between the blueprint, the magic, and the soldiers created an impressive display of magical engineering, methodical and fast. "I'm just saying," Lucian said proudly, watching his troops work with a smug smile, "if we ever opened up Blackheart's construction, we'd be making bags of gold." Chapter 281, Blackheart Castle. A few days later. Talia watched with wide eyes as Lucian stood in the center of a magical tempest, the crystal ball floating effortlessly beside him. The air around him shimmered with raw energy. It was a mystical, almost sacred sight, something so wondrous that it stole her breath away. Lucian moved with deliberate precision, his fingers etching glowing symbols into the air. Each movement was smooth yet purposeful. The symbols glowed with a shifting palette of colors, mostly inky black and deep crimson, forming long strings of enchantments that seemed to pulse with energy. They twisted and curled like serpents in flight, swirling around him in a cyclone. The spiraling tendrils reached skyward, each rune and sigil feeding into the next like a living chain of command. Beside him stood Annabeth, her own hands glowing faintly as she added her magic to the stream. Her enchantments sparkled with a pale silver hue that interwoven with Lucian's crimson symbols, creating a mesmerizing dance of contrasting colors. Together, their combined magic formed a brilliant lattice of red and silver energy that hovered in the air. Time passed slowly as the spellwork continued. After what felt like an eternity, Annabeth's body gave out, her knees buckling slightly. Talia, alert and swift, rushed to her side and caught her just before she collapsed completely. "Why are you even pushing yourself so hard?" Talia grumbled, her voice edged with concern as she glared down at Annabeth's pale, sweat-slicked face. The dark circles under her eyes were more pronounced now, her exhaustion clear. I wanted to lighten his load," Annabeth murmured, her voice ragged and weak. "Even if it was only a little." I know I don't have the same reservoir of magic he does, but I'm confident in the strength of my wards." She sagged against Talia, her limbs trembling from fatigue, and her breath came in shallow gasps. Her magic now flickered before vanishing completely. She gave a weak chuckle and tried to stand straighter. "I'm fine." "Really," she added, though her faltering tone betrayed the lie. Lucian, meanwhile, didn't respond or even glance in their direction. His expression was stoic, his eyes locked on the swirling maelstrom of symbols above him. The patterns he traced in the air grew even more complex, glowing brighter with each stroke. They pulsed in sync with the ambient energy, arcs of red lightning crackling at the edges. He raised his other hand, now using both to guide the enchantments. The strain on him was evident, his breathing heavier, his stance more rigid, but the results were immediate. The intensity of the spellwork doubled. "Thanks," he muttered under his breath, clearly aware of Annabeth's support but unable to afford even a second of distraction. The pillar of spell strings soared higher, a towering monument. The crystal ball, once radiant, had begun to dim. Its core pulsed slower and slower until it turned a dull, lifeless gray. At the exact moment its last flicker of energy vanished, Talia stepped forward and gently caught it before it could fall, cradling it in her hands. Lucian's own magic reserves kicked in, the air tightening as he drew from his inner well of power. Annabeth, still recovering in Talia's arms, managed a breathless laugh as she watched him work. He's writing a novel," she said with admiration. "Look at how much he's written already." For over 30 minutes, Lucian continued, weaving together strands of symbols and imbuing them with intent. Eventually, his movements slowed, his fingers drifting slightly as the magic began to take its final shape. With a deep inhale, Lucian lowered both palms, pressing the air downward as he closed his eyes. Then, with his right palm upright before him and 2 fingers raised to the sky, he began the final sequence. The glowing strings of enchantments responded, shifting and coiling like silk threads. The symbols began to descend from above, cascade downward toward his waiting hand. He directed the flow carefully, drawing the enchantments into his open palm, where he guided them with his 2 fingers. The arcane strings began to roll into a compact form, like thread being wound into a ball. He continued the motion, the glowing lines spiraling down into the growing orb of magic. It was mesmerizing, the curtain of glowing symbols ascending in unison, gradually forming a solid sphere. Within moments, a perfect sphere, roughly the size of a basketball, hovered above his palm. It glowed with pulsating red and silver light, swirling with intricate runes and flowing sigils that moved like a living language. "All right, that is awesome," Talia breathed, awe and wonder in her voice. "It really is beautiful," Annabeth added softly, her strength slowly returning as she stood with Talia's support. Lucian, holding the orb of spells in one hand, turned to face the towering structure behind him. The black castle loomed like a relic, built from a dark, unknown material that gleamed dully under the enchantment's glow. Its towering spires reached skyward, and a staircase of shadowed stone led to an ominous crimson wooden door. Lucian extended the spell orb forward. The glowing sphere burst into countless strands that surged ahead like serpents. The strands raced up the steps and across the castle's walls, embedding themselves into the structure. Runes and sigils wrapped around every surface, infusing each brick and stone with magic. The entire structure began to glow with a deep, shimmering red hue, accented by threads of silver magic. Then, to Talia's amazement, the massive structure began to tremble. The earth beneath it shifted as it rose into the air, and slowly, impossibly, the castle began to compress. Like an accordion folding in on itself, the enormous building shrank in size, collapsing neatly and seamlessly into a miniature version of itself, small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. "Lucian," Talia called out, stunned. "What kind of enchantments did you just put on that thing?" Annabeth let out a delighted laugh, eyes gleaming. "I know some of them. I helped him create a few, and I was reading the layers as he built them." He didn't hold out, it seems. Lucian snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the miniature castle expanded, rapidly growing back to its full, towering form. However, Instead of settling on the ground, it remained suspended in the air, floating effortlessly as if resting atop invisible winds. Annabeth stepped closer, still catching her breath, but now grinning with excitement. "You want to explain some of the things you added?" "Some of the features are really cool," she said, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Lucian crossed his arms proudly. "Basically, Castle Blackheart." "Absolutely not," Talia interrupted flatly, arms folded and eyebrow raised. Annabeth couldn't help but snicker. Lucian looked between the two, visibly confused. "What? What's wrong with that?" "Not everything has to be named Blackheart, you know," Talia said, rolling her eyes. "Did you build it?" Lucian asked, without missing a beat. Talia opened her mouth, caught off guard. Well, no." "Then your opinion has zero value," Lucian replied with a small pout, turning back to admire his creation. Talia's response was silent but eloquent. She raised her middle finger with all the grace of a lady. Lucian cleared his throat, brushing it off with faux professionalism. "Anyway, as I was saying, about Castle Blackheart of the Blackheart Coven, name still pending," he added in a mumble under his breath, though it was loud enough for both girls to hear. "My favorite enchantment by far," he continued with a grin, "is the summoning mechanic. You can summon this place through any door." Talia tilted her head. "Wait, really? How?" "I had to get some help from my mother for that part," Lucian admitted, "but if you're registered to the castle's wards, you can knock a specific sequence on any door, speak the activation phrase, and boom. When you open the door, you're not walking into any old room anymore. You're stepping straight into the castle." Both girls looked genuinely impressed, and Lucian wasn't done. "The castle is semi-sentient," he said, pacing slightly as he explained. "It responds to verbal commands from recognized individuals. Say, for example, take me to the bathroom, and the layout will shift. The next door you open? Bathroom. It reorganizes its entire structure to suit your needs in real time." "That's honestly impressive," Talia admitted. "It gets better," Lucian said with a grin. "The interior space is virtually infinite. You could fit an entire city inside if you wanted. The place is practically a high-level artifact now. There's also a memory vault," he added, almost offhandedly. "A magical archive where you can store books, spells, maps, heck, even actual memories. Speak a keyword, and the Hall of Knowledge will project exactly what you're looking for, down to the last detail." "I may have gone a little overboard," Lucian said, clearly pleased with himself. Talia let out a low whistle. "You really went all out, huh?" "Oh, that's not even the half of it," Lucian replied smugly. "There's the castle's active defense systems. Let's just say it can transform into a colossal golem and defend itself if attacked, but that story's for another time." Talia narrowed her eyes playfully. "Is there anything else we should know?" Lucian smirked. "If I started listing every enchantment, we'd be here until next week. It's more fun if you find them out for yourselves anyway. Gives the place a bit of mystery." He stretched his arms over his head with a satisfied sigh, looking at the towering spires above. "Anyway, let's go get Medusa. I want to give her the grand tour of her new place, with everyone." Annabeth leaned over and whispered to Talia with a mischievous smile, "This place should just be called Lucian's Harem Palace." Talia stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking as she let out a short chortle. Lucian froze mid-step, shooting a flat, unimpressed look their way. He rolled his eyes dramatically. "I'll be back," he muttered, and without another word, he vanished into the shadows. Chapter 282, First Day of School. Lucian lounged in the back of the limo, slouching into the luxurious leather seat, his back half sunken into the cushions as he held his phone above his face, scrolling absently. The interior hummed softly with the motion of the car. Beside him, Nico bounced enthusiastically on the seat, unable to contain his excitement. Across from them, Bianca sat with her arms crossed, while Talia relaxed at her side, watching Lucian with a look of amused curiosity. Lucian noticed. "What?" he growled, lowering his phone slightly and narrowing his crimson eyes at her. Bianca absent-mindedly looking out the window, while Talia briefly smiled. "Nothing," she said with a grin, "just reminiscing about the tantrum you threw this morning. It was definitely something. It wasn't that bad," Lucian muttered, pouting as he turned his head away with exaggerated drama. Both Bianca and Nico gave him deadpan stares, their unimpressed expressions synchronized. Flashback, that morning. "I'm going to kill myself," Lucian screamed as he shoved the barrel of a handgun into his mouth. "I swear to the gods I'll die before I set foot in a school." His voice was muffled by the metal, tears streaming freely down his pale cheeks. "Lucian, you absolute dumbass." Talia and Bianca shouted in unison as they lunged for his arm, trying yanking the weapon away and struggling. "I mean it! I'm going to do it!" Lucian roared, struggling as though the very idea of academia was a death sentence. Flashback end. Lucian folded his arms and huffed. "Okay, fine. Maybe I overreacted a little. But if I were really being dramatic, I would have pulled the damn trigger." He glanced toward Talia with a smirk. "The only silver lining in this whole nightmare is that you're faking your age and pretending to be 15. Watching you suffer like that? Honestly, it gave me a reason to get out of bed." Talia gave him a blank look just as the limo rolled to a slow stop in front of an imposing building. It was a sprawling campus, a prestigious boarding school that housed every grade level from elementary to high school. Even Talia was enrolled, thanks to the peculiar arrangements they'd made. Through the tinted windows, they could see dozens of students moving about, children and teenagers of varying ages and ethnicities, chattering, laughing, or rushing to class. A few paused, turning curious eyes toward the sleek black limo. Lucian opened the door and stepped out with calculated calm, slinging his bag over his shoulder with an effortless grace. To some of the girls nearby, those his age or slightly older, his emergence felt like something out of a soap opera. His look certainly helped. His dark hair, though tousled, was slicked back with a rebellious elegance. His piercing red eyes gave off a strange, alluring edge, and his porcelain skin made him look almost ethereal. The high cheekbones, the sharp jawline, everything about him screamed someone of importance, of mystery. Turning back, Lucian extended a hand into the limo. Talia accepted it, stepping out beside him as a few younger boys turned to gawk, eyes following her as she adjusted her uniform. Bianca emerged next, followed by Nico. She eyed Lucian with mock offense. "Oh, I see. No hand for me," she said, arching a brow. "I was really hoping you'd trip," Lucian replied without missing a beat, glancing over his shoulder with a crooked grin. "Would have been hilarious to watch you faceplant on your first day." "I should have helped you pull that damn trigger," Bianca muttered darkly, slamming the door shut. Lucian snickered, joined by Nico, who giggled uncontrollably beside him. Meanwhile, Talia had already stepped forward toward another girl being dropped off just ahead, a girl who was currently waving goodbye to her father with a strained, tight-lipped smile. "Annabeth." Talia strolled over and offered a casual nod. "I take it things are going well with your dad, since Lucian hasn't had to kidnap you yet?" Annabeth shrugged. "It's all right, I guess. Lucian visits most nights, so that makes it bearable. And I can tell my dad's trying. So I figure I should at least try too." Talia raised her brows, impressed. "Wow. That's surprisingly mature of you." Annabeth rolled her eyes. "What do you take me for? I am mature. I'm a growing woman, thank you very much." Talia smirked. "Sure. A growing psycho who only has Lucian on her mind." "Not just my mind," Annabeth said with a dreamy smile, "but my heart and soul too." Without warning, she dashed toward Lucian and threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly. Talia sighed and facepalmed before following the others toward the main building with the crowd of students pouring in from every direction. Lucian, holding Nico's small hand, walked him toward the elementary section of the boarding school. "You got it?" Lucian asked as they finished getting his class schedule, kneeling beside him with a rare softness. Nico nodded enthusiastically, clutching his paper schedule in both hands. I'll be fine. This is going to be awesome. Lucian ruffled his hair affectionately. All right, go get him, Tiger. But if anyone messes with you, just scream my name dramatically and I'll be there in 5 seconds flat. Get a punch in or two, just make sure not to kill them. I'll hold you to that. Nico grinned, running off to join a small group of kids standing near their classroom entrance. Meanwhile, Talia wandered alone through the high school wing, her expression a mix of mild boredom and intrigue. She glanced around at the brightly colored bulletin boards and the overly enthusiastic posters about school spirit. As much as she pretended not to care, part of her was curious about the normal high school experience she never got to have. She figured she might as well try it once. Back in the middle school wing, Lucian, Annabeth, and Bianca exited the main office, each holding a copy of their class schedule. Yes! Annabeth squealed, punching the air. We're all in the same homeroom. She turned to Lucian and batted her lashes dramatically. It must be fate. Lucian raised a brow. Maybe. Bianca chuckled beside them. At least it won't be so bad. I do feel kind of bad for Talia, though. She's going to be on her own. But I'm not too worried about Nico, he makes friends faster than anyone I know. They made their way down the crowded hallway, dodging students of all ages and backgrounds. Several heads turned as they passed, some people whispering, others openly staring. Whether it was Lucian's striking appearance, Annabeth's confidence, or Bianca's elegance, they were attracting attention without even trying. Annabeth leaned in toward the others and whispered, "Do you think we should have made Talia our age too? That way she could have been in our class." Lucian shrugged. 1, it's a little late for that now. And 2, Talia needs to socialize with people her own age for once. She's always been stuck in weird age gaps with us. Lucian gave her a small smile. Of course, not to mention it's just a few hours. I'm sure she can take being away from us for that short time. As they stopped outside their homeroom, a woman with ginger hair tied in a tight bun and sleek glasses stood at the door, welcoming her new students with a practiced smile. Good morning. Oh, her eyes narrowed slightly at Lucian. School policy, no overt accessories, meaning no colored contact lenses. We expect natural eye colors only. Lucian blinked, confused. Color? I'm not wearing contacts. These are my natural eyes. She raised an eyebrow skeptically. Do you have a doctor's note to confirm that? Lucian turned toward Annabeth in disbelief. Did this bitch just ask me for a doctor's note because my eyes are the color red? Language, the teacher snapped, aghast at his tone. Language is what you're going to have trouble speaking if you keep acting stew, HMM. Bianca suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth, her expression one of exhausted horror. I'm terribly sorry for my brother's behavior, she said smoothly, smiling at the teacher. He's mentally challenged. It's just how he was born. A true tragedy, really. But he tries his best. Bless his poor, tortured soul. Lucian's eyes went wide with disbelief, muffled noises escaping as he stared at her like she had completely lost her mind. Annabeth, meanwhile, was leaning against the doorframe, stifling her laughter as tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. This is already turning out to be the best first day ever, she wheezed, holding her stomach. Chapter 283, First Day of School Part 2. Lucian sat slumped in one of the last rows of the classroom, his body tense, his fingers digging into his sleeves as he silently fought back the overwhelming urge to break down into frustrated, soul-crushing sobs. He kept his head low, hoping no one would notice the war he was waging within himself. In front of him sat Annabeth, calm and radiant as ever, while behind him Bianca idly tapped her pencil, looking both amused and slightly concerned. This is torture of the highest order, Lucian thought bitterly, his eyes fixed on the uninspiring wooden desk. He paused for a moment before another, darker thoughts slipped into his mind. I should make someone I hate go through this. Trap them in an illusion and make them experience every excruciating second, then they'll truly understand what suffering means. Just then, Annabeth leaned back slightly, her head tilting enough so she could glance at him. A warm, affectionate smile spread across her face, the kind that reached her eyes and made his frustration waver. Lucian sighed, his fingers brushing against the side of her head as he held her gently. "What?" he asked, his voice tired but not unkind. "Nothing," she whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. "I'm just happy I get to experience this with you." He blinked, momentarily caught off guard, and his shoulders dropped slightly as a reluctant smile threatened to pull at the corner of his lips. Maybe, just maybe, Annabeth's presence was the one thing making this miserable experience tolerable. More students gradually poured into the classroom, filling the remaining seats. They were all dressed in the same standard uniform, a black blazer over a crisp white button-down shirt with a red tie. Lucian wore matching black slacks, while Annabeth and Bianca wore pleated skirts with high-knee socks. Despite their differing styles, the uniform gave them a strange, unified identity. Once the final students had taken their seats and the classroom was buzzing with soft chatter, their homeroom teacher entered. She strode toward the blackboard at the front of the class with the kind of purposeful confidence that made everyone instinctively sit up a little straighter. "Good morning, boys and girls," she began, her voice clear and commanding. "You can all refer to me as Mrs. Ferguson. I will be your homeroom teacher for the year, as well as your history and social studies instructor." Mrs. Ferguson was a woman in her late 30s, with shoulder-length ginger hair, smart glasses perched on her nose. She made her way to the desk position on the left side of the classroom, coincidentally, the same side where Lucian's row was, and glanced at the sea of faces before her. "I'm sure some of you are already acquainted," she said, picking up the attendance sheet, "but I've been informed that for others, today marks your first day at this institution. So, to break the ice, I'd like to go through attendance. When I call your name, please stand, share one interesting fact about yourself, and tell us something you did over the summer." Lucian let his head fall forward onto the desk, folding his arms beneath it and pretending to sob. His shoulders shook dramatically as he faked his emotional breakdown. Behind him, Bianca couldn't contain herself. She clamped a hand over her mouth and stifled her laughter, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Mrs. Ferguson began, calling out the first name, "Mason Arden?" A boy in the front row stood up promptly and gave a quick fact about his rock collection. Another name was called, another answer shared. Then came the inevitable, "Lucian Blackheart?" "Here," Lucian muttered as he rose sluggishly to his feet. He leaned back against his desk, arms folded lazily, eyes half-lidded in boredom. Several girls turned to look at him. Some stared wide-eyed, their curiosity piqued. Lucian had that rare combination of sharp features and detached coolness that made him stand out without trying. "One interesting fact," he said with disdain dripping from every syllable. "I hate it here. And if this place ever becomes too much of an annoyance, I'll have no problem setting it on fire." The class burst into laughter, half amused, half weirded out. Some thought he was joking. Others weren't so sure. Bianca groaned and buried her face in her arms, while Mrs. Ferguson slowly brought a hand to her forehead, already regretting this icebreaker. Annabeth, on the other hand, laughed knowingly. She knew Lucian meant every word. Lucian wasn't done. "And for what I did over the summer. I fought a god and knocked out one of his teeth. I keep it with me as a memento." Bianca dropped her head onto the table with a loud thud. The room fell into stunned silence before another ripple of laughter rolled through. Mrs. Ferguson exhaled deeply and waved a hand to calm the class. "All right, settle down. Mr. Blackheart, if you don't have anything appropriate to share, it's better to just be honest." Lucian shrugged nonchalantly. "I was honest," he said, sitting back down with a thud. Mrs. Ferguson pinched the bridge of her nose and marked something on the sheet. She already knew Lucian would be a handful this year, and they hadn't even made it through the first hour. "Annabeth Chase," she called next. "Here," Annabeth said as she rose gracefully. A few boys stole glances at her, visibly impressed by her presence. "One interesting fact about me," she began with a mischievous glint in her eye, "is that I'm a mother of 4. Lucian snorted and barely managed to hold back a laugh. The rest of the class stared at her in bewildered silence, their expressions ranging from confusion to disbelief. Even Mrs. Ferguson tilted her head slightly, eyebrows raised. And over the summer, Annabeth continued, I became a mother of 4. Bianca leaned forward, hands in her hair, dragging it back in pure exasperation. She looked like she was silently pleading for mercy. Mrs. Ferguson, ever the professional, smiled warmly and nodded. I see. So you must have adopted some pets over the summer. Congratulations. Annabeth simply smiled and sat back down, choosing not to clarify the truth. Mrs. Ferguson nodded politely and glanced back at her attendance sheet. Very good. Next. Bianca D'Angelo. Bianca sighed audibly and pushed herself up from her seat. Here. One interesting thing about myself is that I'm part Italian, and one thing I did over the summer was learn I had a brother. Boring. Lucian muttered under his breath. Smack! Bianca's hand came down swiftly on the top of his head. The slap echoed slightly, but Lucian didn't even flinch. Thanks to his enhanced durability, the hit felt more like a light tap than anything else. Mrs. Ferguson raised an eyebrow, but her smile remained polite. That's lovely, she said, clearly choosing to ignore the interaction. Lucian leaned back toward Bianca, smirking as the teacher moved on with roll call. Wow, he teased in a low voice, you must really love me if you mention me in your little intro. The only thing I'd love, Bianca hissed through clenched teeth, is if you suddenly lost the ability to talk. Permanently. Lucian winked, undeterred. Love you too, sis. As the roll call continued, Lucian's attention span finally gave out. He zoned out completely, uninterested in the summer escapades of people he barely knew or cared about. His mind drifted elsewhere, until he heard a voice. Chloe Ramois? Here, chirped a cheerful voice next to Annabeth. Lucian's eyes narrowed. That voice, it was too familiar. One interesting fact about me, said Chloe, a bubbly girl with glossy blonde hair and an innocent smile, is that I love starting new things, but I'm terrible at finishing them. And, over the summer, I didn't do much. Just binge-watched my favorite show. Where have I heard that voice before? Lucian thought, his brows furrowing as he studied her. He couldn't place it, but something about her tone, it clung to the back of his mind like an unfinished puzzle. Thank you for sharing, Ms. Ramois, Mrs. Ferguson said kindly. Next is Lasis Ramois. Just behind Chloe, the girl seated beside Lucian stood up timidly. She had chestnut brown hair tied into 2 low pigtails, glasses perched on her nose, and a face that bore a clear resemblance to Chloe's, same eyes, same bone structure, but where Chloe was bubbly, Lasis looked nervous and withdrawn. I am here, she stammered softly. One interesting thing about me is I like to read, my favorite genre is romance. And, that's mostly what I did this summer. Lucian blinked again. Her voice, it was familiar too. But softer. Shyer. Almost distorted from how he remembered it, like hearing a recording. Mrs. Ferguson nodded, already moving down the list. Soeurs Ramois. The final girl stood up slowly from behind Lasis and beside Bianca. She wore the standard school uniform, but everything else about her screamed goth. Her lips were painted black, her dark hair hung loose like a curtain of shadow, and her entire presence radiated stillness, cold, calculated, unnervingly composed. Here, she said in a flat, monotone voice. One interesting fact about me is that I'm the oldest of the triplets. Over the summer, I did a bit of knitting. Lucian froze. His mouth hung open slightly as his eyes darted between the 3 girls. Chloe's sparkling innocence. Lasis' anxious stammer. Soeurs' emotionless stare. The puzzle pieces in his brain finally clicked into place like thunder cracking through silence. No. Wait. All 3 girls turned to look at him in unison. Their expressions remained calm, but they each smiled faintly, and winked. Lucian's blood ran cold. Son of a bitch. What the fuck are the three sisters of fate doing in school? Chapter 284, The Triplets. Lucian stared at the three girls, triplets, who had just flashed him matching smiles that sent a cold chill down his spine. It was unmistakable now. Especially Lachesis, or Lasis, as she was now called. She sat right next to him, a soft smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Her expression, flirtatious, even playful, lasted only a heartbeat before she shifted back into her role, donning the same pretentious nervousness and shy demeanor she had displayed earlier. The transformation was so smooth it would have fooled anyone else. But not Lucian. Meanwhile, just a desk over, Annabeth blinked in growing confusion. She had noticed Clotho, or Chloe, as she was now called, leaning slightly in Lucian's direction, her bright, innocent smile never fading. There was a glint in her eye, something knowing, and Annabeth didn't like it. At all. Annabeth's eyebrows creased with suspicion as she turned her head toward Lucian. Lucian was turned away from the girls, his face buried in one hand, trying desperately to avert his gaze like he'd just seen something horrifying, or worse, annoying. Annabeth's suspicion flared hotter. No, she hadn't heard their voices before today. So no, she couldn't have guessed, not in 1,000 years, that the fates themselves, the very dictators of destiny, would go and transform themselves into a trio of schoolgirls. She hadn't reached Lucian's terrifying conclusion yet. All she saw was three strange girls, all batting their eyes and smiling at her boyfriend, with the confidence of women who thought they could get away with it. And that was the real problem. Annabeth's lip twitched as she activated a psychic link, casting the mental connection toward Lucian like a sharp-edged thread. She even extended it to Bianca, not wanting to leave her out of whatever hell was brewing. Through the link, her voice rang loud and clear, laced with venom. Why the fuck are those three bitches looking at you like that? Did they get lost or something? They better redirect those eyes before I make sure we end up with another set of greedy sisters. Lucian flinched, both at her words and at the pressure in his head from the rising tension. Annabeth, he murmured aloud and mentally, his voice tired. He kept his gaze pinned to the desk as though looking up would unleash something terrible. His hand remained over his forehead like he was trying to massage the chaos out of his brain. His next words came slowly, like they physically pained him to say. They're the three sisters of fucking fate. Bianca let out a strangled choking noise, which she barely managed to suppress into a cough. Her eyes bulged slightly as she gripped the edge of her desk. Annabeth, meanwhile, froze so completely she could have been mistaken for a statue. She turned her head forward robotically, planted both hands on the desk, and stared ahead with wide, stunned eyes. They're the what? Both girls screamed simultaneously in the mental link, the psychic equivalent of a megaphone blast. Now fully alert to the gravity of the situation, the two girls sat stock still, like mannequins in a store window. They didn't dare move, as though any twitch, any breath out of place might trigger their fates to unravel on the spot. Though their heads didn't turn, their eyes shifted ever so slightly. Clotho, was beaming at Annabeth with the most delightful, friendly smile imaginable. She gave a tiny wave, the embodiment of innocence and warmth. Annabeth didn't return it. She couldn't. Her brain had short-circuited. Besides Bianca, Soars, formerly Atropos, merely tilted her chin in acknowledgement, her dark eyes half-lidded in disinterest. Bianca, who had just barely recovered from her internal panic, caught the look. Her instinct screamed at her not to ignore it. Slowly, like a bomb technician defusing a live grenade, Bianca turned and offered Atropos a stiff, awkward smile. Something between please don't kill me and have a good day, ma'am. Soars raised an eyebrow faintly in amusement, then turned away, her expression returning to her usual mask of bored indifference. The classroom buzzed on around them, Mrs. Ferguson still explaining class expectations, course structure, and grading policies. But none of that mattered to the trio anymore. Lucian, Annabeth, and Bianca sat in cold, uneasy silence. Their thoughts were elsewhere, on threads, on scissors, on spinning wheels, and what it meant to have the fates themselves sharing a classroom with them. As the class went on, their tension began to ease slightly. The Fates, whatever game they were playing, didn't seem immediately hostile. That didn't mean they weren't still terrifying. They stole glances at the triplets. Chloe rested her chin on both hands, elbows on the desk as she kicked her feet back and forth with a cheerful grin. She looked like a carefree child waiting for recess. Lasis adjusted her glasses in a practiced motion, though her fingers fumbled slightly, as if she wasn't used to wearing them. There was something alien in the gesture, like the glasses didn't belong to her, or perhaps like pretending to be a schoolgirl didn't come naturally to a timeless force of destiny. Meanwhile, Soares looked completely done with everything. She leaned back in her seat, arms folded under her chest, absent-mindedly twirling a strand of her hair like she had better places to be. Then, mercifully, the bell rang. As students packed up and flooded out of the classroom, Lucian kept his distance from the triplets, until they followed behind. He abruptly spun on his heel, a cold, serious look etched across his face. They had followed him, and now that they were away from the crowd, he was ready to confront them. He turned, eyes sharp as blades, facing the Sisters of Fate head-on. "That's the matter with you three," Lucian snapped through gritted teeth, his frustration boiling over. Chloe stood there, both hands grasping the straps of her backpack. Her smile didn't falter, in fact, it only brightened. "We've never been to school before," she said cheerfully, as though that explained everything. "I thought it'd be a nice bonding experience. A chance for all of us to really meet each other and, you know, connect." Lucian stared at her like she'd just grown a second head. "What would be the point of crafting this scenario if I didn't get to personally live out my fantasies?" Lasis chimed in, pushing her glasses up her nose with one finger. The glare off the lenses flashed dramatically, like she was in some over-the-top anime. Lucian blinked slowly, then hissed, "You're fucking demented." He turned his gaze towards Soares, his expression shifting from fury to something that resembled disappointment. And that hit harder than she expected. "And you," he said, quieter now, his disappointment like a weight pressing down on her. "I thought you were better than this." Out of all the time he'd spent with the Moirai, during their private, awkward, and mostly formal meetings, Atropos, the oldest of the three, had been the one he connected with most. There was a quiet dignity to her, a calmness that the others lacked. Soares looked away, unable to meet his eyes. Her voice came out low, regretful. "It was 2 against 1, she muttered. "Besides, they would have come without me. And I didn't want to be alone." There was a rare vulnerability in her words that made even Lucian pause. Chloe leaned over toward Annabeth and Bianca, her voice hushed and conspiratorial. "It might not look like it, but out of all of us, Atropos is the one who craves companionship the most." Bianca's eyes twitched slightly as she kept her forced smile in place. "I see," she murmured, her face going stiff with discomfort. She turned her head slightly toward Annabeth and mouthed, "What the hell?" Inside the psychic link, Annabeth sighed and mentally responded with a tired, almost apologetic tone. "Right, you wouldn't know. We never told you. Lucian's the fiancé of the 3 Fates." Bianca froze. Her eyes widened. Her entire body jolted. "He's what?" she blurted out loud, unable to stop the sheer force of disbelief from exploding out of her mouth. A wave of silence swept across the hallway as nearby students and even some faculty turned their heads in unison to stare. Bianca's cheeks turned a violent shade of red as she instinctively shuffled closer to Annabeth, trying to hide behind her. Lucian closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose with a long-suffering sigh. "You know what? Forget it. It's not even worth it anymore. Just try to keep your sisters under control, will you?" Soares gave a tired, sympathetic shrug. "Easier said than done," she mumbled, offering him a half-hearted, lopsided smile. "But I'll try." "Hey! What did I do?" Chloe asked with a dramatic pout, her voice rising in offense and hurt. "You're making it sound like I did something bad." Lucian gave her a deadpan look. "Look me in the eyes and tell me you weren't the one who came up with the idea to enroll in high school and play the part of cute teenage girls." Chloe's pout deepened as a soft blush painted her cheeks. She looked away, eyes twinkling mischievously. He, you know me so well," she sang, swaying from side to side in a cutesy, playful manner. Lucian just groaned and looked back to Soars again. "Control. You're sisters." "You're asking me to do the impossible," she replied, voice dry. "But like I said, I'll try." Just then, Lasis raised her hand with a thoughtful expression. "So when are you going to try out for the sports team?" she asked innocently. "I think the football team would suit you best." Lucian turned to her with a flat, emotionless expression, his eyes half-lidded and utterly unimpressed. Lasis grinned and threw him 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. "I want to wear your varsity jacket," she declared without shame. Lucian exhaled sharply and looked away, a snort escaping against his will. "God damn it," he muttered. "I hate that I found that funny." Before anyone could add more chaos, the bell rang, signaling the start of the next class. Without another word, Lucian turned on his heel and walked ahead, leading the way like a man marching toward a firing squad. "The only jacket you need to be wearing," he called back dryly over his shoulder, "is a straitjacket." As the group followed him, Bianca shuffled along in a daze, still processing everything. Her expression was one of complete bewilderment. Meanwhile, Annabeth began mentally explaining the full, tangled story between Lucian and the 3 fates through their link, an abridged version of their history. Chapter 285, and they were roommates. Lucian glanced around the empty hallway, his sharp eyes scanning every corner for signs of surveillance. Ensuring they hadn't been spotted, he subtly activated his powers over the mist, weaving illusions to mask their presence from any prying eyes or security cameras. The corridor fell under a subtle haze, making them invisible to the mundane world. Once he was absolutely certain they were safe, Lucian turned to face the large door in front of him. He raised his hand and began knocking in a deliberate, coded rhythm. After completing the specific sequence, he spoke clearly: duality, contradiction, paradox. From beneath the doorframe, a thin red light glowed briefly, like a scanner verifying their entry. With a quiet click, the lock disengaged. Lucian twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. But instead of the ordinary classroom that should have greeted them, the space beyond revealed something entirely different. A lavish, dimly lit interior stretched out before them, an elegant living space adorned with glossy black tiles and sleek furniture. The color scheme, though dominated by deep blacks, was accented tastefully with crimson highlights. It was refined, mysterious, and far too sophisticated to belong to any school building. Without hesitation, Lucian stepped inside, followed closely by his group. The door shut behind them with a soft thud, sealing them into this hidden world. "Hello?" Lucian called out into the space. Behind him, the others looked around with wide eyes, drinking in every detail of the surreal space. In the dining hall, a familiar voice responded, echoing warmly through the corridors. "So this is Castle Blackheart," Chloe said with an impressed grin, spinning slowly on the spot to take in the ornate architecture. "Very fancy." "The Midnight Castle," Lucian corrected with a serious expression. He began walking down the main hallway. "I renamed it. It felt more fitting." Annabeth, trailing behind, folded her arms. "Why are they even here?" she asked with a sigh. "Is it really wise to bring them into a place like this?" Lucian shrugged casually. "First of all, I'm 1000% sure they already knew about the castle. Didn't you hear her call it by its old name? And second," he looked over his shoulder, "if they really wanted in, we probably couldn't have stopped them. Better to let them in and have them find a way on their own." Soars lifted a hand gently. "We can leave if our presence is unwelcome. We'd understand, truly. The last thing we want is to impose." Lucian waved it off. "No need. I don't mind that much. Besides, we're just here for lunch. We'll be gone before long." As they entered the grand dining hall, the aroma of freshly cooked food greeted them. At the far end of the room stood Medusa, carefully carrying a large pot in her hands, gripping it with thick rags to protect herself from the heat. She wore a cozy black wool sweater and snug blue jeans, with a pair of glasses perched on her head. Though she no longer needed them, they were a cherished gift from Medea, and it felt wrong to discard them. Medusa moved gracefully to the rectangular table to set the pot down beside several other dishes she had prepared for the group's lunch break. Seated at the table already were Talia and Nico, positioned on opposite sides. The three froze mid-conversation, eyes narrowing at the unexpected newcomers who followed Lucian in. A mix of confusion and suspicion painted their faces. "Lucian," Talia asked slowly, her gaze darting to the school uniforms worn by the visitors, "who the hell are they?" Lucian gestured toward Medusa. "You might want to set that down before I answer." Medusa obliged, placing the pot gently on the table between all the food, which was letting off a wave of steam. The others went and followed suit, settling into their chairs. "They're the three fates," Lucian said plainly as Annabeth and Bianca took seats across from Talia and Nico. "Hello!" Chloe greeted with a cheerful wave, while the other two gave subtler, more subdued nods. Medusa and Talia sat with their mouths slightly agape, stunned into silence. Nico, meanwhile, tilted his head, clearly puzzled. Lucian motioned to the girls. "Go ahead. Take a seat." "Thank you," they said in unison as they joined the table. Nico hesitantly raised a hand. Lucian turned to him. "Yes, Nico?" Nico looked at the trio of young girls, his brow furrowed. "I thought the three fates were supposed to be, old grannies?" Lucian cracked the faintest smile. "They're goddesses," he replied simply. Nico blinked, then shrugged. "Fair enough." "Lucian!" Medusa hissed sharply, her voice hushed but laced with urgency. Lucian blinked in confusion and tilted his head slightly. Her tone was off. His eyes locked with hers, immediately catching the fear trembling behind them. "What?" he asked cautiously, watching the slight quake in her voice and the way her hand gripped the edge of the table. Medusa leaned in, her voice trembling despite her effort to stay composed. "Why are they here?" she asked through clenched teeth, barely daring to glance at the trio now seated casually at her dining table. "They're dangerous, Lucian." Lucian, ever the master of deadpan delivery, looked at her evenly and said, "They sexualized me and want to live out their fantasy kink through me. They've kind of forced this life onto me." "Don't say it like that," Chloe burst out, her cheeks flushing a deep red as she waved her hands in flustered protest. Laces scratched her cheek awkwardly and murmured, "He isn't entirely wrong." "I have no comment," Source said with practiced neutrality, her expression unreadable. Annabeth pinched the bridge of her nose. "We don't really have time for the full story, our lunch break is pretty short, so here's the condensed version." With that, she activated her ability, Psychic Link. A shimmer of mental energy connected her to Medusa and Nico. Since Talia already knew the full situation, Annabeth spared her from the info dump. In a matter of seconds, she transferred the memories and essential knowledge into their minds. Medusa blinked rapidly, gripping the edge of the table as her breath caught. "Wait. I'm gonna need a minute to digest all of that," she muttered, slowly lowering herself to the far end of the table, her expression dazed. Lucian leaned slightly forward. "So, can we eat while you process?" "Huh? Oh, yeah, go ahead," Medusa replied, waiting him on absent-mindedly. That was all the invitation they needed. The table came to life as utensils clinked and chatter resumed. Between bites, Medusa gradually began asking questions, which Lucian or the sisters answered one at a time with varying levels of honesty and sass. Lucian eventually fell into silence, watching the scene unfold. The long table, once empty and quiet, was now full, laughter, conversation, and the clatter of plates filling the room with warmth. He found himself staring, not at anyone in particular, but at the energy of it all. He imagined even more people joining, the rest of their strange circle, more voices and chaos, more noise and energy. The table would grow wilder, more crowded, more alive. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He picked up his fork again and resumed eating, content in that small moment of imagined peace. Later that day, after lunch, the group returned to finish their first day of school together, moving through the remaining classes and meeting their new teachers. The hours passed in a blur of lectures, introductions, and curious stares from classmates. Eventually, the final bell rang, echoing down the halls and signaling the end of the school day. But unlike most schools, this one had a twist. Being a boarding school, the students were now expected to head to their respective dormitories. As the group exited the main building, Annabeth leaned in closer to Lucian and whispered, "So, dorms? Or are we heading back to the castle?" "Obviously the cast." Lucian paused, mid-word, his eyes narrowing sharply. "What is it?" Annabeth asked, stopping beside him. Lucian exhaled slowly. "My intuition just kicked in, and it's telling me I should go to the dormitory." Annabeth raised a brow. "Seriously? What could you possibly find in a dormitory?" "How should I know?" Lucian muttered. "But my instincts haven't failed me yet. If I'm getting this feeling, then I'd rather not ignore it." She rolled her eyes but nodded. "All right, I'll go to mines too then. Could be interesting to see who my roommates would have been." They exchanged a quick wave goodbye and split off toward different dormitory wings. After checking in and receiving his key, Lucian made his way through the maze of halls. Eventually, he reached a door marked 285A. He inserted the key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The room was modest, furnished with 4 beds, 2 bunk beds on opposite walls. That meant 3 roommates. One of them was already there. A boy, close to Lucian's age, lay casually on a bottom bunk, a thick book in his hands. His skin was deep brown, and his hair was tied into neat dreads that brushed the back of his neck. His posture was relaxed but focused. Lucian noticed immediately that his own luggage had been placed on the top bunk above him. "Sup," the boy greeted with a nod, eyes flicking up from the page. "Looks like we're roommates." "And bunkmates, from the looks of it," Lucian replied, slinging his bag up onto his bed. The boy sat up, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. "Call me Marcus," he said, extending a hand. "Lucian," he responded, gripping the offered hand, only to pause mid-shake. His brows furrowed. Marcus noticed instantly. "What? Something wrong?" he asked, his voice cautious as he felt Lucian's grip tighten slightly. Lucian didn't answer at first. He stared at Marcus, blinking slowly, studying something off about his aura. You're not human," Lucian said finally, voice low. "Well, not entirely." Marcus froze. His eyes widened a fraction, all the casual friendliness vanishing from his face in an instant. "You can tell?" he asked quietly. Lucian nodded. "I don't know what you are for sure, it's familiar, but yeah. I can tell." Marcus leaned back slightly, eyes scanning Lucian with renewed wariness. "Well," he muttered, "guess this year's gonna be interesting." Chapter 286, Funny Coincidence. "Then I suppose you aren't human either." "Are you a vampire?" Marcus asked, narrowing his eyes. He had finally noticed the subtle red tint in Lucian's eyes, unnatural and glowing faintly in the dim room. Add that to his pale, porcelain skin and the eerie calm with which he carried himself, and Marcus's instinct screamed that something was off. Lucian smiled, wide and almost mischievous, revealing 2 sharp upper fangs. "What do you think?" he replied, voice smooth like silk, laced with amusement. Marcus startled, jerking back against his bed before tumbling off the other side. He scrambled upright, eyes wide with alarm. "You're not planning on drinking my blood, are you?" he asked, clearly unsettled. Lucian let out a snort of laughter. "PFFTT, please." "I'm not actually a vampire," he said with a shrug, clearly entertained by Marcus's reaction. "But you're right about one thing, I'm definitely not human." Marcus frowned, still wary from the scare. "Then, what are you?" he asked cautiously, watching Lucian as though he might sprout wings or horns next. Lucian tilted his head and answered smoothly, "I'm a witch." His voice dropped slightly as his eyes shimmered faintly with magic. Around them, the overhead lights began to flicker in odd, rhythmic pulses as if responding to his presence. Marcus's eyes darted upward, watching the lights warily. His dreadlocks bounced slightly as he turned his head back to Lucian with growing curiosity. "Cool," he said slowly, unsure whether he meant it. Lucian offered a small nod and gestured back at Marcus. "And you?" Marcus hesitated. "I don't really know," he admitted with a shrug. "I think I might be a fallen angel." Lucian blinked. "Wait, I'm sorry, what?" His voice cracked slightly with surprise. Marcus sighed and muttered, "My mother warned me to be careful about it, damn it." Running a hand through his dreads in frustration, he exhaled sharply. "Well, I guess you figured it out on your own, so it's not entirely my fault. Just promise me you won't freak out, all right?" Lucian raised an eyebrow, leaning back with his arms crossed. "After the things I've seen in this world," he said dryly. "Trust me, freaking out is the last thing I'd do." "If you say so," Marcus muttered under his breath. He reached for the hem of his shirt and began to pull it over his head. Lucian gave a theatrical gasp. "Oh God, a striptease," Lucian quipped with mock horror. "Now I see why you warned me." Marcus froze mid-motion, shirt halfway up his torso. That comment was so unnecessary. Lucian shrugged, grinning. "Just trying to lighten the mood." Marcus finished pulling off his shirt, revealing his torso wrapped in tight bandages. He hesitated for a moment, then began to unwind them slowly. Lucian dramatically shielded his eyes. "Oh my God, you've been hiding the fact you're actually female and living in the male dormitories? The scandal. You're seriously making me regret this," Marcus muttered darkly, continuing to undo the bandages. Lucian zipped his lips with a pantomimed motion and watched silently. As the last layer of bandage fell away, Marcus took a deep breath. "I'd never shown this to anyone before, but here goes nothing." With a flex of his shoulders, two enormous black wings burst forth from his back, unfolding with a rush of air. The feathers seemed to drink in the light, each one perfectly dark, almost ethereal, as if crafted from shadows themselves. They stretched wide, nearly brushing the walls of the room. Lucian's jaw slackened. He stared in stunned silence, blinking rapidly. Then he tilted his head slightly, a strange gleam in his eye. "Wait a minute." "No way," he whispered, raising a hand to his lips as a slow, knowing smirk spread across his face. "What?" Marcus asked, caught off guard by the reaction. Lucian suddenly let out a low, rolling laugh, clutching his stomach and hunching forward. "Ha ha ha, man, what a treat! Seriously, fate must be playing games with me. This is just too perfect." Marcus's wings instinctively curled closer to his body, unsure whether to be offended or confused. "Yeah, that wasn't the reaction I was expecting." "What's so funny?" he asked, frowning as he narrowed his eyes. The laughter felt like mockery, like Lucian was laughing at him. Lucian straightened, still chuckling. "I'm sorry, really, I'm not laughing at you," he said, waving his hands as if to calm him. "I'm laughing at the absurdity of this whole situation. Look, I hate to burst your bubble, but you're not a fallen angel." Marcus blinked. "I'm not?" A whirlwind of emotion flickered across his face, confusion, hope, even a hint of disappointment. "Wait. You know what I am?" For a moment, he looked like a child who'd been wandering in the dark and just found the beginning of a path. All his life, he had battled with his identity. He never knew where he belonged, never understood what he was. His mother always called him her little angel, so it made sense to believe he was a fallen one. But now, Lucian was telling him there was practically telling him he knew what he was, and he seemed so sure. Maybe he wasn't alone anymore like he once thought, maybe there are more people like him. Lucian grinned. "What part of me being a witch didn't click with you?" "Our biggest strength is knowledge, witches are knowing for knowing things." "Then." Marcus took a step closer, voice thick with emotion, "What exactly am I? If I'm not a fallen angel, then what am I?" You, Lucian said, his tone softening, are what's known as a demon. Or, at least, a half-demon, half-human, Lucian explained. Marcus' eyes widened in a mix of surprise and confusion. Demon, he echoed, the unfamiliar word feeling strange and foreign on his tongue. He frowned slightly. It sounds a lot like demon. Am I a demon? He asked, his voice lowering, heavy with unease. The idea sat uncomfortably in his chest. The thought of being a demon made his stomach turn. Fallen angel sounded poetic, tragic even, something misunderstood, not malevolent. Demon, though? That felt like something twisted, something wrong. He almost wished he had never asked. He much prefers being a fallen angel than a demon. Lucian laughed gently, shaking his head. No. Although demons could technically be demons, not all demons are demons, he explained patiently. In fact, the word demon comes from an older term. It's closer in meaning to spirit, a powerful spiritual being. Relief rushed over Marcus like a wave crashing over fire. The fear burning in his chest dulled. He wasn't a demon. Not truly. Just a spirit, something ancient, mysterious, maybe even noble, not that he knew yet. It wasn't as good as angel, but it was a hell of a lot better than the alternative. So, I'm a demon, Marcus muttered, the words slipping past his lips almost reverently. He glanced down at his hands, as if seeing them for the first time with new understanding. A smile started to tug at the corners of his mouth. Half of one, Lucian corrected with a knowing grin, watching him carefully. He didn't want to ruin the moment, so he let Marcus savor it, just for a few seconds. But then his smile turned sly. Say, how much do you actually know about your father? The smile on Marcus' face vanished like smoke. His expression grew dark, his hazel eyes suddenly sharp and cold. Something flickered behind them, a memory, a wound. Nothing, he said flatly. Nothing at all. Lucian chuckled under his breath, rubbing a hand over his mouth as if trying to contain something far too amusing. All right, he said, but here's a funny little coincidence I think you'll love. If my hunch is correct, and it usually is, your dad might actually be working for my dad. Marcus stiffened. His face remained still, unreadable, but his eyes betrayed him. They grew wide with disbelief, then narrowed into slits. Before Lucian could blink, Marcus had closed the space between them, grabbed Lucian by the collar, and slammed him against the nearest wall. Lucian didn't resist. He let it happen, though his brow lifted slightly in bemusement. Really? He said, raising one eyebrow. Careful now. What? Marcus growled through clenched teeth. The look in his eyes was murderous. You know who my father is? Then speak. Who is he? Where can I find that worthless trash? Lucian's eyes flicked over Marcus's shoulder. He noticed the way the boy's wings quivered, not with fear, but fury. The feathers seemed to pulse with a life of their own, as if responding to his rage. First of all, Lucian said calmly, reaching up and gripping Marcus' wrist, don't do that. With unnatural strength, he peeled Marcus away as if he weighed nothing. Arg! Marcus groaned, caught off guard by the raw power behind Lucian's grip. He stumbled slightly and nearly dropped to one knee, now forced to look up at him. Lucian stared down, his red gaze steady and unnerving. Don't ever grab me like that again, Lucian said coolly. If you had just asked, I would have told you. But I'll let it slide. I know you're emotional right now hearing about your father. Marcus's jaw tightened. Emotional doesn't even begin to cut it. Lucian sighed, releasing him. Marcus immediately stepped back, rubbing at his wrist, shame creeping into his face. His eyes lowered, and for a moment, he said nothing. I'm sorry, he finally said. I shouldn't have grabbed you like that. Lucian gave a small nod, brushing imaginary dust from his uniform jacket. Apology accepted. But next time, try yelling instead of manhandling. Marcus exhaled, tension still simmering beneath his skin. Can you tell me who my father is? He asked, softer now, less a demand, more a plea. Lucian crossed his arms and looked thoughtful. I'm not technically allowed to speak names. Names have power, especially old ones. But in this case, I might be safe. He smirked a little. Probably. What? Marcus blinked. What does that mean? Lucian looked him straight in the eye. If I'm right, and I'm almost always right, then your father is none other than Thanatos, the primordial god of death. Marcus went rigid. His heart stuttered. His thoughts felt like they slammed into a brick wall, then scattered like broken glass. Thanatos, god of death. His father? Chapter 287, Better Not Knowing. My father is what now? Marcus blinked rapidly, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief as he stared at Lucian like he'd just sprouted a second head. Lucian, unfazed, offered a shrug and a small smile. As far as I believe, anyway. I haven't seen him personally yet, he's very shy. Reserved, you could say. But based on the descriptions I've read, and that faint aura I sensed inside you when I touched you, I really don't have any doubt. Marcus raised his hands and formed a T with them. Okay, time out. Just, give me a minute here. This is way too much to process all at once. Let's backtrack, please. Just a little. He paused, still clearly trying to digest the news. A god? You're telling me my father is a god? He asked slowly, blinking again as if repeating the words would somehow make them less ridiculous. Lucian nodded, humming in affirmation. He could tell this conversation was about to become a long one, so he casually hopped up to the top bunk of the bed and sat with his feet dangling over the edge, watching Marcus like one might watch a soap opera unfold. Marcus frowned, tilting his head slightly. So how exactly am I not an angel, then? Lucian gave a short laugh, incredulous. That's really your question right now? You find out your father is literally the Grim Reaper, and your follow-up is why you're not an angel? My father's the Grim Reaper? Marcus exploded, his voice echoing off the walls. Lucian winced slightly and flicked his wrist, conjuring a faint ward around the room in case Marcus decided to yell again. I literally called him the god of death, remember? But I suppose Grim Reaper does a better job at painting the image. Puts things into perspective. Marcus started pacing, both hands on his head as he muttered under his breath. Okay. Wait. Hold on. You're giving me a headache. I have so many questions. I don't even know what emotion I'm supposed to be feeling right now. Should I be elated? Angry? Terrified? Overwhelmed? The whole thing sounds like pure nonsense, but the worst part is, I don't doubt it. Not for a second. He stopped and began walking again, one hand on his hip, the other pushing his dreads back from his forehead, his fingers resting just above his eyebrows as though trying to physically hold his thoughts in place. Lucian chuckled, watching him with amusement. You have no idea how much fun I'm going to have teaching you everything. You're in for a wild ride. Marcus paused and faced him. All right, first question. You said my father was the god of death, and that he works for your father. But I thought there was only one god. Does that mean there are multiple gods? Or is god of death more like a title? And, is your father a god too? Lucian smiled and extended one finger at a time as he listed his answers. 1. I'm pretty sure the god you're talking about, the capital G kind, does exist, yeah. 2. Yes. There are multiple gods, each from different pantheons. Think of them like divine communities or extended families. We come from the Greek pantheon. 3. God of Death is both a title and a literal truth in your case. Your father isn't just any god of death, he's the primordial god of death, the very embodiment of death itself. 4. And yes, my father is also a god. Marcus fell quiet, stroking his chin as he tried to process everything. I've heard of the Greek pantheon before, mostly what everyone knows from TV, cartoons, or movies. Hercules, that sort of thing. But I don't know much beyond that. I have more questions, if you don't mind. Lucian gestured for him to go ahead, but Marcus was already launching into another flurry of questions. My father being the literal embodiment of death sounds like a huge deal. Like, shouldn't he be the strongest one? So why is he working under your dad? And, sorry, but who exactly is your dad, if death himself answers to him? Lucian let out a soft laugh, sitting up straighter. You know, I feel like I should properly reintroduce myself. With a flourish, Lucian crossed one leg over the other and leaned forward slightly, a princely air surrounding him. My name is Lucian Blackheart, and I'm the son of Hades, Prince of the Underworld. It's an honor to officially meet you, Marcus, son of Thanatos. Marcus froze. Your father is Hades, he shouted, his wings twitching involuntarily in his shock. The name alone was enough to send his thoughts spiraling. Hades was one of the most famous gods in mythology, part of the Big Three. Even people with zero interest in myths knew who Hades was. Yes, Lucian replied with a small smirk, king of the underworld. God of the dead. The guy movies always make out to be the villain when really, he's just a reserved guy who prefers peace and quiet, and loves his wife more than anything. That Hades. That's my dad. What the hell is actually happening? Marcus muttered, mostly to himself, his voice low and cracking with disbelief. He moved in a daze toward his bed, sitting down heavily. His wings curled inward instinctively, wrapping around him like a protective shell. He looked smaller somehow, tired, vulnerable. Silence filled the room like fog. Lucian stayed where he was on the top bunk, hands folded behind his head, gazing at the ceiling with a far-off look. He didn't push or speak. He let the quiet settle. A few long minutes passed. Then, softly, Marcus spoke. If my father was some all-powerful god, then why didn't he ever come help me? Or my mom? Lucian slowly opened his eyes, shifting slightly as if preparing to answer, but Marcus wasn't done. I prayed, you know. Just once. When I was a kid. His voice was quieter now, but heavier too, weighed down by old memories. My mom tried to hide how bad things were. She made it look like everything was okay, but I knew. I knew we were struggling. I knew we were barely holding on. So I prayed. I knelt by my bed like those movies show you, and I prayed that if there was any real God out there, anyone, that they'd help her. He gave a bitter laugh, void of humor. Pretty childish of me, huh? Now I know, even if he was a god, those prayers never reached him. Lucian frowned, scratching his eyebrow with a troubled expression. He remained quiet, respectfully letting Marcus speak. We didn't get out of poverty because of divine intervention, Marcus said, voice now firm with conviction. We got through it because my mom busted her ass every single day. Working jobs nobody else wanted. Coming home with cracked hands and dirt in her shoes. She didn't have help. She was the help. And she still managed to get me into this damn school. There was pride in his tone, fierce and raw. But it was quickly smothered by a scoff, one that rang louder than it should have. Some great primordial god he is, Marcus said with sharp sarcasm. Couldn't even help his own family when they needed him most. Lucian heard the mattress creak and glanced over the edge of the bed just as Marcus sat up at the edge, grabbing his bandages with more force than necessary. He stared at his wings now, not with curiosity or uncertainty, but with sheer, burning contempt. As he began to tightly wrap them again, Marcus muttered bitterly, "You shouldn't have told me." Lucian blinked. "What?" "You shouldn't have told me who my father was." Marcus's jaw was clenched, his voice low and angry. "I could have gone on believing he was just some deadbeat loser, someone who didn't care. Someone I didn't need. But now? Now I know the truth. He's not just some absent father. He's a god. A primordial one. And that makes it worse. So much worse." His hand clenched tightly over the edge of the mattress, nails digging into the fabric. He could have helped. He could have spared her from those long nights, from coming home exhausted, bruised, in pain. She didn't deserve that. She didn't deserve any of that. His breathing began to grow uneven, sharp inhales through gritted teeth, exhaling through his nose like someone trying desperately to keep it together. Lucian sat up fully now, his eyes narrowing. He could feel it. The room's atmosphere shifted. "Marcus," he warned, voice calm but edged with urgency. "You need to calm down." Marcus shot him a glare. "You're seriously telling me to calm down right now?" "No." "Look at your mattress," Lucian interrupted, voice steady, eyes still half-lidded. Marcus frowned and looked down. His breath caught. Mold had begun to bloom at the corners of the bed, black and green, spreading outward in spiraling veins like something alive. The fabric beneath his fingers was rotting, curling, withering away. The air around it felt colder, heavier, older. Marcus scrambled to his feet in panic, stumbling back as he stared. Lucian stood as well, his voice now sharper. "You have to remember who you are. You are the son of the embodiment of death. That kind of ancestry doesn't just come with titles, it comes with ancient, powerful magic. It's deep in your blood. If your emotions spiral, your magic will spiral with them. And if it does..." Marcus looked down at his hands. They were no longer just hands. They were pitch black, obsidian-like and cracked at the edges, as if darkness itself was trying to break free. Wisps of smoke, no, not smoke, aura, rose from his fingertips like shadows escaping a cage. The very air around him buzzed with menace. Lucian's voice was firm now, unwavering. "If you don't stop, if you don't take control, you will kill every single person in this school. You won't even mean to. Death doesn't care about intention." Marcus's eyes were wide, horrified. His once warm brown irises had darkened into bottomless voids. Chapter 288, Prince of Death. Marcus stared down at his trembling hands, then to the rotting mattress before him, torn and stained by decay and moss. But it wasn't the decay of the fabric that held his gaze, it was the darkness. A thick, seeping shadow that rose from his skin like smoke from burning coal. It curled and hissed as if alive, and as it danced across his fingertips, his mind began to spiral, gripped by the weight of Lucian's recent revelation. "My father is the god of death." The words echoed in his skull like a curse. I have the power to kill anyone. I almost did just now." His breath hitched. "If I hadn't been careful, I could have killed everyone." Panic flooded his veins. Marcus' blackened eyes widened, and they began to quiver, reflecting the maelstrom of fear storming inside him. His chest heaved rapidly as his breathing grew sharp, ragged, each breath like a knife cutting deeper into the reality he didn't want to face. "Am I going to become a killer? I don't want to be a killer. This isn't who I am." Terror gripped him fully now. His thoughts spiraled, crashing against each other like waves. The aura around him, death incarnate, responded in kind, swelling outward. Thick tendrils of darkness wrapped around his body, pulsing with his fear. His shirt began to ripple in the unseen wind, threads fraying until they disintegrated altogether. His shoes cracked and collapsed under the growing pressure. The bandages wrapped around his body dissolved, fading into nothingness as death consumed even the smallest protection he had. Without warning, his wings burst from his back with a violent force, a shockwave of aura accompanied their release. Each feather was drenched in pitch-black shadow, trembling in sync with Marcus' frantic heartbeat. The very air surrounding him began to wither, the floorboards beneath him blackened and crumbled, while even the oxygen felt like it was dying. From across the room, Lucian groaned in exasperation. "Oh, for goodness sake," he muttered, rubbing his temples. "He's doing the exact opposite of what I told him to do." Marcus was now whispering to himself, voice cracking and rapid. "I don't want to kill anyone. I don't want to. I can't." Lucian vanished in a blur of shadow, his body dissolving into smoke before appearing behind Marcus in the blink of an eye. With a sigh of both frustration and sympathy, he raised his hand. "I told you to calm down," Lucian said, and with surgical precision, karate chopped the back of Marcus' neck. His hand glowed with a shimmering layer of protective magic, which fizzled and died instantly upon touching the death aura, but it had done enough. Marcus' eyes rolled into the back of his head as his body went limp, the shadows retreating from his skin like mist. The deathly aura vanished, dissipating into the air like smoke. His unconscious form collapsed forward, but Lucian caught him with ease, one arm outstretched as he supported Marcus by the chest. The boy's wings drooped uselessly around him, feathers no longer pulsing but slack and soft. Maybe I should have just kept my damn mouth shut. Lucian mumbled under his breath, glancing at the unconscious, winged boy now resting in his arms. Suddenly, mist began to leak from Lucian's skin, a soft purple hue that shimmered faintly. It rose gently, lifting his body into the air like he was being embraced. His hair swayed softly, weightless in the cloud of magic surrounding him. The mist wrapped around his torso and limbs, weaving together strands of fabric as it began to reconstruct his clothing. His wings folded in gracefully, protected and hidden once more. Lucian moved with practiced efficiency. With a snap of his fingers, the broken floorboards and mattress were restored, wood and fabric knitting together as if time itself reversed. He flicked his wrist, sending Marcus drifting gently toward the bed. The boy settled onto the mattress, peaceful now. Without a word, Lucian raised his hand and began drawing sigils in the air, glowing symbols formed from magic. They hovered in front of him like ghostly worms, twisting and dancing in place. Once complete, Lucian guided them toward Marcus. The sigils coiled around his limbs, spinning slowly before converging over his chest. Specifically, right above his heart. Lucian clenched his fist. The enchantment locked into place, the glowing light condensing into a mark resembling three black tomos circling one another, a seal of power, a restraint, and a guide. There. That should keep his powers under control, Lucian thought, exhaling sharply. He leapt effortlessly over his own bed, landing with grace as he pulled out his phone. A notification pinged, a text from Annabeth, timestamped from a few minutes ago. Annabeth. Anything interesting happen on your end? Find what activated your intuition. Lucian smirked and typed back quickly. Lucian. Oh yeah, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. He paused, then sent a follow-up. Lucian. Just know I'm pretty sure I found my very own lieutenant. Moments later, Annabeth replied, her tone skeptical even through text. Annabeth. What? Your lieutenant? What's that supposed to mean? Lucian chuckled and began explaining, recounting what had happened. The two began texting back and forth rapidly, Annabeth questioning every detail with increasing disbelief, while Lucian recounted the scene with dry humor and occasional sarcasm. Eventually, the conversation drifted. The tension faded, replaced by something lighter. At one point, Annabeth sent a selfie of herself on her bunk bed, lying on her side, her cheek pressed to the pillow, posing in what was supposed to be a seductive pose. The caption read, "Wish you were here with me." Lucian blinked, stared at the screen for a second, and slapped a hand over his face. He sighed, torn between being flustered and entertained. She was never supposed to be this weird. I wonder what caused it. As Lucian hit send on his final message to Annabeth, the dorm room door creaked open, letting in the soft ambient light from the hallway. Two boys stepped inside, each lugging a heavy duffel bag slung over their shoulders. The sound of shuffling feet and rustling zippers broke the quiet stillness of the room as they returned from their first after-school club meeting of the year. Yo, Lucian called out lazily, lifting a hand in half-hearted acknowledgement. His interest immediately faded when he recognized them as ordinary mortals, just regular students without a trace of supernatural energy. Sup, greeted the taller of the two with blonde hair and an easygoing grin. Hello, added the other, a shorter boy with neat brown hair and a polite tone. Lucian gave them a lazy nod before flopping back onto his bed. Name's Lucian, he offered as a formality, already scrolling back through his phone. Martin, replied the blonde, dropping his bag beside his bunk. Chris, the brunette added, heading for his side of the room. The two began unpacking and settling in, minding their own business and unaware of the powers that had nearly consumed the room just hours earlier. Night eventually fell over the dormitory. Silence blanketed the room, the faint rhythm of slow, steady breathing the only sound cutting through the darkness. Everyone was asleep, wrapped in the serenity of rest, except for one. Marcus's eyes snapped open. For a heartbeat, he was paralyzed by the weight of panic rising in his chest. A scream climbed his throat, but before it could escape, a firm hand clamped over his mouth. His body jolted, muscles tightening in fear. Then he saw them, glowing red eyes, faint but unmistakable, piercing through the darkness. Lucian's face came into view, calm and unreadable. He pressed a finger to his lips in a universal gesture of silence. Marcus's panic breathing came fast and shallow, but Lucian gently motioned with his hand, "Breathe, calm down, you're safe now." It took a few long moments, but Marcus's breaths finally slowed. The panic ebbed like a retreating tide, and he gave a small nod. Lucian withdrew his hand and gave another subtle motion with his chin, "Follow me." Lucian silently opened the door and stepped into the hallway. After a few seconds of hesitation, Marcus followed, glancing back once at the sleeping figures of Martin and Chris. The two stepped into the dimly lit corridor. Marcus rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "Sorry, about earlier. I know I shouldn't have lost control like that. I couldn't help it." Lucian didn't respond at first. Then he turned toward Marcus, his tone uncharacteristically soft. "I'm not here to scold you. I get it. What happened, it wasn't entirely your fault. It's a lot to take in." He placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder, firm and grounding. "But you should know this much, at least, you're not a killer just because of what you are, or who your father is. They don't define what you are, it is your actions that do." Marcus blinked, the words sinking in deeper than he expected. His muscles relaxed, the tension in his shoulders melting away. A hesitant smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "Thanks, Lucian. I mean it, that helps. A lot." Lucian nodded once. "Don't mention it." That said, he stepped back, his voice returning to its usual confident cadence. "I didn't call you out here just to give you a pep talk. I've got something to offer you." Marcus tilted his head. "Offer me?" Lucian gestured to his chest. "While you were out, I sealed your magic. You won't lose control unless your emotions spiral completely out of control. And even then..." Lucian paused. "Well, let's just hope it doesn't come to that. But you won't have to worry about what happened earlier happening again. The seal should hold." Instinctively, Marcus tugged at his shirt to check, only to realize that the bandages covered the mark. His face flushed slightly at his own awkwardness, and he quickly dropped his hand. "So, what's this opportunity you're talking about?" he asked cautiously. Lucian smirked. "I'm offering to train you. Help you master your powers. Teach you everything I know about the supernatural world, how to survive in it, how to thrive." Marcus narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "And the catch?" Lucian laughed, genuinely amused. "Smart. There is one condition." He stepped closer, eyes gleaming under the moonlight. "In return, I want you to become my lieutenant. My second in command." Marcus blinked. "Lieutenant?" Lucian extended his hand with a charming grin, the red of his eyes glowing faintly in the dark. "After all," he said smoothly, "what kind of prince of the underworld would I be, if I didn't have the Prince of Death by my side?" Chapter 289, Time Skip. 6 months later. Lucian stood within the vast training grounds nestled deep inside the Midnight Castle. Torches lining the walls flickered with blue flames, casting eerie shadows that danced across the floor. Opposite him stood Marcus, clad in a sleeveless black shirt that clung to his form, revealing the light increase in his muscular build. His dark skin shimmered with sweat, and his jet-black wings were fully extended, the feathers twitching slightly with anticipation. His long, coiled dreadlocks were tied back into a neat bun, keeping them out of his intense, narrow gaze. Gripped tightly in his hands were twin crescent sickles, the curved blades glinting under the torchlight. He spun them slowly in tight circles, the motion precise and calculated. His eyes locked onto Lucian with focus, a mixture of determination and hesitation flickering beneath the surface. Lucian, in contrast, looked almost casual. He wore a dark sleeveless sweater with the hood pulled over his head, casting part of his face in shadow. A long, dark staff was slung diagonally across his back, and his expression was equal parts amused and intrigued. "Well?" Lucian asked, his tone playful as he reached up to rotate his staff with practiced ease. "Are you just going to stand there and admire me all day? I know I'm beautiful, but come on now." Marcus didn't rise to the bait. He narrowed his eyes further, spinning his sickles faster. Sparks erupted with each rotation as the twin blades scraped against one another, producing a high-pitched screech that echoed through the training ground. "I'm trying to find an opening," he muttered, voice low and deliberate. "Smart," Lucian said, stepping slowly to the side, beginning to walk at an angle. "But don't just look. Feel the rhythm of the fight." Marcus mirrored his movement, walking in the opposite direction, the two of them beginning to circle each other like predators. "Remember what I taught you," Lucian warned, his voice suddenly losing its humor, gaining an edge. "I know, I remember," Marcus replied with a nod. "If I can't find an opening, then I make one. But you also taught me to never charge in recklessly. Plan ahead." Lucian gave a mock sniffle, wiping an imaginary tear from his eye. "They grow up so fast," he said in a theatrical tone. With a sudden beat of his wings, Marcus surged forward. His sickles flared outward, slicing through the air. He slashed upward, but his attack was met instantly by Lucian's staff. The clash rang out like thunder. Sparks burst into the air as the impact echoed, but before Marcus could recover, Lucian's foot drove into his torso with a sharp kick, sending him skidding backward across the stone floor. But not fast enough, Lucian tooted, his voice lilting with that familiar mix of mockery and guidance. "Remember, any opening you see could be a trap. Bait." "I know!" Marcus snapped, regaining his balance mid-slide by spreading his wings wide to slow his momentum. With a grunt, he flapped once and shot forward again, blades raised. Lucian, without a hint of effort, blocked the strike again. Marcus landed hard, and frustration bled into his attacks. His movements became more aggressive, less refined. He swung wildly, his sickles flashing in a flurry of chaotic strikes. Lucian didn't break a sweat. He weaved between the attacks like a dancer, the edge of his staff occasionally knocking aside a blade or redirecting the force harmlessly away. With a sharp motion, Lucian smacked Marcus's wrist. The sickle clattered to the ground. Before Marcus could react, Lucian struck his leg, making it buckle, then shoved the staff against his chest. Marcus fell backward, landing unceremoniously on his rear. Lucian walked calmly toward him, his staff resting on his shoulder. "What was your first mistake?" he asked, now circling Marcus like a teacher inspecting a failing student. Marcus winced, rubbing his stinging wrist. "I dropped my weapon." Whack! Lucian smacked the top of his head with the end of his staff. "Wrong. Try again." Marcus flinched and rubbed his skull, groaning. "I wasn't watching your movement." Whack! "Wrong again." "Ow!" "Seriously?" "Your first mistake," Lucian said with a scoff, "was letting me hit you." Marcus blinked, incredulous. "What? That's not fair. That's not something I could have avoided." Lucian gave him a look that could only be described as amused disdain. "But it is something you should avoid. Never let an opponent land a hit." "What are you, dumb? You let me hit you. That's already a loss. Now, your second mistake was dropping your weapon. Even if you can't dodge the blow, hold onto your weapon. Even if your hands are cut off, they better still be holding your blades when they hit the ground." Marcus grumbled under his breath as he picked himself up. Lucian took a few steps back, resetting the space between them. "Now come on." Again. Marcus clenched his jaw, flexed his wings, and retrieved his dropped sickles. He clashed the blades together with a metallic screech and dropped into a ready stance, eyes sharp and body tense. Marcus launched forward without hesitation, his wings snapping open and propelling him like a missile. His twin sickles blurred in the air, cutting twin arcs of silver as he aimed a feint toward Lucian's head before snapping the real strike low toward his legs. Lucian sidestepped with surgical precision, his staff whipping downward to intercept the incoming strike. Metal clashed against metal, the force causing a shockwave of sparks to scatter across the floor. Marcus didn't stop. He pivoted on his heel and brought both blades down in an X formation, hoping to catch Lucian mid-dodge. But Lucian spun low beneath the strike, his staff sweeping across the ground and nearly catching Marcus's ankle. Marcus jumped back just in time, wings spreading to stabilize his balance. He beat them once, using the burst of wind to kick dust into Lucian's face. Lucian raised his forearm, shielding his eyes, but it bought Marcus a brief moment. He shot forward again, blades flashing with renewed aggression. One sickle aimed high for the shoulder, the other curved and low for Lucian's ribs. Lucian ducked beneath the first and used the shaft of his staff to redirect the second, using Marcus's own momentum to send him stumbling a step forward. He twisted and brought the end of the staff toward Marcus's spine, but Marcus rolled just in time, tucking his wings and tumbling into a crouch. He sprang up, sickles arcing behind him, and slammed them together. The ringing metal echoed as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, high, low, diagonal, erratic but relentless. Lucian blocked each one with minimal effort, each strike countered with a fluid spin or deflection, his body moving like flowing water around the fury of blades. Marcus leapt upward, wings snapping open, and hovered for a second before dive-bombing Lucian. The twin blades screamed as they descended, but Lucian caught the shaft of both in the crook of his staff, twisted, and slammed Marcus into the ground with a whip-like motion. Marcus grunted, the breath knocked from him, but he wasn't done. He kicked upward, forcing Lucian to hop back, and with a spin, Marcus regained his footing, eyes blazing with renewed determination. They clashed again, Marcus swinging wide, Lucian deflecting with one hand and jabbing with the other. Dust exploded from beneath their feet. Lucian's grin returned, sharp and electric. He moved faster. Marcus barely had time to react as Lucian blurred forward, staff striking out in 3 quick jabs, wrist, knee, chest. Marcus blocked the first 2, but the third sent him skidding again. His foot caught a rock, but he didn't fall. Instead, he twisted in midair and slashed one of his sickles at Lucian. Lucian tilted his head, the sickle passed by, grazing his hood. "All right, let's call it a day," Lucian said with a proud smile as he looked up at his hood. "Why, let's continue, scared I'll actually scratch you this time," Marcus teased. "Ha! Someone is getting cocky. Need I remind you can barely hold your own against Nico?" Lucian laughed. Marcus sulked, "That brother of yours is a monster to begin with, that doesn't count." "Heh, Nico is great, isn't he? But no, I'm not scared you'll scratch me, you still have a way to go before you could manage that. The reason we're stopping earlier is 'cause I gotta rest, tomorrow's Valentine's Day after all," Lucian said proudly. "Oh, for Christ's sake, I forgot about your little harem," Marcus grumbled. "Fine. We'll cut it short." Lucian chuckled, patting Marcus' shoulder and walking away. Chapter 290, Valentine's Day. As Lucian entered his classroom, he released a deep sigh. His desk, much to his dismay, was overflowing with an assortment of chocolates, candies, and colorful notes tucked between wrappers. A few of the girls in his class, many of whom he barely even spoke to, cast him bashful glances, some quickly looking away when he met their eyes. The familiar awkward tension of Valentine's Day hung in the air. Walking beside him were Annabeth and Bianca. Annabeth immediately caught sight of the sweets piled on Lucian's desk and grimaced. A low, irritated growl escaped her as she crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed by the display. Not that Annabeth's own desk had been spared. Though not quite as overwhelmed as Lucian's, hers bore a modest collection of cards and gifts. Despite her prickly demeanor, she had garnered a fair number of admirers throughout the school year. It helped, of course, that both she and Lucian had taken potions that subtly enhanced their physical appearance. Their features were sharper, more symmetrical, their presence more magnetic. Lucian and Annabeth were undeniably striking to look at, often drawing the attention of students wherever they went. Even Bianca, though quieter and more reserved, wasn't immune to admiration. As the daughter of Hades and another user of the potions, she carried an air of mystery that intrigued more than a few classmates. As Lucian made his way to his desk, stepping carefully to avoid stepping on any stray wrappers or gifts, he reached into his backpack. From inside, he pulled out a carefully prepared bouquet of white chocolate roses, arranged neatly with a small, plush white bear nestled in the center. "Here," he said simply, extending the bouquet toward Chloe, who had been watching him with wide eyes. She blinked in surprise, her expression morphing into one of awe as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "F for me?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. Lucian rolled his eyes and sighed, though a hint of warmth crept into his tone. "You're not so bad," he said with a slight smirk. "So I don't mind giving you something." Then, with a faint tilt of his head, he added, "Besides, I realized you've probably never received a Valentine's Day gift before. I figured you deserved to know what it's like. So, Happy Valentine's Day." Chloe looked down at the bouquet in her hands, holding it as if it were made of glass. Her lips trembled, fighting to contain a smile that threatened to stretch from ear to ear. "Thank you," she squeaked, her voice cracking with emotion. Her eyes shimmered, teetering on the edge of tears. "That was really thoughtful of you." She brought the bouquet to her nose and let out a small giggle. "It smells like chocolate," she thought dreamily, her feet kicking beneath her desk, unable to contain her giddiness. Lucian didn't linger. He moved on, his next stop already in mind. Reaching into his bag again, he pulled out a book that was wrapped neatly with a red ribbon. He approached Lasis and held it out. "Although you get on my nerves and are kind of a perv," he said bluntly, "I don't hate you enough to leave you out. Even pervs like you deserve a little love on Valentine's Day." Lasis blinked at the gift in her hand, blinking rapidly before laughing. "Well, I could have done without being called a perv, but I appreciate the sentiment." "Thanks, Lucian." Curious, she untied the ribbon and opened the cover. It looked like a book at first glance, but as the pages fluttered open, her eyes widened. The middle of the book had been hollowed out in the shape of a heart, and nestled inside were rows of bite-sized chocolates. The untouched pages surrounding the cutout all carried a repeating, handwritten message, "Happy Valentine's Day." Lasis's face turned a deep red as she stared at the chocolates, momentarily stunned. She glanced up, only to find Lucian had already moved ahead, not waiting for a reaction. Her glasses sat crooked on her face, and she quickly adjusted them before plucking one of the chocolates from the heart-shaped center. She popped it into her mouth, chewing slowly as she lowered her gaze to hide the warmth spreading across her face. "Sweet," he thought, smiling softly to herself. When Lucian reached Atropos, a soft smile curved his lips. "You were a little harder to figure out," he admitted, his voice carrying a hint of warmth. "But I thought about it for a while, and I realized that with the kind of person you are, you'd appreciate something meaningful, something that lasts, rather than something fleeting like momentary pleasure." Atropos tried to keep her expression neutral, but a faint upward tilt betrayed her lips. To be loved was one thing, but to be understood was another. And Lucian had done exactly that. He saw through her quiet exterior and recognized her need for depth, for significance. Gently, he reached for her hand, his fingers brushing over hers before holding it delicately. From his pocket, he pulled out a ring, a beautiful black gem shaped like a rose, glinting darkly under the classroom lights. Without hesitation, Lucian slipped it onto her middle finger. Atropos's eyes widened in shock, her usually pale ears flushing a deep red. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. Lucian smirked, clearly enjoying her stunned reaction. With a teasing glint in his eyes, he raised her hand to his lips and pressed a gentle kiss to the ring, never breaking eye contact. "Happy Valentine's Day," he said, flashing her a roguish grin. Atropos quickly withdrew her hand, her gaze dropping to her desk. She was far too flustered to even look him in the face, her heart thudding wildly in her chest. Lucian chuckled to himself, but as he turned back to the class, he noticed the shift in atmosphere. A heavy silence had fallen. Everyone was staring, eyes wide, mouths slightly open, disbelief painted on their faces. Some of the girls were openly staring at the three sisters, a hint of envy in their eyes. The boys, on the other hand, glared at Lucian with a mix of exasperation and frustration. "What?" Lucian asked, brows raised as he scanned the classroom. "Aren't you dating Annabeth?" the guy next to Atropos blurted out, looking as though Lucian had just committed some grand act of betrayal. Lucian tilted his head, unbothered. "Are you seriously that single that you're more invested in my love life than your own?" he asked with a lazy grin. "Go get one." "Oh, shut up," the guy growled in response. "Eat a dick." Lucian snorted, "Grow one." The class erupted into laughter at their playful exchange. They'd been classmates for nearly 6 months. By now, everyone was used to Lucian's sharp tongue and the occasional round of banter. Meanwhile, Annabeth had made her way to Lucian's desk. Her brow furrowed as she sifted through the mountain of sweets and gifts. "Some of these aren't even from people in our class," she muttered in disbelief. She turned to Lucian with a stern expression. "You better not eat a single piece." "The same goes for you," Lucian shot back, gesturing to her own collection of gifts. They stared each other down, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. "I'll eat your pile, you eat mine?" Annabeth offered, arching an eyebrow. "Deal," Lucian nodded. "They weren't meant for you, Annabeth," one of the girls in the class shouted, clearly frustrated. Annabeth didn't hesitate. "What's mine is his, and what's his is mine. So if they were meant for him, then they're mine, too," she snapped, clutching the chocolates protectively in her arms like a dragon hoarding treasure. Elsewhere in the hallway, Talia was on her way to class when she noticed a crowd gathered near the door. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "What now?" she muttered. Beside her were 2 classmates she'd grown close to, both of whom shrugged in confusion. The trio walked toward the commotion, ears picking up whispers as they pushed through the curious onlookers. "Who could have left something like that? It's so sweet though. I wish I had a boyfriend that thoughtful." Talia frowned. "Boyfriend?" Finally breaking through the crowd, her eyes landed on her desk, and she froze. Her desk was completely surrounded by flowers, large gifts, and a single oversized card propped against a bouquet. On the front was an illustration of chibi versions of her and Lucian. Lucian's chibi form was hugging a very pumped-out, deadpan-faced Talia, while little pink hearts floated all around. Talia slapped a hand to her face and let out a loud groan. "I'm going to kill him. I am actually going to kill him." "Aw! Talia, we didn't know you had a boyfriend," one of her new friends squealed. "Not after I'm down killing him, I won't." Talia growled as she marched forward and snatched up the card. She opened it and promptly shut it again. "To my cougar," the card had read. Lucian had started calling her a cougar the moment she turned 18, and no matter how many times she protested, he only seemed more committed to the nickname. Taking a deep breath, she muttered, "Yup. I'm killing him." Chapter 291, Valentine's Day Part 2. Medusa shuffled out of her room within the sprawling halls of Midnight Castle, her robe wrapped lazily around her body. Her usually well-coiled hair was an untamed mess of serpentine locks, hissing quietly in protest as they woke with her. Her eyes remained half-lidded, a fog of sleep still clinging to her mind like cobwebs as she padded barefoot down the dimly lit corridor toward the kitchen. The morning air was cold, and she let out a small sigh, clutching her robe tighter. The promise of coffee was the only thing coaxing her forward. As she entered the kitchen, the first thing she noticed wasn't the smell of brewed beans or the soft glow of the enchanted lanterns that flickered to life with her presence. It was a peculiar red shape sitting on the marble counter. A box. Not just any box, but one molded in the shape of a heart and adorned with a neatly tied ribbon. A tag dangled from the side like an invitation. She squinted at it, slowly blinking as her sluggish mind tried to comprehend what she was seeing. Curious, She stepped closer, the chill of the stone floor forgotten. The tag read, in elegant cursive, "To my favorite godmother, from your favorite godson. Happy Valentine's Day." Her lips parted into a small but genuine smile. She reached for the tag and turned it over. On the back was a printed cartoon chibi version of Lucian. His oversized head sported an impish grin, one hand resting on his hip, the other by his lips as he blew an exaggerated kiss. A floating heart hovered nearby. Medusa couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head fondly. "That little rascal," she murmured. Untying the ribbon, she opened the box to find perfectly arranged rows of chocolates, each one delicately molded and glistening slightly from a sugary coating. She plucked one from the edge, popped it into her mouth, and let out a soft, surprised hum. How sweet of him, literally. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the ominous silence of the throne room was suddenly pierced by a gleeful voice. "Lucian sent over gifts," Medea announced, floating into the chamber with an armful of oversized gift baskets. Her eyes sparkled, her smile stretching ear to ear as she hovered triumphantly before the royal thrones. Persephone immediately perked up. The queen of the underworld sat up straighter, her expression glowing with excitement at the sight of the colorful baskets and frilly bows. "Really? For us?" she exclaimed with delight, rising halfway from her throne. Her long gown trailed behind her like soft waves. Medea floated forward and looked over the tags. "Let's see. This one's for you." Persephone nearly squealed. "Goodies!" "Gimme," she said, bouncing in place as she accepted the basket and sat back down, already peeking inside. She crossed her legs and set the basket on her lap, humming to herself as she dug through the treats like a child during a festival. Hades, seated beside her, didn't share her enthusiasm. He leaned on one elbow, his eyes narrowing as he observed the display. A twitch formed at the edge of his brow. A vein pulsed at his temple. Did that brat really just send my wife a gift on Valentine's Day? The day mortals celebrate love? Is he trying to die? He remained frozen as Persephone selected a chocolate, popped it into her mouth, and visibly melted with delight. "So good," she moaned, placing both hands to her cheeks, swaying her body slightly in bliss. The pressure in Hades' temples doubled. His glare could have cracked obsidian. Then Medea, still grinning, reached into her own basket and pulled out a sealed envelope. "Oh, and Lucian also sent a letter for you." "What?" Hades growled, his eyes snapping toward her. He snatched the envelope from her hand, shredded it open, and read, "Dear Honorable Father, as I'm a generous and filial son, I've taken it upon myself to offer you some much-needed advice on how to be a phenomenal husband." The parchment crinkled in Hades' fist, his knuckles whitening as rage crawled up his spine. Women adore it when their partners take initiative to show love and appreciation, especially on days like this. Sitting around, on your royal rear, doing nothing makes it seem like you don't care, even if we both know you do. Big gesture or small, it's the thought that counts. And hey, if you're lucky, she might reward you with a kiss. Just saying. By the shadow and darkness, your son, Lucian. The letter burst into green flames in his hands, disintegrating into glowing ash that drifted through the air. Hades turned to look at Persephone again, watching quietly as she giggled and sifted through her gift basket like a child unwrapping birthday presents. Her joy was radiant. She held up a bundle of sweets and excitedly showed them to Medea, who leaned in with a grin. Hades stared at his wife's smile longer than he intended to. That glow, that happiness, when had he last seen her light up like this? He sighed softly. Then, with a single step forward, green flames spiraled up his body like a rising tide. In a flash, they dissipated, revealing him now dressed in a sleek, shadow-black three-piece suit that shimmered faintly with silver threading. His collar was sharp, his tie perfectly knotted. He looked regal. Commanding. Persephone blinked, surprised. "Where are you going?" she asked, curiosity laced in her voice. Hades exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm taking you out today," he said, his voice dropping into something softer, warmer. A date. Just the two of us. I feel like it's been far too long. And I want to treat you today. Persephone froze. Her mouth dropped open slightly, her eyes wide and beginning to glisten. Seriously? She asked breathlessly, placing the basket by the armrest and standing up. You're not just messing with me? Of course not, Hades replied, trying to maintain his usual cool demeanor despite the heat creeping to his ears. Isn't today the day mortals celebrate love? I may not be mortal, but neither is my love. And if this day is meant to honor love, then I'll honor you. His words tripped with dark elegance, yet the sincerity in them left no room for doubt. Persephone giggled like a love-struck maiden, then leaned up and kissed him quickly on the cheek. Let me go get ready, he, she sang out, practically dancing down the throne room steps. Lifting the edge of her flowing dress with both hands, she skipped away in a flurry of laughter and joy. Hades touched the spot on his cheek where she kissed him. A rare smile curled his lips. I should reward him, he thought, Lucian's letter echoing in his mind. Medea stood nearby, watching the entire exchange with an arched brow and a knowing smirk, already knowing exactly who to thank for the moment. Later that evening, Annabeth sat comfortably on her bunk bed, flipping through a thick book. Her dorm mates were sprawled across the room, sitting on their beds and beanbags, chatting about crushes, unspoken feelings, and the eternal fear of rejection. So, how did you and Lucian get together, Annabeth? One of the girls asked curiously, her head resting on her pillow. Annabeth looked up from her book with a calm expression and said without a hint of hesitation, oh, simple. I pushed him down and had my way with him. There was a beat of stunned silence. All three girls stared at her, jaws slowly dropping. You did what? One girl began, but her sentence was cut short as something in her peripheral vision made her yelp. She turned her head just in time to see a figure hanging outside the window, Lucian. Balanced on the narrow ledge of the fourth floor, a red rose between his teeth, he waved dramatically with one hand. "Ah!" she screamed, scrambling backward in a panic. Her roommates jumped in alarm, following her gaze in disbelief. Annabeth, entirely unfazed, closed her book and hopped off her bed with a smirk. She sauntered to the window and flung it open. My Juliet, Lucian cooed, his voice muffled by the rose. Oh, my Romeo, Annabeth answered in kind, resting her chin in her hand. That rose wouldn't happen to be for me, would it? But of course, my Juliet, he replied smoothly. Only a beauty such as yourself deserves a rose plucked from the gardens of Elysium. She giggled, accepting the rose and giving it a playful sniff before tucking it behind her ear. One roommate stared, eyes wide. Lucian, we're on the fourth floor. How did you even climb up here? Lucian gave her a dramatic, dead serious look and held up a thumbs up. With the power of love and determination. Another girl glared. What if we were changing? Lucian shrugged, smirking. Then I would have gotten a free show, ACK. Annabeth smacked him on the head, rolling her eyes. I was joking, he muttered, rubbing his skull. Lucian hoisted himself through the window with practiced ease, landing lightly inside the girls' dorm. I hope you lovely ladies don't mind if I steal Annabeth away for the night, he asked with exaggerated politeness. The three dorm mates exchanged weary looks before replying in unison, take her. Thank you kindly, Lucian grinned, walking over and crouching slightly. Annabeth hopped on his back without hesitation. I'll bring back treats for your loneliness, he called out as he climbed out the window, Annabeth laughing gleefully as they vanished downwards. Chapter 292, The Plot Thickens. During the dead of night, a lone figure stood motionless atop a solitary hill, his silhouette barely illuminated under the dim glow of the crescent moon. He wore a long, hooded coat that draped down past his knees, the hood casting a shadow over the upper half of his face, concealing all but the glint of his narrowed eyes. The wind tugged at the edges of his coat, but he remained still, hands buried deep in his pockets as he stared across the distance. Far below, nestled in the safety of magical barriers, Camp Half-Blood glowed faintly with the soft flicker of torchlight and the artificial glimmers of modern lighting. From his vantage point, He could see the cabins lined up in orderly rows and hear the faintest echo of laughter and voices, life continuing as if he'd never been a part of it. With slow, deliberate steps, the hooded figure descended the hill, his boots pressing into the damp earth. He moved silently, finally stopping at the edge of the enchanted boundary line surrounding the camp. He gazed down at the invisible barrier, scoffing softly under his breath. Without a word, he raised one hand and pressed it forward, palm open. Instantly, a crackling pulse of energy shot across his skin, pushing back against him like a solid wall. Sparks flared as the magical field rejected his presence, hissing and popping with each failed attempt. He tried again, leaning into the barrier with a slight growl of frustration, but it was futile. The camp's magic held strong. After a few moments, he pulled his hand back, smoke curling upward from his fingertips. He stared at it briefly, watching the wisps of vapor coil into the air before flicking his hand dismissively. Not long after, the soft creak of a cabin door echoed faintly across the night. From the Hermes cabin, another figure emerged, glancing around cautiously, shoulders tense. He moved with the wary gait of someone who didn't want to be seen, especially not at this hour. The boy approached the boundary line, halting just before it, where the hooded man was waiting patiently. "Chris," the hooded figure said, his voice smooth and teasing, "it's been a while, hasn't it?" Chris flinched at the voice and looked around again, visibly nervous. "Luke," he whispered sharply. "I really shouldn't be out here talking to you. If anyone finds out, I could get in serious trouble. I thought we agreed our meetings would be from a distance, through messages." "I was in the area," Luke said, shrugging casually as he pulled down his hood, revealing his face, "and I wanted to see something for myself. Thought I'd drop by and pay a little visit." Chris frowned, taking a half step back. "Yeah, well, I don't think that's such a great idea. You're not exactly on everyone's favorite list right now. Most of them feel like you abandoned us." Luke exhaled sharply, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "Those cowards? I didn't abandon them. They abandoned me when things got tough. But let's not waste time talking about the ungrateful. How's the recruitment going?" Chris rubbed the back of his neck. "Honestly? Better than before. Like I mentioned last time, Lucian, Annabeth, and Talia are all off at school now. That means the ones left behind, the ones with nowhere else to go, are more willing to listen. More likely to join you. Lucian not being around helps. They're not constantly reminded of what he's capable of, but that doesn't mean they aren't still scared of him. Terrified might be a better word." Chris reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of parchment. He glanced around once more, then tossed it through the magical barrier. Luke caught it with ease. "Those are the names of the ones I've managed to sway to our side," Chris said quietly. "But I think I've hit my limit. Any more and people will start asking questions. It's not just Lucian they're afraid of. It's Talia too, and even Annabeth. They've all grown stronger. And the others can feel that." Luke unfolded the parchment and scanned the names. He gave a nod, then tucked the list safely into the inner pocket of his coat. "You've done well, Chris," he said with a sly, charismatic smile. "You always come through. It's good to know I can count on you." Chris shifted uncomfortably. "You know I've always had your back, man. But I really should get going. I can't afford to get caught sneaking out. Stay safe, Luke." "Seriously." Without another word, Chris turned and hurried back toward the cabin, vanishing into the dark. As the boy disappeared into the shadows, the smile slowly faded from Luke's face. He pulled his hood back over his head and gave the camp one last glance, his expression hard and unreadable. Luke stood once more atop the familiar hill, the same place he'd been before. He looked down at his hand, the skin still red and slightly blistered from the earlier encounter with the magical barrier. He flexed his fingers slowly, the sensation sharp and tender. "So, what do you think?" he muttered aloud, though no one stood beside him. His words, spoken into the wind, were not meant for the living. A voice answered, not from beside him, but from within. It echoed through his mind, cold and ancient, slithering like a serpent across his consciousness. "It is powerful," came Kronos' spectral reply, a dry rasp that seemed to scrape against the very walls of Luke's soul. "Effective, too. Whoever cast it was no mere amateur." Luke scoffed and rolled his shoulder as if trying to shake off the chill that voice brought with it. "I suspect Lucian. The signature feels like his work. He may as well have etched his name into the air around it. It's got his scent written all over it." Kronos rumbled with dark amusement. "A shame, really. He would have made a fine addition to our growing army. So much raw power, so much potential, wasted." "A shame indeed," Luke muttered sarcastically, though he didn't hide the bitterness in his voice. "So, what about it? Can you break through it? Do you know how to tear that veil down?" There was a brief pause, the kind that made Luke's spine stiffen. "Yes," Kronos said at last, cold and sure. "Breaking the barrier is the easiest part of your mission, the most trivial step. The challenge lies in obtaining the material required to do so. That will be your true test." Luke's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. He clenched his injured hand before shoving both hands into his coat pockets to hide the tension. Arguing with Kronos never ended well, and he knew better than to voice his frustration openly. "What is it?" Luke asked, his voice low and controlled, though his eyes burned with reluctant curiosity. "What do I need to do?" There was a silence, and then Kronos' voice returned, this time harsher, crueler. "You must journey deep beneath the earth, to the underworld itself. There, you will approach the edge of the abyss that once held me in chains." Luke's head jerked up, eyes wide. "Wait," he began, but stopped himself too late. His body was already tense, his composure slipping. "Are you seriously telling me to go into Tartarus?" he hissed through clenched teeth, his voice barely contained. The response came like thunder, sharp and immediate. "Do not interrupt me again, boy." Kronos snarled, each word stabbing into Luke's mind like knives. "You will speak when I grant you permission to do so. Nothing sooner." Luke fell silent instantly, his mouth snapping shut. His hands trembled inside his coat, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. But he remained quiet, nodding stiffly. "You won't need to descend all the way into Tartarus," Kronos continued, his tone calm again but laced with poison. "Merely to its edge. You must collect the miasma that leaks from its depths, the foul, corrosive vapor that seeps into the upper layers of the underworld. That miasma holds the power to consume and decay nearly all it touches. With it, you shall corrode the protective veil around Camp Half-Blood and deliver a critical blow to their defense." Luke closed his eyes, drawing in a slow breath as he absorbed the words. "All right," he said quietly. "I'll go. I'll begin preparations immediately." Without another word, his form shimmered, then flickered, like a mirage being blown away in the wind. A moment later, the hill was empty once again. Chapter 293, Date with Annabeth. Lucian and Annabeth were sprawled comfortably across the hood of a car parked at a cozy drive-in movie theater. The sky above them was blanketed in stars, the screen before them flickered with vibrant colors, and the air buzzed softly with the low hum of conversations and the muffled sounds of engines turning off. Around them, other couples and families were nestled in or on their cars, eyes fixed on the silver screen. Annabeth was lying with her head resting against Lucian's chest, a soft smile tugging at her lips as her eyes stayed glued to the unfolding film. There was a rare look of serenity on her face. "You know," she whispered, her voice nearly drowned by the movie's audio, "I never really had the chance to watch movies like this before." Lucian glanced down at her, a pang of guilt brushing his chest. "I know, with everything that's been happening, I should have done something like this sooner." Annabeth turned her head slightly, brushing her cheek against his shirt as she smiled. "It's okay. You've already shown me more than I ever imagined I'd see. I'm grateful, Lucian. I really am." She raised her head and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek before nestling back against him. Lucian's cheeks burned a deep crimson, though luckily the soft, ambient glow from the movie screen kept it mostly hidden. He groaned lightly, tossing his head back in mock suffering. "This lovey-dovey atmosphere is killing me here," he muttered, clearly flustered. Annabeth couldn't help but giggle. She knew all too well how easy it was to make him blush. "You're the one who went all out with the romantic date, you know. Taking me to a drive-in movie theater under the stars? Honestly, you brought this on yourself. I'm a victim of my own success." He sighed dramatically, placing a hand over his chest as though wounded by his own charm. Annabeth giggled again, this time trying to bury her laughter into his chest so she wouldn't disturb the surrounding moviegoers. She looked up at him again, her grin now mischievous. "Speaking of victims, you and those fates seem to be getting real cozy lately." Lucian frowned and raised a brow. "How the hell do you jump from victim to the three fates? And what exactly are you implying? You're not seriously calling me the victim, are you?" Annabeth's smirk deepened. "Well, I don't know. Who else is being chased around and practically betrothed to three immortal women who are older than him by several millennia?" "I'm not being forced into anything," Lucian said quickly. "And I'm definitely not a victim. I'd say I'm more of a willing participant." His voice trailed off as the confidence in his statement wavered. Annabeth arched her brow. Yeah, I'll believe that when you can actually say it with confidence." Lucian chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. "All right, fine. But I'll admit this, once you get to know them, they're not that bad." "They're trying to please you, of course they're not that bad," Annabeth said, rolling her eyes. Just then, Lucian's expression changed, his brow furrowing as if he'd just received some kind of warning signal from the universe. "Hold on. My intuition's acting up again." Annabeth immediately sat up slightly, her eyes sharp with interest. The last time Lucian's instincts kicked in, it had led them to discovering Marcus, the winged son of Thanatos, an unexpected treasure. "What is it? What's it telling you?" she asked with a hint of excitement. Lucian narrowed his eyes, lips pursed in deep thought. "It's telling me to get the hell out of this conversation before I say something stupid." He didn't get to finish. Annabeth smacked his chest with the back of her hand, snorting. "Idiot." Lucian laughed. "Love you too, babes." Annabeth leaned back against him, a smile tugging at her lips. Her thoughts, however, drifted toward Marcus, and a question surfaced. "So, when are you going to take Marcus to the Underworld to meet his dad?" Lucian's grin faded to a more contemplative expression. "When he's ready. He wants to be able to stand in front of his father without feeling weak. I told him about the time I punched my dad in the face, so he's probably using that as some sort of inspiration." Annabeth raised a brow. "Did you tell him about what happened after that? You know, when you came limping home like a whipped puppy?" Lucian avoided her gaze and muttered, "I might have left that part out. And I thought we agreed to never speak of that incident again." Annabeth burst into laughter, muffling it into his shoulder. "No promises." Eventually, the two of them sat upright, their backs leaning against the windshield. Their legs were crossed, a tray of snacks and drinks balanced on their thighs, soft crinkling of wrappers occasionally breaking the silence between movie scenes. "Do you plan on bringing Marcus to Camp Half-Blood?" Annabeth asked between bites, her head tilting slightly as she chewed. Lucian took a moment to think. "I'm not sure yet. I think he'd prefer to spend more time with his mom this summer. They've got a strong bond, and he missed out on a lot of time with her. He might come around later in the year, though." Annabeth nodded slowly, her expression soft. "Makes sense. From what you've told me, they have a really close relationship, so I can see that being the most likely case." Seeing that Lucian had finished his food, Annabeth carefully moved the empty containers and wrappers off his lap. Without hesitation, she swung a leg over and sat directly on his thighs, facing the screen. She took his arms, guiding them around her waist, and gave them a couple of pats to secure them snugly. "There," she said with satisfaction. "Nice and cozy." They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, the soft noise of the movie playing in the background. But then, a sudden, unmistakable creaking noise cut through the air, causing both of them to glance to the side. Just one car over, a vehicle was rhythmically rocking back and forth. Lucian's eyes widened. Annabeth blinked. Her mouth opened slightly in disbelief. Lucian looked at her, saw the stunned expression on her face, and immediately lost it. "Hold up, your face is too funny." "Ha ha ha," he choked out, bursting into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Annabeth looked back at the shaking car with mock irritation, then turned to him with a teasing scoff. "That could be us, but you're the one insisting we wait." Lucian gasped, mid-laugh, and ended up choking on his own breath. He doubled over coughing, patting his chest. "Annabeth." "What the hell, cough, cough, don't say that." She smirked proudly, clearly pleased with herself and her effect on him. "What?" she asked innocently. "Does being with me displease you or something?" Lucian blinked in confusion, then quickly shook his head. "No, no, gods no. That's not it at all. It's just, morally, it doesn't feel right to me. I think it's better if we wait until we're older." Annabeth turned to him with a deadpan stare. "Since when do you care about morality?" she asked flatly. "Lucian, you're literally a borderline psychopath with the emotional restraint of a rabid raccoon. I've seen you casually entertain the idea of torture, human experimentation, and blowing up cities if it benefited your goals. But this is your moral boundary? Really?" Lucian looked mildly offended. "First of all, ouch. Second, kinda true. And third, yes. Look, I might be a villain, but I'm not a monster. There are some lines even a crazy person like me won't cross. And this is one of them." He wrapped his arms around her a little tighter, his voice softening. "I just don't want us to rush into something we're not ready for. There's a time and place for everything. This just isn't the time." Annabeth softened, leaning back into his chest. She gently patted his hand. "Lucian, honey, you don't have to worry. I get it. I really do. It's frustrating to wait, sure, but I don't mind it." "Not really." Lucian narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "It sounds like you mind it." Annabeth snorted. "Oh no, I'm just having fun watching you squirm. You get adorably awkward about this topic." He gave her a long, blank stare. "Are you deadass right now?" He, you're the most innocent psychopath I know," she giggled. Lucian raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you know other psychopaths?" "What? Pfft. You know what I meant, you doofus," she said, swatting his chest lightly. She shifted slightly in his lap, now looking at him with a sweet expression. "But in all honesty, I love you too much to care about something as small as doing the deed. So long as I'm your first, I don't care when it happens. You could have told me you wanted to wait until marriage and I would have been totally fine with that." Lucian tilted his head, a teasing smirk forming. "You're talking like marriage is already guaranteed." Annabeth raised a hand to his cheek and gently patted it. "Oh Lucy, sweet innocent Lucy. You do realize I will kill you in your sleep if you even think about leaving me, right? You literally have no choice but to marry me if you want to continue breathing." They stared at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. But then Annabeth suddenly stopped, looking him straight in the eye. "I'm not joking," she said flatly. "I really will kill you." Lucian chuckled, unbothered, and leaned forward to press a kiss to the top of her head as the movie on the big screen began to roll the credits. They both hopped off the hood of the car, stretching their legs. "Well then," Lucian said casually, "it's good to know I'll be sleeping peacefully for the rest of my life with absolutely nothing to worry about." Annabeth just giggled in that love-struck way that made Lucian feel both terrified and deeply adored. The person to whom the car belonged turned towards his partner and asked, "Who the hell were those kids?" Chapter 294, Theater. Lucian trudged down the bustling school hallway, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and simmering irritation. His dark eyes were half-lidded, and his shoulders slumped forward in utter defeat. Flanking him were his usual companions, the three fates walking in synchronized rhythm, joined by Annabeth and Bianca, who strolled just behind. Words cannot even begin to describe how much I loathe this next period, Lucian muttered, rubbing his temples as if just thinking about it gave him a migraine. Honestly, I'm debating whether it's worth showing up at all. Skipping is starting to look very attractive. Oh, come on, Chloe chimed in brightly, practically skipping beside him with her usual boundless enthusiasm. Her golden hair bounced as she moved, a sunny contrast to Lucian's storm cloud. It's the last class of the day. Once it's over, you'll be free to do whatever you want. It's all too bad, in fact I even enjoy them. Lucian turned his head toward her with the blankiest of stares. Chloe, he said dryly, your relentless optimism is the last thing I need polluting my already fragile state of mind. Annabeth laughed under her breath, walking closer to Lucian, looking at him with a teasing smirk. You're only this dramatic because you got cast as the male lead in the school play. Admit it. Lucian groaned loudly, dragging a hand down his face. Why, in the name of all the gods, is theater a mandatory subject at this school? Couldn't it just be a normal elective like woodshop or debate? Or better yet, a club, one that I could blissfully ignore? But no, not this school. This school demands mandatory public humiliation. Bianca snorted. Please. You can whine all you want, but everyone here knows the truth, you love attention. You're the biggest attention hog I've ever met. This role was basically handcrafted for you. It's your natural habitat. Lucian dramatically placed the back of his hand to his forehead like a damsel in distress. Oh, woe is me! Cursed be these dashing good looks and irresistible charm. If only I were hideous and unremarkable, I might have been spared this fate. As the group reached the auditorium, their conversation faded into a chorus of suppressed laughter. The theater space was already half filled with students, some scattered in seats and others loitering near the stage, all clutching copies of the play's script. Their drama teacher, Mr. Matthews, stood at the front with his arms crossed, an expectant look on his face. Lucian, he said sharply, raising an eyebrow. As the male lead, you should be setting an example. That means arriving before everyone else, not waltzing in like some kind of diva. Lucian waved a dismissive hand in his direction. Please, Mr. Matthews. A true star arrives precisely when he means to. The show doesn't begin until I make my entrance, after all. He reached into his bag, pulled out his copy of the script, and unceremoniously tossed his bag onto an empty chair. Other seats nearby were already claimed by backpacks and jackets, signs that their classmates had beaten them there. With exaggerated confidence, Lucian strode toward the stage and called out, "Make way, mere mortals. The star of this pitiful production has arrived." A collective groan echoed across the auditorium, followed by eye rolls from several students. Still, many couldn't help but smile faintly at his theatrics. Mr. Matthews massaged his temples as if willing away a migraine. At least he's got the ego of a star right down to a T, he muttered under his breath. Then he clapped his hands twice. All right, everyone. Partner up. We'll be practicing scenes in pairs today. Focus on chemistry and delivery. And yes, that means the male and female leads will be working together. Lucian exhaled slowly through his nose and turned his head to see Chloe beaming up at him, already standing nearby with her script open. Opening his own script with all the enthusiasm of a condemned man opening his last meal menu, Lucian began reading in a dull, lifeless monotone. Oh Juliet, how I wish I lo. Stop. Stop right there. Mr. Matthews snapped, nearly dropping his clipboard. Lucian, what was that? Lucian blinked at him. That was my acting. You call that acting? My dead grandmother has better delivery than that. Lucian tilted his head and replied with a perfectly deadpan tone, yes, and I'm sure she spent her entire life pretending to love you. Acting must run in the family. The room exploded in gasps. Bianca immediately covered her face with both hands, mortified. The Fates looked around awkwardly. Annabeth covered her mouth too, but mostly to muffle her laughter. Mr. Matthews blinked, caught off guard. Then, after a pause, he sighed. Okay, that comeback was sharp. I'll give you that. But Lucian, you need to actually act. You're the lead. You're supposed to shine. I've already told you, Lucian said through clenched teeth, his patience wearing thin. I have zero interest in this. The only reason I'm tolerating this tragedy is so Juliet over there doesn't have to do it with another guy. Chloe let out a shy laugh, her cheeks pink as she swayed side to side and clutched her cheeks in mock embarrassment. You're so sweet, she giggled. Atropos and Lachesis exchanged irritated glances in Chloe's direction, their jealousy quietly simmering beneath their composed expressions. If you don't step it up, Mr. Matthews warned sternly, I will replace you with the understudy. I am not above making that decision. Lucian clenched his jaw, glaring daggers at the teacher. Then, with a sharp exhale and a fire in his eyes, he stepped forward. Fine, he growled. You want an actor? I'll give you an actor. He tossed the script aside, letting it fall with a dramatic flutter to the floor. For a moment, he stood still with his eyes closed, silent. Then the air shifted. A palpable change washed over the auditorium. Everyone in the room, students, teacher, even his friends, felt it. The way Lucian carried himself, the tension in his shoulders, the intensity in his aura, it all shifted as if a switch had flipped. Lucian stood still for a moment longer, letting the silence steep in the room like mist on a battlefield. Then he opened his eyes, and when he did, they no longer held annoyance or arrogance, but sorrow, raw and ancient, as if he were truly Romeo Montague, doomed by love and fate. He stepped forward slowly, his voice low but clear, weaving through the auditorium like a song lost to time. Here's to thy chamber, my love, my wife. He whispered, his gaze drifting down to an invisible figure. Death, that hath sucked the honey of thy breath, hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Chloe's eyes widened as recognition dawned. She glanced at the script, then up at Lucian again, lips parted in realization. He was doing the final scene. Without hesitation, she moved quietly to the center of the stage and knelt beside one of the foam props shaped like a stone slab. She lay across it gracefully, folding her hands and shutting her eyes, her chest rising and falling in the rhythm of sleep. Lucian approached her like a man on the edge of madness and grief, his voice trembling now with the weight of love and desperation. Ah, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous? That the lean abhorred monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? He knelt beside her, brushing a strand of her hair behind her ear with heart-aching tenderness. The audience was silent, not even a breath heard among them. I'll stay with thee, and never from this palace of dim night depart again. Here will I remain with worms that are thy chambermaids. He reached into his coat pocket and pantomimed a vial. With shaking hands, he held it high. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. He bent forward, pressing a gentle kiss upon her lips. And lips. Oh you, the doors of breath, seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. He drank. A beat passed, then his body began to tremble. Come, bitter conduct, come, unsavory guide, he gasped. His knees hit the stage floor with a thud. Thou desperate pilot, now at once run on the dashing rocks thy seasick weary bark. Here's to my love. Lucian leaned down, placing one last kiss upon Chloe's lips. Then, in a slow, drawn-out motion, he collapsed beside her, his hands slipping from hers like a thread being cut. Thus, with a kiss. I die. Silence. No one moved. No one spoke. Chloe remained still, tears pooling at the corners of her closed eyes. Mr. Matthews' clipboard dropped from his hand and hit the floor with a soft clatter. Annabeth was covering her mouth again, but this time her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Bianca blinked rapidly, wiping at her cheeks as if angry at herself for crying. Even the Fates, stoic and unreadable as they usually were, looked visibly shaken. And then, slowly, like the gentle start of a standing ovation, someone sniffled. then another. The entire room erupted into quiet, reverent weeping and clapping. Lucian didn't move. He remained still on the stage floor, letting the weight of the moment linger. Mr. Matthews finally stepped forward, his voice barely a whisper. "That was beautiful." Lucian kicked himself up and growled, "How's that acting? Is it better than your dead grandmother? Remember that next time you consider changing the actor." Chapter 295, End of Drama Lessons. Lucian, that was simply marvelous. I don't think words can fully capture how phenomenal your performance truly was. You managed to embody the essence of the character so completely. Mr. Matthew praised with genuine admiration, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Lucian gave a nonchalant shrug, brushing the compliment off with practiced ease. "Whatever," he muttered dismissively. Of course he knew he was exceptional, there was no point in feigning modesty. He was as cunning and duplicitous as they came, and acting was just another form of deception. If he hadn't been a brilliant actor, he wouldn't be half as effective in anything else he did. Meanwhile, Chloe sat dazed atop the phone plank where the scene had played out. Her cheeks were burning red, her fingers fluttering as she fanned her face in a desperate attempt to cool the flush of heat spreading across it. She was clearly flustered, overwhelmed, even. A few of the other girls standing around were casting looks her way, a mix of envy and suspicion in their eyes. Whispers buzzed in the background like static. Atropos and Lachesis, for their part, had begun biting their nails, as if they glared at Chloe for being the first among to be kissed by Lucian. Annabeth stood off to the side, arms crossed and jaw clenched tightly. She was grumbling under her breath, her eyes narrowed at Chloe with the intensity. Bianca, standing next to her, gave her a sidelong glance, clearly worried. "I'm curious," she said carefully, "what your thoughts are on seeing your boyfriend kissing another girl, on stage or not. What do you think?" Annabeth snapped back in a low, venom-laced voice. "It pisses me off. But just wait. I'll grow stronger than the fates themselves, stronger than their power over me. And when the time is right, I'll make sure everyone understands their place." Bianca blinked, her expression tightening with alarm. You're not seriously thinking of killing them, are you?" Annabeth frowned, genuinely confused by the question. "What? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. If anything, I've grown closer to them, especially Lasis. But that doesn't mean I've forgiven them for what they've done. No. I plan to teach them the proper hierarchy of Lucian's harem. Starting with me at the top." Bianca rolled her eyes and let out a long, exhausted sigh. "Just promise me you're not going to do something impulsive and get yourself killed." Annabeth smirked, throwing an arm over Bianca's shoulder. "Ah, worried about me now, sis-in-law?" "I hate when you call me that," Bianca muttered, clearly irritated. "Seriously?" Annabeth asked, raising an eyebrow in amusement. "Yeah," Bianca replied with a sigh. "It's like I'm only ever known as either the daughter of Hades or Lucian's sister. People never see me, just my associations. It's frustrating." Annabeth's teasing demeanor softened as her expression turned apologetic. "I didn't know it was bothering you that much." "I'm really sorry, Bianca." "It's fine," Bianca said quickly, waving a hand dismissively and shifting her weight uncomfortably. "Don't worry about it." But Annabeth didn't let it go. She gently squeezed Bianca's shoulder, offering a small but warm smile. "No. It's not fine. You're your own person, and I never want to make you feel like you're living in someone else's shadow." Though she claimed to have grown closer to Lasis, the truth was, the person Annabeth had formed the deepest bond with was Bianca. It had started because of Lucian, sure. But over time, it had grown into something more sincere, something familial. In many ways, Annabeth had come to see Bianca as the little sister she never had, someone she could confide in, fight with, and fiercely protect. Meanwhile, Mr. Matthews was still caught up in Lucian's performance, his hands animated as he continued, "You know, I have some solid connections in the industry. If you ever seriously consider a future in acting, I could." "Consider leaving me alone," Lucian interrupted with a groan. My God. I performed so you'd excuse me from practice, not so you'd stalk me with offers. Mr. Matthew blinked, visibly taken aback. But you have talent. Genuine talent. It'd be such a waste. This class is a waste, Lucian grumbled, stooping down to pick up his script from where it had fallen on the floor. The drama teacher straightened, his tone flat. Lucian, not every word I speak needs to become fodder for one of your clever retorts. Lucian shrugged again, already walking off the stage. Whatever. I've got better things to do with my time. Mr. Matthews watched him go, sighing heavily. Fine. I'll mark this period as past, you've certainly earned that much. But don't think this means you can skip tomorrow. Tomorrow is an important day. Lucian paused at his seat, picking up his bag that occupied it. Is it the day you finally retire? Mr. Matthews let out a slow breath, his expression deadpan. That was uncalled for. Now you're just being cruel for the sake of it. Lucian didn't even acknowledge the remark. He sat down, unzipped his bag, and pulled out a thick book about magical knowledge and theory, a gift given to him by Hecate. Despite his reputation and attitude, Lucian never let a moment go to waste. If he was stuck in school, then he would spend the time sharpening his real skills, magic, theory, and knowledge that might one day come in handy. Tomorrow is the day the outfits will arrive, the costumes for the play, Mr. Matthew announced brightly, clapping his hands together for emphasis. Each of you will try yours on, and we'll get to see how you all look on stage. It's going to be quite the sight. A few students in the class cheered enthusiastically, clearly excited at the prospect of donning their theatrical garb. Others merely exchanged disinterested glances, unmoved by the idea, more concerned with memorizing their lines or finishing the day. Mr. Matthew turned toward the back of the auditorium, where Lucian was slouched in his seat like a king upon his throne, legs stretched out over the armrest, book raised lazily in front of his face. He looked far too relaxed for someone in the middle of a lesson. What? Mr. Matthew asked, cocking a brow. Nothing to say this time? That's rare. Without lowering his book, Lucian replied flatly, What do you want me to say? I look good at anything I wear. The blood of a diva runs through my veins. Those who knew Lucian's mother snickered and chuckled, while those that didn't were merely confused. Mr. Matthew sighed, shaking his head in amusement. He turned back to assist another student with a particularly difficult monologue, while Lucian remained unbothered, fully immersed in his book on magical theory. Eventually, the school bell rang, its sharp chime echoing across the auditorium, signaling the end of class. Students began packing their things, some chatting about club meetings, others preparing to return to their dorms. Lucian closed his book with a soft thud and stood, stretching his arms lazily before collecting his belongings. As he made his way toward the exit, Chloe appeared beside him, practically bouncing with anticipation. Lucian, she said sweetly, clutching her booklet tightly. Would you mind helping me practice this scene? I'm having trouble really getting it down. Lucian arched an eyebrow, glancing down at the booklet she was holding open toward him. His gaze froze when he saw which scene she was referring to, the final scene. The kissing scene. Chloe tilted her head slightly, batting her eyelashes with deliberate innocence. I'm going to need practice, but to do that scene I'm going to need a partner. Chloe's lips slowly curled into a smile as she asked, Would you be willing to be that partner and help me practice? Lucian stared at her, his expression unreadable. He slowly extended his hand toward her. Chloe blinked, confused, but instinctively handed him the booklet. Lucian calmly rolled the script into a cylinder. Without a word. Whack! Ow! Chloe yelped, holding the top of her head with both hands, tears brimming in her eyes. Ouchie! What was that for? Don't act stupid, Lisa scoffed, crossing her arms as she stepped up beside them. Her glare was icy. You knew exactly what you were doing. Atropos rolled her eyes. That's what you get for being greedy. You already get to kiss him in the play. You don't need extra rehearsals. Annabeth added with a smug look, It's always the ones who act the most innocent that are the most dangerous. Speaking from experience? Bianca asked dryly, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Annabeth's expression faltered for half a second before she puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance and looked away with a pout. The group began walking down a deserted hallway, far from the noise and bustle of the main school. It was a place few ventured unless they knew exactly where they were going. Eventually, they stopped in front of a peculiar, old door, one that looked as though it had existed since the foundation of the building, long forgotten by most. Lucian stepped forward, knocked 3 times in a specific pattern, and uttered a sequence of words like a secret phrase. As if reacting, it seemed almost as if blood spilled across its surface. The door shimmered and bled red. Cracks in the wood glowed as red light spilled out from within, seeping through the seams. The door creaked open, and one by one they stepped inside. As Lucian entered last, his shadow on the ground lengthened unnaturally, stretching across the room like a living creature. One by one, shadowy figures began to rise from it, clones molded from darkness, shaped in the image of each person in the group. Without a word, the clones turned and dispersed, each heading out in a different direction. "Sending them to our dorms?" Annabeth asked, watching her own doppelganger vanish down the hallway. Lucian gave a short nod. Better to avoid suspicion. With that, Lucian closed the door behind him. Chapter 296, Outfit Fitting. Lucian stood backstage alongside the rest of his classmates, all of whom were clad in elaborate costumes provided by their ever-enthusiastic drama teacher, Mr. Matthews. In front of Lucian, hanging neatly on a polished steel rack, was a striking black and crimson 3-piece suit. Beside it dangled a red and gold masquerade mask, glimmering under the backstage lights. The outfit radiated elegance and mystery, perfect for the role he was meant to embody. Lucian, currently shirtless and unbothered, reached for the crimson button-down shirt. However, he paused, sensing something. Slowly, he turned his head and blinked. A dozen pairs of eyes were locked on him. His sculpted, powerful physique, honed through intense training and grit, stood out like a statue carved from marble. The lighting only accentuated the defined muscles along his arms, chest, and torso. The room had fallen unnaturally silent. "What?" Lucian asked, raising a brow at the unexpected attention. "You're just unfair," one of his classmates finally muttered, sounding both impressed and disheartened. "Seriously? What the hell are those muscles?" another chimed in, throwing their hands up in exasperation. "Just what the hell did you eat? I'm starting to wonder what kind of life you've lived to look like that." Someone else added, eyes still wide with disbelief. Lucian smirked as he slowly began buttoning up his crimson shirt. "I was an ex-convict," he said matter-of-factly. "Got sent to juvie at a young age. Had to train every day just to survive. The week didn't last long where I came from." A heavy silence swept through the room. Jaws dropped. Even the quieter students, previously focused on their own costumes, stopped mid-task and stared in stunned disbelief. Then Lucian chuckled, his tone lightening. "I'm messing with you guys," he said with a playful roll of his eyes. "The fact that you actually believe that is kinda worrying. Don't be so gullible." A chorus of irritated groans followed, mixed with reluctant laughter. "Honestly? With the way you are, I completely believed it," one student said, still trying to recover from the shock. "Same here. Yeah, I had zero doubt. Honestly, I still believe that more than I believe you saying it was a joke," someone else added, earning a few nods of agreement. Lucian chuckled again and slipped on the tailored black coat. The way he adjusted the lapels with practiced ease spoke volumes. It was clear he had worn suits like this many times before. In fact, there had been a phase in his life when formal wear was all he ever wore. "Believe what you want," he said casually, slipping the masquerade mask into place. "Just know that if I had committed a crime, I wouldn't be stupid enough to get caught and end up in juvie." "That might actually be the scariest thing you've ever said," one whispered. With a confident stride and a dramatic flourish, Lucian pushed open the backstage curtain. His coat billowed behind him like the cape of a theatrical anti-hero, and the light gleamed off the red and gold mask that now hid the top half of his face. "The star of the show has arrived," he declared boldly, voice echoing. Mr. Matthews, who had been making checks near the stage, looked up and grinned. "Whoa!" Looking sharp, he exclaimed, clapping. "Honestly, that looks even better than I imagined." Almost immediately, Lucian found himself swarmed by several of his female classmates, already dressed in flowing masquerade gowns and their own glittering masks. They surrounded him like moths to a flame. "You look amazing. That suit suits you too well." "Romeo, oh, Romeo," one of them sang, dramatically fanning herself. Lucian gave them a dazzling grin, clearly enjoying the attention. "Ladies, one at a time," he teased, his voice smooth like velvet. A pointed ahem suddenly pierced through the chatter. The girls quickly parted, revealing a vision of golden splendor. Annabeth stood before him, regal and radiant in a gown that sparkled like sunlit sand. Her golden dress clung elegantly to her form and flowed to the floor in shimmering waves. Long silk gloves hugged her arms, and a silver mask framed her eyes with an air of mystery and grace. With practiced elegance, she flicked open a fan to cover the lower half of her face, her silver gaze sharp as she glared at the surrounding girls, her posture regal and commanding. Lucian's smirk deepened. With perfect timing and flair, he stepped forward and extended a hand toward her. "Mademoiselle," he said with a bow, kissing her glove hand that landed softly in his palm, "you are as stunning now as the day I first fell under your spell." Annabeth's eyes softened behind the mask, and she allowed a small smirk to curl her lips. "You really think so?" she asked coyly, lowering the fan. Without missing a beat, Lucian spun her in a graceful turn. Her dress flared out beautifully before he pulled her into him. Annabeth closed her fan and placed both her hands on his shoulders, their faces close, breaths mingling. "I know so," Lucian whispered. Then, with practiced poise, he dipped her low, one arm securely around her back while his other hand held her leg just above his waist, which had curled up beside him. "You dangerous flirt," Annabeth cooed, gently cupping Lucian's cheek in her gloved hand. They both smiled warmly before leaning in and sharing a kiss, completely unfazed by their audience. Around them, their female classmates immediately erupted in soft coos and playful squeals. Several of them chimed in adoration. "All right." "No!" "Stop it, you too." "Enough of that," Mr. Matthews called out, clapping his hands as he walked over, clearly trying not to smile. "We will be having none of that during rehearsal." Annabeth groaned in protest and clicked her tongue. "Oi! You didn't let me play Juliet, and now I have to watch my boyfriend kiss another girl on stage. Let me have my moment, will you? By the gods, you guys are embarrassing," came Bianca's dry voice as she stepped forward. She wore a dark purple gown that shimmered subtly beneath the lights, her matching mask only enhancing her sarcastic stare. Lucian chuckled and gave her a thumbs up. "You look nice, Bianca." She gave his arm a playful slap, a rare smile curling her lips. "Thanks. You don't look so bad yourself." "Must be because we're related," Lucian said with a puffed-out chest, clearly proud. "Obviously," Bianca replied, raising her chin in mock arrogance, an expression that was unmistakably Lucianesque, much to her own dismay, having gained a couple of quirks from being around Lucian for so long. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "So what do you think, hot shot?" Lucian turned to see Lasis approaching, flanked by her two sisters, Chloe and Atropos. Lasis wore a velvet red dress, slightly deeper in hue than Lucian's suit. Her mask was the same rich shade, and her short brown hair fell freely over her shoulder, framing her confident smirk. To her right, Atropos was dressed in a gown of pure black. Her makeup was sharp and elegant, matching her midnight mask. Her straight hair framed her face neatly, with her bangs drifting just over the top of her mask. Meanwhile, Chloe wore a royal blue dress that trailed gracefully behind her, its flow catching the light with every step. Her golden mask shimmered like stardust, contrasting beautifully with her bright blue eyes and matching her golden hair. Lucian's eyes flicked to Atropos, a grin forming. "Whose funeral are we attending?" he teased. "Yours in a few seconds if you keep talking," Atropos replied without missing a beat, her voice cool as ice. Chloe spun with a graceful twirl, her skirt fanning out like waves. "So," she asked with a smile, "do we look good?" Lucian paused, then smiled genuinely. "You three look stunning." The compliment hit harder than expected. All three girls blinked, then blushed in unison, clearly caught off guard by the sincerity of his words and the warmth of his smile. Mr. Matthews, observing all of this from the sidelines, pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh. "This kid. He's going to be a serious problem in the future. I can already feel it." Once all the boys had finished changing into their suits and costumes, Mr. Matthews clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. "All right, everyone. Partner up," he called out. "We're going to run through the choreography for the dance scene at the midpoint of the play. It needs to be sharp, smooth, and flawless. We only have a week left to get this perfect." The stage buzzed with motion as the students began pairing off. Dresses swished as the girls hurried to their partners, holding up the hems so they wouldn't trip. The music began to play from the overhead speakers, an elegant waltz that echoed through the auditorium. Lucian found himself dancing with Atropos. One of his hands rested lightly on her hip, the other gently holding her hand. Her arms were comfortably draped over his shoulders, her expression calm but content. "Enjoying yourself?" Lucian asked with a soft smile. "Greatly," Atropos answered with an equally soft expression. "I think the best decision my sisters ever made was coming to this school." Lucian pouted slightly. "I thought creating me would have topped the list." She gave him a knowing look. "Your creation wasn't a decision. It was a desire, a need. There was no discussion or plan, you simply had to exist." Lucian blinked, caught off guard by the weight of her words. "Okay, you can't just say something like that." "Even I get flustered," he mumbled, a light blush rising on his cheeks. Atropos giggled softly, clearly amused, and secretly delighted by his reaction. Meanwhile, Mr. Matthews watched them and sighed once more, clapping his hands loudly. "All right, switch," he called. The students groaned and began shuffling around, exchanging partners after each round. With every clap of Mr. Matthews' hands, new pairings were formed, each giving them time to rehearse and refine the steps. This continued until the final bell rang, echoing through the auditorium and signaling the end of rehearsal. Chapter 297, Caught. Today marked the long-awaited debut of the school play, featuring Lucian and his classmates. Excitement buzzed through the halls as students and staff alike made their way toward the auditorium, their voices echoing off the walls as they settled into their seats. Meanwhile, away from the commotion, Lucian was alone in a quiet, empty classroom, getting dressed into his costume. His expression remained blank, deadpan and nearly bored, as he buttoned up his attire with practiced efficiency. Just as he finished adjusting his collar, the classroom door creaked open. Lucian turned toward the sound, only to find Atropos standing at the entrance. She was holding up the front of her elegant black dress, visibly flustered and hesitant. "Lucian, are you busy by any chance?" she asked, her voice carrying a rare hint of nervousness. Lucian raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "No, I just finished changing." "What's wrong?" Atropos stepped inside and quietly closed the door behind her. She clutched her dress a little tighter and walked over with careful steps. "I need help zipping this thing up," she admitted, avoiding eye contact. "I can't do it by myself." Lucian tilted his head slightly. "Where are your sisters?" "They already got dressed and left for the auditorium. I had more makeup to do, so I stayed behind a little longer," she explained, motioning to the elaborate goth-style makeup accenting her pale features. Lucian sighed and gestured for her to come closer. "All right, come here." "Thanks," she said, cheeks flushed as she approached him. Turning her back to him, she lifted her hair away to reveal the open zipper running down the length of her spine, exposing the smooth skin of her back and shoulders. Lucian stepped forward, and Atropos shivered faintly as she felt the warm breath from his nose ghost across her skin. His hand moved gently to her back, pulling the zipper upward in one slow, deliberate motion. The silence between them was charged, not uncomfortable, but undeniably tense. "Thank you," she said again, voice softer now. She released her hair and turned around, but as she shifted on her feet, the hem of her long dress betrayed her. She tripped forward with a surprised gasp. "Wah! Sorry," she mumbled, mortified as she stumbled into him. Her hands landed flat against his chest as she looked up at him. They were standing barely inches apart. Her cheeks glowed pink as she murmured, "I'm not used to wearing these types of mortal dresses." Lucian stared at her for a beat before speaking with a teasing glint in his eyes. "You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd think this was a seduction technique." Atropos sighed, a little dramatically, clearly frustrated. "I'm really not great at this. I'd never tried to seduce someone before." Lucian blinked. "Wait, seriously? This is a seduction technique?" he asked, his lips twitching as he tried, and failed, to suppress a grin. "Why the hell are you trying to seduce me?" Atropos looked away, biting her lip in embarrassment. For a long moment, she didn't respond, but Lucian gave her a look, one that clearly demanded an answer. With a deep breath, she finally spoke. "I mean, you've already kissed Chloe. Even if it was just for that stupid school play, you're going to kiss her again in front of everyone." "I guess I'm kinda jealous," she admitted, voice barely above a whisper. "I'd never had the chance to experience my first kiss before." Her face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she looked like she wanted to vanish into the floor for admitting something so personal. "Okay, this is strangely adorable," Lucian thought to himself, mildly entertained by her bashfulness, something he didn't get to see often from her. He reached up and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "I think you're putting too much importance on this kiss. The one with Chloe is all for the play. It's scripted. There's no actual feeling behind it." "That might be true," Atropos muttered, "but it still doesn't change the fact that she was kissed, and I wasn't." Lucian smiled, tilting his head. He gently placed a hand on her cheek and asked, "Would it make you feel better if I gave you a kiss now?" Atropos blinked, then looked up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. "Would you really?" she asked quietly, her voice filled with vulnerable sincerity. Lucian rested his other hand on her waist, drawing her a little closer. "I don't mind." Their breaths mingled as their faces neared. Atropos stared at his lips, then met his eyes again. Her voice was a breathy whisper. "Then, yes. It would make me feel better." Lucian leaned in, and Atropos closed her eyes. A moment later, she felt the warmth of his lips pressing softly against hers. It was slow, gentle, more curious than passionate. Her fingers tightened around the fabric of his coat. As their lips parted, Atropos' breath came in short, haggard gasps. Her eyes fluttered open, dazed and flushed as she muttered breathlessly, "Whoa." Lucian gazed at her with that charmingly casual smirk that always seemed to carry just the right amount of mischief. "Did you enjoy it?" he asked in a velvety tone, soft but teasing. Atropos' cheeks were glowing now, pink spreading across her pale complexion. She gave a shy nod, eyes still slightly wide. "It felt very nice," she admitted softly. "Warm too." She looked up into his eyes, vulnerable and hesitant. Her voice was almost a whisper as she asked, "Can I have another?" "How adorable." Lucian chuckled inwardly. He leaned closer, letting his voice drop to a whisper as well. "Sure," he breathed, and gently pressed his lips to hers once more. He held her close, arms wrapped around her waist as their bodies pressed together. One kiss turned into two, then three. Each time their lips met, it deepened, both in pressure and emotion. Their restraint faded quickly as they leaned into each other, letting instinct take over. Atropos let her hands trail upward, from Lucian's chest to his shoulders, and then to his jaw. Her fingers curled gently along his face as their kisses grew more heated. The soft sound of lips smacking together echoed throughout the otherwise silent classroom, growing louder, bolder, more desperate. They stumbled slightly, laughter lost between their breaths, and crashed gently against a desk. Atropos let out a small gasp as her back hit the edge, but didn't pull away. Lucian, with surprising ease, lifted her and sat her on the desk. Her legs instinctively wrapped around his waist as their mouths met again with even more fervor. Their kiss had become hungry, passionate, wild. It was the kind of moment that consumed everything else around them, pulling them into their own world of heat and softness. That is, until the door opened. "Lucian, the teacher is looking for you, whoa." Bianca's voice cut through the haze like a splash of cold water. The two froze instantly. Atropos sat wide-eyed on the desk, her legs still around Lucian, whose arms were braced at either side of her. Both of them were flushed, breathing heavily. They scrambled away from each other in panic, practically springing apart. It's not what it looks like, I can explain." Lucian stammered, his voice cracking slightly as his face went bright red. Bianca blinked a few times, her face expressionless as she took in the sight. "I don't even want to know what this is. Just letting you know, Mr. Matthews is looking for you. The play is about to start." She turned on her heel, muttering something under her breath and walking off, shaking her head. Atropos, mortified, covered her mouth with her hand, dabbing at her smeared lipstick with her fingertips. The icy aura she usually carried was nowhere to be seen, replaced now with a completely flustered and human expression. I'll fix my makeup," she mumbled, barely able to meet Lucian's gaze. "Just go." Before he could leave, she reached out and gently wiped the smudge of black lipstick from the corner of his mouth. Lucian quickly grabbed his masquerade mask and power walked out of the classroom, catching up to Bianca in the hallway. As they walked, he was still rubbing at his lips, checking for any remaining evidence. "You see, I was changing, right? And she came in needing help with the back of her dress and, well, one thing led to another and—" "Lucian." Bianca cut in, expression flat as she looked at him from the corner of her eye. "Why are you trying to explain this to me? I'm your sister, not your girlfriend. Whatever kind of degenerate choices you make with your lips are not my concern." Lucian gave her a sheepish look, scratching the back of his head. "Still, you kinda walked in on a compromising position. I felt like I should explain myself." "Please, just drop it," Bianca said with an amused scoff. "I don't care that you got seduced by one of your fiancés. But you better not let Annabeth find out. She will actually kill you." "Nah, don't worry. I'm gonna tell her," Lucian replied with a confident wave of his hand. Bianca blinked. "Are you trying to die an early death?" "I'm not gonna lie to Annabeth," Lucian said with a disdainful scoff. "Trust is the most important part of our relationship. We're always honest with each other, that's what makes it work. If I lie or omit this from her it would hurt her, so I'd rather be honest." Bianca stared at him for a beat before letting out a dry laugh. "Wow, would you look at that? A respectable scumbag." Lucian clutched his chest dramatically. "Ouch! That one wounded me." They both chuckled softly as they walked down the hallway toward the auditorium, the buzz of the awaiting audience growing louder with every step. Chapter 298, The School Play Part 1. "Thank goodness you're here. For a moment, I honestly thought you were going to skip out on the play entirely. You had me nervous there," Mr. Matthews said, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Lucian gave a smug grin as he walked in with theatrical flair. "Please. As if I'd ever deprive this crowd of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness my fantastical, awe-inspiring performance," he said, dramatically throwing an arm in the air as if taking a bow before the show had even begun. All around them, chaos buzzed in the air as students and staff rushed to finalize last-minute preparations. Costumes were being adjusted, props double-checked, and stage lights flicked on and off in quick succession. More and more elegantly dressed students began to file into the auditorium, voices chattering with excitement as the show's start approached. Suddenly remembering just how large the audience was expected to be, Lucian grew curious. With a sly look, he sauntered toward the side of the stage, pushed aside the curtain ever so slightly, and peeked out into the auditorium. His eyes swept over the crowd where teachers, students, and faculty members were finding their seats, chatting softly among themselves. A faint smile tugged at Lucian's lips when he spotted Nico and Marcus seated together. They looked relaxed, if mildly amused, clearly anticipating the idea of watching their friend on stage. That was enough to bring Lucian to smirk and even snicker, until his gaze drifted to another section of the crowd. His smile twitched as if he didn't know what face to make at the moment. Talia and Medusa had snuck in and were seated incognito among the audience. Talia was holding a camera at the ready, a wicked gleam in her eyes that promised future torment. She looked like she couldn't wait to immortalize Lucian's most embarrassing moments for eternity. Medusa, on the other hand, had somehow disguised herself convincingly enough to sneak into the mortal school without raising suspicion. She leaned forward slightly, eyes alight with curiosity and expectation. Lucian groaned under his breath. Just when he thought it couldn't get worse, his eyes swept past the rows of students and landed on the front row of the audience, where he froze. No. No way. He blinked hard, rubbed his eyes, and looked again, as if hoping the figures he was seeing would vanish. But they were still there. He pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering something unintelligible before he spun on his heel and quickly walked over to Bianca. Without saying a word, he grabbed her hand and gently tugged her toward the curtain. Huh? What are you? Please, Lucian interrupted, his voice hushed but urgent. Tell me I'm hallucinating. Tell me I'm just stressed and seeing things. Bianca gave him a confused look, but humored him. She peeked over his shoulder and out at the audience. A second later, her body went rigid. Her breath caught in her throat. No. Freaking way, she whispered in horror. What the hell is our father doing here? Lucian's expression darkened further. Oh, it gets worse, he muttered. You see who's sitting next to him? Bianca looked again, and her eyes widened even more. That's Persephone, Lucian said grimly. She was indeed next to Hades, and she was smiling like this is the best date night ever. And in her hands? A crystal ball. Which means my mother is watching this mess too. And sitting next to Persephone. Demeter, Bianca breathed in disbelief, recognizing her instantly. She remembered the faces of all the gods of her trial. Out in the audience, Hades sat in the front row, wearing an expression that was calm, almost bored, but unmistakably amused. Persephone radiated delight, holding the crystal ball carefully in her lap, within which the faint shimmering image of Medea could be seen, watching intently. Demeter sat beside them, her arms crossed, face curled into a deep scowl, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else in the cosmos. Lucian and Bianca slowly turned back to each other, their faces drained of color. They both stepped away from the curtain in complete silence, their minds clearly racing. Then, at the exact same moment, they both muttered under their breath. Fuck! Lucian ran a hand through his hair and let out a long groan. I'm really starting to hate omnipotent parents. Are you smiling? Bianca asked, eyes wide with disbelief as she leaned closer to get a better look at Lucian's face. Wah! Lucian blinked in confusion, then instinctively touched his cheek. His fingers brushed against the upturned curve of his lips, and his expression faltered as he realized the truth. He was smiling. Like a little kid. Immediately, he flushed in embarrassment and looked away. No. I'm not, he mumbled unconvincingly. But it was too late. The smile had been seen, and Bianca wasn't going to let it go unnoticed. The truth was, Lucian had never once experienced this feeling. As an orphan, he'd grown up without anyone ever showing up for him, no parent sitting in the audience during school performances, no comforting presence during parent-teacher conferences, no proud figure cheering from the sidelines during sporting events. For others, having family attend these occasions might seem normal, even forgettable. But for Lucian, just seeing someone show up, especially someone tied to his blood, meant more than he could put into words. Of course, he would never say that out loud. As he stood backstage with the curtain still down, Lucian glanced at the floor, that faint smile creeping back onto his face. He thought of the countless times he had stared out into crowds during events, already knowing no one would be there for him. Remembering that sense of emptiness only made the contrast now even sharper. Hades had come. His father had actually shown up. And not just him. Persephone, Demeter, even his own mother. The thought made his heart flutter in a way he wasn't used to. He felt, noticed, acknowledged, maybe even loved. That quiet warmth stirred something in him, something small and vulnerable he usually kept buried deep. Annabeth approached just then, tilting her head slightly as she caught the odd shift in Lucian's mood. "What's with Lucian?" she asked, her voice low but curious as she leaned toward Bianca. Bianca, still a little stunned by her brother's rare expression, whispered back, "I'm not completely sure, but I think he's happy. I think he's really happy our father's here. Though knowing him, he'll deny it until his dying breath." "Aw," Annabeth cooed softly, her eyes twinkling with affection as she found Lucian's rare display of vulnerability downright adorable. Lucian, of course, heard everything. His ears turned red as he shot both girls a scandalized glare. "I am not adorable," he muttered, though the effect was ruined by the shy look lingering in his eyes. He quickly turned his head as Annabeth peeked over the curtain and caught sight of the scene for herself. Her smile only widened. Before Lucian could sputter out a proper protest, the backstage area began to fill with students. Atropos had finally arrived, along with several other cast members, all chattering nervously or adjusting their costumes. Mr. Matthews, clipboard in hand, strode to the center of the chaos with practiced authority and began a quick head count. "All right, perfect," he called out, his voice cutting cleanly through the noise. "Everyone's present, dressed, and ready. This is it, folks, the moment we've been building toward. Places, everyone. Get into position. Remember, the show must go on. Break a leg." Excitement rippled through the cast as they scattered to their designated spots, voices buzzing with adrenaline and anticipation. Mr. Matthews retreated to a corner of the stage, hidden from view but close enough to watch and guide as needed. The lights dimmed. The hushed murmurs of the audience faded into an expectant silence. And then, the curtain slowly rose. The play had begun. Chapter 299, The School Play Part 2. Persephone grabbed Hades' arm as the smile across her face widened with delight. "Oh, it's starting," she sang, eyes shimmering with excitement as the theater lights dimmed. The rich, velvet curtains began to slowly roll up, revealing a set painted like the quaint streets of Verona. A soft hush fell over the audience just before the voice of the narrator, clearly that of a young boy, echoed dramatically across the auditorium. This story of tragedy begins in Verona, Italy. Long ago, during the Renaissance era, two feuding families were constantly at odds. They were known as the Montagues and the Capulets. As the names were spoken, the stage burst into color and motion. Actors portraying both families ran out in vibrant, easily distinguished attire, the Montagues in bold, bright blues, the Capulets in deep, proud reds. They collided at center stage, shouting in rehearsed fury, wooden swords clashing with exaggerated flair, while some of the younger cast threw in comic relief punches and dramatic tumbles. The brawl was chaotic but choreographed well. "Look! There's Bianca," Nico whispered excitedly to Marcus, pointing toward the Montague side where his sister stood, striking a dramatic pose with a foam sword raised high. "I see that." Marcus chuckled, though his eyes shifted with a wary glint. His gaze caught two familiar figures over on the Capulet side, Atropos and Lachesis, posing as noble women. A visible shudder ran through him as he remembered their real identities and the silent power behind their smiles. From the front, Hades watched with amused detachment, catching Bianca's fleeting glance in his direction. When their eyes met, she subtly smirked a wry smile, and Hades gave her a slow, knowing wink. "Hey, isn't that one of your evil bastard spawn?" Demeter drawled with saccharine venom. "I think I remember her from the trial." "Mother, behave," Persephone muttered through clenched teeth, eyes still fixed on the stage. Demeter scoffed and crossed her arms. "I don't get why you're chastising me. You should be on my side here. That girl is the result of his betrayal, his infidelity," she spat with a sneer, "and this school play certainly wasn't what I envisioned when I asked for quality mother-daughter bonding time." "SHHHH. You're ruining the show," Persephone hissed. Down on stage, a commanding presence emerged through the chaos. Lucian stepped forward, his body language calm yet authoritative, breaking up the stage fight with little more than a cold glare and an extended arm. Even without a single word, the air shifted. Then, Chloe entered, walking with elegance and purpose, echoing his movements in a mirrored symmetry. As they met center stage, the lights snapped, the entire set plunged into darkness. A double spotlight shone, illuminating just them. The narrator's voice returned, soft and spellbound. Everyone knows, every great tragedy begins with love at first sight. And such was the case for Romeo Montague and Juliet Capulet. Though no dialogue was spoken yet, the entire auditorium fell eerily silent. Lucian and Chloe stared at each other across the spotlight divide, their expressions raw, vulnerable, and breathtakingly sincere. It all felt real, like they were truly falling in love at the same time. Gasps swept through the crowd. A few leaned forward in their seats, drawn in like moths to flame. Even Demeter, against her will, blinked and murmured, "Huh. He's not bad." The curtain closed and opened as the second act came into play. Act 2, The Masquerade Ball and Secret Vows. The next scene opened with dazzling splendor. The stage was transformed into the Capulets' grand ballroom, glowing with flickering faux chandeliers and ambient candlelight. All the performers wore shimmering masks, adding a layer of mystery and magic to the already enchanting atmosphere. Music filled the theater, something slow, romantic, and orchestral. Actors danced in pairs, weaving and spinning in practiced synchronization. Lucian, masked as Romeo, slipped into the crowd in disguise, flanked by his cousins. His eyes scanned the room until they landed on Chloe's Juliet, who entered like a vision in white and gold, her mask only enhancing her ethereal beauty. As their eyes met, the world around them seemed to blur. The music dulled, and for a brief second, the spotlight narrowed onto only them as they approached each other through the crowd, untouched by the chaos around them. Lucian, softly, reverently. "If I profane with my unworthiest hand this holy shrine, the gentle fine is this. My lips, two blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss." Chloe, smiling behind her mask. "Good pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much, which mannerly devotion shows in this." Their chemistry drew sighs and dreamy murmurs from the audience. When their hands touched, and later, when they kissed, the crowd erupted into gasps. Lucian in a hushed quick whisper asked, "Did you just use tongue?" "No," she whispered back, clearly being dishonest. As the masquerade ended and Juliet discovered his identity, Chloe's gasp was perfectly timed. The tension was palpable. Juliet, stepping back in heartbreak. "My only love sprung from my only hate. Too early seen unknown, and known too late. I didn't know Lucian could act like that. He's actually impressive," Medusa muttered without taking her eyes off the stage. "I know. It's going to be hard to blackmail him. I forgot just how shameless he could be." Talia grumbled discontent, still recording. Act 3, Death and Banishment. The mood darkened. The lights shifted to a hot, tense afternoon. Mercutio, played by one of Lucian's classmates, was performing with dazzling wit, delivering clever lines and exaggerated flourishes with his sword. Then Tybalt, played by another skilled actor, stormed onto the stage, demanding a duel. Lucian's Romeo entered the scene and tried to stop them. His expression was tense, desperate. "Romeo, Tybalt, the reason I have to love thee doth much excuse the appertaining rage to such a greeting. Villain am I none." But the fight escalated, and Mercutio was struck. Mercutio, falling, gripping his side. "A plague o' both your houses." The audience gasped. Lucian, standing in stunned horror, didn't move at first, until his face slowly shifted from grief to fury. His entire demeanor changed as he stormed after Tybalt, eyes ablaze, voice trembling with rage. "Romeo! This day's black fate on more days doth depend. This but begins the woe others must end." The duel between Romeo and Tybalt was fast, intense, and emotionally charged. When Lucian finally struck the killing blow, he collapsed to his knees beside the body. Romeo, aching with guilt. Oh, I am Fortune's fool. Everyone was able to feel the guilt that radiated from his body. The prince appeared, and Lucian was banished. Chloe's Juliet learned of Tybalt's death and Romeo's exile, and the audience watched as she wept with such sincerity, several people dabbed their own eyes. Even Demeter grudgingly muttered, "They've got talent, I'll give them that." "He gets his theatrical flair from his mother," clearly Medea said through the crystal ball in Persephone's hands. Persephone had to cover her mouth to not laugh and ruin the mood, while Hades scoffed, leaning on the armrest with a subtle smirk. Act 4, The Sleeping Potion. Juliet refused to marry Paris, prompting Lord Capulet to explode. Chloe stood her ground in a fiery performance, holding her own with tearful resolve. Juliet fled to Friar Lawrence, played by a classmate in a charming wig and beard, and the plan was laid: she would take a potion to feign death. As Juliet lay on her bed, lifting the vial with trembling fingers, Chloe delivered her lines with haunting stillness. "Juliet, softly. What if this mixture do not work at all? Shall I be married then tomorrow morning? Romeo, I come. This do I drink to thee." She drank. The lights dimmed. The Capulets discovered her dead. Wails rang out, followed by a mournful, funereal transition into the final act. Act V, The Tomb and Final Tragedy. Lucian returned to the stage as Romeo, hooded and pale, carrying a vial of poison. The set was now a crypt, stone columns, dim blue lighting, and a single tomb adorned with flowers and Juliet's lifeless body. He approached with trembling steps. Romeo, voice low, breaking. "Here's to my love." He raises the vial. "O true apothecary, thy drugs are quick." Thus with a kiss, "I die." Lucian collapsed beside Chloe in perfect stillness. Then came Juliet's awakening. Chloe stirred. She opened her eyes slowly, blinking into the darkness. She sat up and saw him. The raw devastation in her voice sent shivers through the audience. "Juliet," whispers, broken. "What's here?" "A cup, closed in my true love's hand? Poison, I see, hath been his timeless end." She clutched his body and wept softly. Juliet, with trembling resolve. "Oh happy dagger." She grabs Romeo's prop dagger and turns it toward herself. "This is thy sheath, there rust, and let me die." She collapsed over Lucian's body, and the two lay still as the lights dimmed to a soft blue glow. Silence. Then a single spotlight returned to the narrator, standing solemnly downstage. Narrator, voice heavy, yet poetic. For never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo. Curtain call. The audience erupted. Cheers, whistles, and applause thundered through the auditorium. Teachers rose to their feet. Students hollered names. Even gods in disguise clapped in silence and awe. Persephone had tears in her eyes. That was beautiful. Who knew Lucian could really act like that? Hades leaned over with a smirk. "I should hire him as the castle's official jester." Demeter sighed. "All right, fine, that wasn't a bad use of mortal time. Still, next time, we're going to my kind of show. Something with plants." Demeter turned towards Hades and said, "You should be proud of having such a devil spawn that has talent elsewhere that doesn't involve something wicked." Hades just rolled his eyes. "Yes, of course I'm proud, since unlike your brats, mines are all special and talented. They all have something I can be proud of. I doubt you can say the same about your own." Hades. "My love," Persephone said with a smile that wasn't really a smile, "need I remind you, you're talking to my mother. I'm pretty sure you just insulted me in that little speech of yours. I'm one of those brats you mentioned." Hades froze and stammered, "And no, of course not, my love. It's your mother, she clearly started it." Persephone just scoffed angrily as Hades continued to defend him. Demeter found unbelievable joy seeing his panic expression. Chapter 300, Meeting the Parents. As the final curtain descended and the stage lights dimmed momentarily, the audience broke into thunderous applause that echoed throughout the auditorium. Just moments later, the curtains were drawn open once more, revealing the entire cast and crew lined up proudly on stage. The student actors, still in their elaborate costumes and flushed with adrenaline, held hands as they stepped forward to take a collective bow. The crowd roared with approval, cheering, clapping, even whistling with excitement and admiration. Lucian and Chloe, the two leads of the performance, stood front and center. Their portrayal of Romeo and Juliet had captivated the entire room, and their commanding presence naturally drew the loudest applause. Some members of the audience even rose to their feet in a standing ovation, whistling and shouting praise. Amid the noise, Lucian clearly heard a familiar voice rise above the others. "That was my big bro. Woo!" Nico's excited shout rang out proudly, drawing a smirk from Lucian. As the curtain finally closed, Mr. Matthews turned to face the cast with his hands clasped together, beaming with pride. "Absolutely brilliant," he declared. "Good work, everyone. That was marvelous, truly spectacular. Honestly, I think that went better than any of our rehearsals. You should all be extremely proud of yourselves." He walked along the line of students, offering nods and quick words of praise to each one. As he neared Lucian, preparing to personally thank him for taking the role seriously and delivering a performance beyond expectations, Lucian suddenly tilted his head to the side, a puzzled look crossing his face. "Dad?" The single word halted everyone mid-celebration. "Dad," several students echoed in disbelief as all eyes turned toward the back of the auditorium. A collective gasp swept through the cast and crew as they saw a group approaching, a group so dazzling, so ethereal in appearance, it made everyone momentarily forget how to breathe. At the forefront was a man whose presence alone seemed to bend the very air around him. Tall, dark, elegant, and carrying himself with the confidence of a king, he had a grin on his face that radiated both warmth and mischief. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Bianca groaned, slapping a hand to her forehead. "What are you doing here, Dad?" "Wait, is that really their dad? He's gorgeous. No wonder Lucian looks the way he does." Students whispered in hushed amazement, unable to tear their eyes away as Hades, god of the underworld himself, strode across the stage carrying a few small but vibrant bouquets of flowers. Beside him were equally stunning figures, Persephone glowing like the embodiment of spring, and even Demeter with her regal and commanding aura. "What?" Hades asked innocently, flashing a wide grin. "Can't a father come watch his children perform when they're putting on such an impressive show?" He tilted his head, clearly enjoying the attention he was stirring. "No, you absolutely cannot," Bianca snapped, her face turning beet red as the stares intensified. "Well, too bad. Here you go." He handed her a bouquet of carefully arranged flowers, crafted with care. "Thanks," Bianca muttered, accepting them with a shy glance away. Then, turning to Lucian, Hades grinned and held out another bouquet. "You weren't half bad, brat. Maybe I should have you perform sometime, we've been needing new entertainment." Lucian took the bouquet, raising an eyebrow as he immediately recognized the floral touch, immediately guessing they were Persephone's doing. "You're just hilarious, old man." From behind Hades, Persephone stepped forward and wrapped Lucian in a warm, heartfelt hug. "Lucian! You were incredible," she gushed, holding him close. "Your performance, it really made me cry. I haven't felt so moved in years." "Is she his mom?" "But she doesn't even look like him." "Still, she's gorgeous. Does everyone in Lucian's family have perfect genes or something?" The whispers continued to ripple through the student body, but Lucian could only give a bashful shrug. "Thanks," he muttered, awkwardly patting Persephone's back as she pulled away, misty-eyed. Hades, in a surprisingly thoughtful gesture, approached Annabeth and offered her a bouquet as well. She blinked in surprise, looking between the flowers and the god offering them. "For me?" she asked, stunned. Hades nodded with a rare gentleness. Thank you," Annabeth murmured, cheeks flushed as she accepted the bouquet. Persephone leaned close to Lucian and whispered in his ear, "Call your mother later. She's inconsolable. Your acting made it look like you really died. She hasn't stopped crying since. Lucian let out a long, exasperated sigh. I'll call her later. As he looked across the stage, his eyes landed on Demeter, who stood with her arms crossed and her usual stern expression. Seeing Lucian staring, she scoffed. Don't look at me like that. I didn't come for you, she said curtly. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Still. I'm surprised you showed up, Auntie. Auntie? Demeter repeated in shock. No one had ever called her that before. She didn't even know how to respond. Before anyone else could speak, Mr. Matthews cleared his throat, nervously stepping forward. I'm sorry, but I just have to ask, how exactly did you people get in here? He asked, clearly intimidated by the overwhelming aura surrounding Lucian's divine relatives. His thoughts ran wild. This is Lucian's family? Why do they all feel so scary? But Hades simply gave him a charming smile and said, We donated to the school and were granted VIP access. I see, Mr. Matthews said, visibly sweating. Well, I hope the play met your expectations. You really shouldn't have come, Bianca grumbled, still trying to hide behind Chloe. This is beyond embarrassing. Unbeknownst to Hades or the others, the Fates, cleverly disguised, observed the entire scene unfold with great amusement. Meanwhile, Hades and the rest of the divine visitors began to move away, guiding Lucian and the others off the stage and out of the spotlight. Yo! Lucian turned, quirking a brow as he spotted Talia striding toward them with Medusa walking beside her. Medusa froze the moment her eyes landed on Hades, her entire body stiffening like she'd seen a ghost. Her posture tensed as if preparing for judgment, but she quickly bowed her head in respect, her voice faltering slightly. Lord Hades. Hades gave a small, acknowledging nod, his tone surprisingly warm. Medusa. Be at ease. I'm aware of how you've been looking after the children, particularly Nico and Bianca, even though they are not your responsibility. For that, you have my thanks. Medusa relaxed somewhat, her eyes softening. It was nothing, my lord. They are both remarkable children. It has been my honor. After Talia offered a respectful greeting to Hades and the goddesses, she turned toward Lucian with a smirk tugging at her lips. I recorded everything, by the way. Lucian immediately straightened, striking an exaggerated pose like a seasoned model. Tell me you got my good side. Before Talia could answer, a voice rang out behind them. Dad! They turned in unison to see Nico jogging toward the group, his face bright with joy. But while Hades and Persephone were delighted to see Nico, their expressions shifted dramatically the moment they noticed the boy walking just a few steps behind him. Their eyes widened in complete and utter disbelief. Hades blinked rapidly. Persephone's mouth slowly fell open in astonishment as Marcus stepped forward, his posture tense but composed. Lucian, standing slightly off to the side, looked like a volcano ready to erupt, desperately trying to suppress the enormous smirk that was taking over his face. He had a son, Hades whispered hoarsely, his voice filled with incredulous awe. Demeter, standing nearby, took one look at Marcus and immediately scrunched her nose in disdain, as if someone had held a rotten pomegranate under her nose. Her eyes practically screamed, Ugh! Marcus! Lucian called out, waving him over. Marcus approached hesitantly, every step weighing heavier with the realization of who exactly he was walking toward. The casual word Dad that had come from Nico's mouth earlier now echoed in his head with sharp clarity. He knew who Hades was the moment he laid eyes on him, and his presence alone was like a black hole, ancient and powerful. Oh, this is going to be so good, Persephone whispered, barely able to contain her excitement. She practically bounced on her heels, loving the drama. Lucian threw an arm around Marcus's shoulder, grinning ear to ear. Marcus, this is our father, Hades. And Dad, this is Marcus. I'm pretty sure you can already guess whose son he is. Marcus straightened and gave a respectful nod, trying to keep his voice steady. Hello, sir. Hades stared at him for a long, awkward moment before replying, Ah, yes. Hello, child. He then turned his gaze toward Lucian, who looked seconds away from bursting out laughing. Marcus, was it? Hades asked, folding his arms. Does your father know of your existence? Marcus sighed, glancing down. No. And I'd prefer to keep it that way, for now. I'm not ready to face him just yet. There was a long silence. Hades's eyes softened, and he gave a slow nod. Very well. I'll respect your wishes. But knowing your father as I do, I assure you, he would be overjoyed to know you exist. He's not a cold man, not truly. Don't make him wait too long. Marcus blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Hades to say that. Thanatos, the literal personification of death, being happy to see him? It conflicted with everything he prepared himself for. Still, the ache in his chest, resentment, confusion, longing, remained. We'll see, Marcus muttered, eyes distant. Hades turned to Lucian again, curiosity now mingling with mild exasperation. Where did you find him? Lucian grinned smugly. He's my roommate. Met him on the first day of school. You mean to tell me you've known about his existence for months and didn't think to mention it? Lucian gave a helpless shrug. You never asked. Plus, you heard him, he didn't want anyone to know yet, and I respected that. Oh, and did I forget to mention I've been training him and made him my lieutenant? He clapped Marcus's back proudly, still grinning like a madman. Hades stared at Lucian, utterly done. He didn't even speak, just slowly raised a hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. Old friend, he thought, directing the words silently to Thanatos, I'm so sorry. You have your work cut out for you. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 11. Peace.